I hope you guys all gathered up. Uh, Hello to everyone. So I've been asked multiple times. Actually, not even asked. Like I think the better word pestered. Uh, Even blackmailed. You know, to do a new tier list. You know, it's against my will, right? People have been actively blackmailing me and just like torturing me to do it because there's been multiple changes to BBG, and they wanna hear the opinion of the greatest in terms of the power level of the safe. So I'm doing it. Hey Wax, thank you so much. Thank you so much for 29 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a tier list. I'm gonna like probably state the difference between the base game and the BBG, maybe for somebody who forgot. Then I'm gonna try to, I mean, I will explain why I put it in specific tier list, right, or like position. And then I will give, you know, the heroes of the chat an ability to change my mind, which most of the time is not gonna happen. So yeah, I think that's the way we're gonna go. So like last time we started with Germany. This time I'm not gonna start with Germany because there is instantly gonna be, you know, complaining how Germany is like strong, weak, you know, people gonna have debate. I don't wanna start with it. We're gonna start with something universally agreed. And the fact that Portugal is fucking broken. We're gonna go, last time we went actually from first shift to last, this time we're gonna go from last to first. So the reason Portugal is broken is it's just like it can high roll better than a lot of other civs, right? And it can make absurd amount of gold. Oh wait, I forgot to mention. So this tier list is only gonna be, there's gonna be mostly for 4 versus 4 competitive format with BBG, BBS, classical Regis, New Age, you know, all those standard settings for multiplayer communities, like all the mods, all the all the typical multiplayer stuff, right? Like all the settings. So yeah. So keep that in mind. So Portugal in the base game it gets one trader for meeting each safe. In a BBG, it gets one trader for each era, for starting each era, including the ancient one. So you basically start with one extra trader capacity, you get second at classical. The only other change is that Fate Taurus give 2 gold instead of 4, and that unique ship has only 1 build charge instead of 2, right? So the Portugal is still broken. The main reason for it, it makes too much gold. In a 4 versus 4, gold is a massive deal breaker, right? Because it basically allows you to transfer production between the teammates. And transferring production between the teammates allows you to allocate production where it's more efficient, right? Like, let's say we have a Zulu, we pick Portugal, Zulu pre-builds a shit ton of cheap cores, and then we upgrade all of that with Portugal gold. We have almost unstoppable push on one of the strongest war saves, right? We've almost doubled the amount of its neighbor units, right? And it's like you barely can do anything. So on top of it, Portugal just like tends to have a quite high stats due to the fact that it just gets a lot of yields from trade routes and the stacking. But I feel like the main reason Portugal is kind of stupid is it can low roll and not being able to trade with anyone and just playing a handicapped save, or you can have a completely over the top save who like maybe spawns next to another naval neighbor, or maybe next to somebody a save who like buff its traders in one way or another, or like just like multiple ways that it can go out of control. Like maybe it's gonna be a city with 7-8 feet Taurus, and we're talking about 12 extra production on a trade route. And like, dude, we don't even talk about the gold. Maybe there's gonna be Hans in the game. Maybe there's gonna be, what else could it be? What else could buff the traders? Uh, I mean, just like anything. Like maybe there's gonna be a Sif who's rushing trade route merchants. Maybe there's gonna be I don't know, even Dutch for receiving culture, but like, I mean, obviously Dutch is trash, but like, I just saying, like, something like that full rebuffs the trade route of Portugal can be ridiculous. Most of the time, I find that Portugal has extremely low production spawns, like, nothing to do with the bias, it's just like the way it is from my experience. It always is low production spawns, but once it starts rolling, it just gets out of control quickly. But again, you can gamble with it because it has a pretty bad low roll. If it spawns next to Warsif and it has no one to trade, it's just absolute pile of shit. Yeah, it can auto win the game if it spawns free save next to another trader based save. The worst part, in my opinion, like, you know, something that kinda makes it even over the top for me, is a lot of people don't know, but not only Portugal buffs the trade routes it sends, it buffs the traders it receives, right? So a Portugal spawning next to Victoria or like Mali or next to Hungary or like any trade-based save is just stupid, right? What I mean buff the incoming trade routes is like, imagine your research alliance gives 2 signs, right? So it's 3 signs for Portugal, 50% when you send, but you also get 3 signs when you receive. It's also worth for whistle banking and democracy. So you get 50% on receiving traders as well. So I don't know if it's intended by Faraxis, don't think it is. But yeah, this makes the high roll Portugal is even more disgusting than it should be. Just because the receiving traders are also getting buffed. Perhaps that might be the next something that should be addressed, right? Like the receiving traders not being as strong. That's kind of gonna keep the low roll the same power level, but keep the high roll weaker. I don't know. I don't want the Civ to be killed. I don't really think the nerfing the traders is the way to go because that's the whole identity of the Civ. I don't want that to be touched, but I feel like something has to be a bit tuned down in the high roll, but not in the low roll. There was also a suggestion to make it like so you can send the land traders, but they're not gonna be seat 50%. Actually, let's put me in chat here. What is it? Could you do a Dungeon Duel tier list next? Dude, shut the fuck up. Wait, where did I put the chat? You know what? I'm just gonna do it like this. Touching tier list. Tier list. Dude, shut the fuck up. 20 minutes for. Yeah, it's because it's. I just wanted to explain my opinion, man. Boom. I extended the chat. I don't think anyone is gonna argue with me on this one. We all know Portugal is broken. Let's just move on. Who is the next one? I don't even know which one is which one Kublai is China and which one is Mongolia. They look exactly the same. To be honest, they can go both in the same here. Do I think they're over the top? I feel like they're a bit better than decent. Both of them. I feel like they're both equally same strength. I'm just gonna combine them into one to speed it up. I don't think they're strong. To be honest, situationally decent. I don't know. I want to put them below strong, but above decent. I can just put them. I guess I can put them at the higher of decency. I mean, they can be situationalist, but I wouldn't say they're situationally strong because their bonuses are extremely consistent, right? So, what is there to be situational? There's no situation that makes them better. They're just like consistently good. But I don't know. I just put them in above decent. I wonder what's under strong but over decent. I want to say situationally strong, but I mean, they're always consistently good. I mean, so the only changes, I mean, there is actually a few changes that happen in the BBG to him. So the China gets a builder charge on top of all his normal bonuses. And both of the Kublais receive 1 science and 1 culture on international trade rates. So, I mean, they do what they have to do, right? Like, but they just can sim well, they can war well, have consistently good bonus. Like, for example, China has a builder charge, yellow card, he has a buffed externals, And he has an extra yellow card. Wait, did I say yellow card? Yellow card, trade routes, builder charge. Oh, Eurekas. That's what I forgot instead of extra green yellow card. So, I mean, that's the bonuses you utilize every game. So for sure, the civ is quite good. But to even say, I actually think the Kublai China is actually strong. I think he's better than Mongolia. He's just extremely underrated, mostly because his bonuses are kinda, I don't know, how do you say it? Not interesting, or people don't want to play it. But like I played 2 or 3 games on Kublai China, and I had disgusting sim, right? So I think just people don't want to play it or like underrated right now. If you think about it, the 10% extra off on Eureka and Inspirations is what is it? I think it's 70% science and culture increase, right? Because instead of paying, what is it? Let's say a boosted Civic, right, cost 60 culture. A boosted Civic for Kublai cost 50 culture. So he effectively, yeah, he pays 70% less, but it's actually, wait, it's not, yeah, 70% less, he has 20% more culture. Kinda, if he boosts everything. If we talk about pen, brush, and voice, then he pays 40 culture instead of 50, right? So the value, his culture is sort of even higher, right? Since it is teamers, you're always going to be kind of getting boosted in technologies and civics. So overall, that bonus is always going to be there. You're always going to be making builders. You're always going to be sending externals, and the yellow card is always going to be useful. And I feel like people just don't want to play it, but the civ is giga good. People just don't want to admit it. It might be boring, right? But it is good. It is good. Uh, Confirm broken. No, I'm telling you, man. I mean, you should actually try. I can't believe people, for example, say that Rome is giga broken, yet they don't mention that Kublai China kind of fills the exact same gap where he has extremely consistent bonus. The only like that can be activated on every single map, right? He's good on every single map. Like imagine we're playing a naval map, right? And there is Victoria in my team or and like another cultural safe. I will get boosted in civics and I will get boosted in science. I will have a good timing on everything. If I'm in a real war, I will be keeping up faster than my neighbor because of that 10% off. I can have one more shop early game. I can run urban planning Gonski and have more better game. And just like every single bonus just like makes your game better. But it is extremely good. The saying is bad, but when we'll see what other civs end up in the strong definitely doesn't. I mean, I okay. I mean, we can modify it as we move on. I agree, Ben, that there might be uh, stronger civs. Probably. I mean, there's definitely going to be stronger civs, but I think people just don't value the Kublai China bonuses because they always underlook it, right? They think, oh, it's not a big deal. But like I said, think about 10% off on civics and technologies in a teamers. You overall have 20% higher science and culture. That bonus alone makes you quite strong already. Builder charges, right? Yellow card, buffed externals. Like the Civ is actually extremely good. It's just not played. I have no idea. Like it might not. I mean, it cannot. It probably not a first pick material, right? And not a second, not first rotation material. But in a second rotation, I've seen so many picks which doesn't make sense, and the Kublai China just like outshadows them. Like think about a map like Seven Seas, right? We've seen people speak something like France, Genghis, and then the guys spawn on an island and don't do nothing and do nothing. We've seen people pick something suboptimal, uh, but like Kublai China again, right? If on a naval map, for example, you are getting boosted by Victoria, you're gonna have a good timing on caravels and you have extremely good early game tempo. Like he's just a consistent save. Are you the guy to send it to? I mean, like especially on naval, man. Imagine sending what is it? Like you send it to a harbor city, 12 gold trader, and they also get science and culture on top of you having extra inspiration and eurekas. So I think Kublai China is clearly underrated. I feel like Mongolia is situationally strong, but Kublai China I think is actually better, much better. And people are being, I mean, it's being a slipper of how good it is. It might not be the most fun civ to play, but it's definitely extremely strong, and people don't want to play it, don't want to see it. I don't know, just like refusing. Uh, let's go next. Vietnam. So people, especially in French community, have been really considering that Vietnam is one of the top civs, just because it makes a lot of culture, right? Oh my god, shut the fuck up, dude. Boom. Another timeout. Uh, so people in Sivafar have been really considering that Vietnam is one of the top civs. It puts a lot of pressure. It seems well. It can contest generals. It just like performs well on almost all maps, and like the culture boost in early game is quite disgusting. I've seen a lot of games where a guy would do 3-4 encampment setup and would go up to 40 culture like in the early 30-ish turns. It's just absurd. It's just absurd, man. I've seen a lot of pushers completely fail against Vietnam because of their bonuses, right? Dude, actually, I'm gonna put them in throne. I don't know. I want to think about it. Uh, I want to say, so a lot of pushers have been failing, but, and it can put a lot of pressure. The UU is quite disgusting situationally, right? But at the same time, there is a lot of disadvantages to the civ. So the forest fire can ruin your game. I feel like a lot of times like you might not have a good placement for your campus, and you can pick because there's like a jungle lacking or a woods lacking next to the mountains or geothermal, so you cannot place it. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Vietnam, but I know a lot of people consider it to be a top pick right now. I think a lot of people consider it to be a top pick. Mm, oh wait, I forgot to say the Bbg changes is that you only get 2 and 4 combat strength instead of 5 and 10. I mean outside and inside territory. So that's a bit weaker, but it's still good enough, especially if you know how to abuse and stack combat bonuses. It's just like ridiculous. What does this even forest fire can ruin your game? No, it's not the same band because their districts go on top of the woods, right? So if the forest fire starts burning, it it burns the districts and pillages all the buildings inside of them. And the way that repair mechanic works is you need to repair each building individually as well as the district individually. So it makes it just like extremely absurd. Wait, I actually put camera at the bottom here, so I don't cover. Uh, there has been I've seen like few screenshots. It doesn't happen often, right? Like, but like a forest fire can just completely ruin your game. Also, like I said, I don't really dislike because it really kind of restricts you on the placement on your district, coupled with the fact that you have to put them on a feature. Uh, you might have to build a suboptimal campus just to fit the requirement. I feel like there is also a potential like if it's like Pangea, you have to project for. I mean, I guess you have to project on almost all saves, but there is a possibility that Vietnam can get denied a general because it has to do 3 projects for a general instead of 2. Uh, I don't know. I feel like it's strong, but it's not god tier because it can have like a bad positions due to forest fire, maybe due to something else interfering with it. I don't know. Kinda, just kinda don't like it, but it is good. But like, I feel like there is like some problems which restrict it from going god tier. Just go war and plunder. I mean, it's always not guaranteed, right? Not guaranteed. So I think I will put it in strong. Don't really like the God tier, but I mean I know a lot of fringe players will disagree with me. Okay, let's go to the next one. Hammurabi. Dude, I feel like this Sif is just always gonna be broken. The reason for it is just because again the way Eurekas work, and it's just like this is what I want to say. People really rate Hammurabi because of his Eurekas, which are obviously stronger in teamers because every time you complete a technology, you get a Eureka. But I mean, Kublai China is kind of the same, but like yeah. So in a BBG, Hammurabi gets I think it's 65% of uh, a technology. And then for each technology unlocked, you get 1% towards it, right? So they removed the 100% Eureka, like in the base game where you fully complete the technology. And you still have all our bonuses remain unchanged. I mean, it's just absurd, right? Like you basically don't focus on science at all, and you only need to focus on culture, and then you have every single technology that your teammate has, and it also has extremely good UU, extremely good unique building. It has a good potential to rush Coliseum because you get arena for free. It's just like very adaptive safe, I guess. 65% Eureka, 50% Malus science decreasing. Yeah. The Malus are decreasing. Oh, wait, it's the Malus who are decreasing 1%. I don't remember how it was, but I think it's not exactly Malus are decreasing, but I feel like it's like Eureka increasing. Because the last time I played Hammurabi, it was something along the lines of my Eureka actually going higher, but I'm not sure exactly how the guy, what is it? Coded it. It didn't increase my science at all. Add chatting. What do you mean? Where do I add it? Wait, here. What is it? In category. Tags. Chatty. Chat. Okay. Charity. Evil characters. Neutral character. Good characters. Chatty. For streams and content featuring a chatty mood or vibe. No, I will just add chat. I think that's good enough. Let's see. Yeah, I think Hammurabi is just gonna be broken. In fact, I think on a BBG currently, in the votes, better. I propose to just revert this save to the base game and keep it band competitive and just make it special event save. And most of the BBG seems to agree to it. I don't think Babylon can be balanced without just like completely changing its identity. It's always gonna remain a dumb save, right? Just because the way it's structured, like there is no way to balance it. It's always gonna be the same thing, right? Like it's always gonna be broken. Like I mean, they can completely remove Eureka, but at this point, it's not a Babylon. It's gonna be a random save, right? And then you might as well add a new character, a new civilization, and new bonuses, and just call it whatever you want. So that's kind of dumb. In changelog, it stated each tag completed gives 1% science. Well, it didn't increase my science, so I'm not sure exactly how it moded, but yeah. What is this ban? I added it. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I think I will just keep it at broken. Let's go with Gal. So I think Gal is gonna be the first god tier Sif. I think it performs like it's a first pick material on a Pangea, on the Highlands. I feel like on 7 Seas it is good. Wouldn't say like a first pick material because it's heavy naval and you have a hard time getting your free inquiry up because you cannot put a harbor next to a city due to Gal restriction. Oh, let's talk about the Bbg changes. So they removed 20% culture 1 producing units, 4 producing units. the bonus, the combat bonus of Gal is lowered from +2 to +1, and it doesn't work on ranged units. You don't get free apprenticeship upon completing a pedium. You get cultural mines after only bronze working. And I think that is it. But still, the civ is giga broken. I see a lot of people, especially like single player people on BBG, that, you know, like they would come in and say, oh dude, Gal is so bad, it's so garbage, right? Like with the BBG nerfs, like there is no reason to pick the civ ever, right? It's like, it's awful with the BBG change. No, it's actually still broken. No matter how much we nerfed it, in the right hands, the civ is broken, right? It still has one of the best Coliseum timings. It still seems exceptionally well. It counters almost all early game aggression, while still being able to put up a ridiculous aggression, right? So you naturally go for iron working to unlock your Epidemium, which is conveniently one of the safest paths to go in the game, right? Like in terms of early aggression. So you have a strong sim on one of the safest paths. You can put aggression and defend aggression, and you're also one of the best simmers in the game. Like this save is just dumb. I don't think it's like OP, like it deserves enough, but like it is ridiculously strong in what it does, and it feels like there is almost no way to like punish it. You're always gonna have a stable, above average game, but I don't think it's like over the top to call it overpowered. It has no weakness. I mean, the only weakness is naval, right? Yeah, okay. Let's agree there, right? Its only weakness is naval, so it really struggles again, like on a map that heavily naval. I would say 7 seas, but 7 seas most of the times, like the seas are not connected. And I guess on another maps, it can spawn inland and then it can put a pressure on a naval ships. It's like it's kind of awkward, right? Like so it struggles navally, but it's not that bad on the naval maps because, in my opinion, people don't see this, but like you can consider Gal as a war civ, right? So on a continent and islands, I can pick Gal, and I want Gal to put a pressure on a naval civ, right? But if it spawns naval, it's gonna be pretty bad because you just can't get science fast enough. You cannot really go harvest. They're gonna be trash. It's just kind of awful. Oh yeah, there is also some rare cases with the Gal where it can get screwed early game. That's its main weakness, right? So the warrior replacement is actually a downgrade. So it has 20 strength and it gets +10 when fighting a unit stronger than 20 strength, which conveniently, you know, no other warrior is 20 strength besides actually Eagle. So Eagle is actually a downgrade against the Gal. Every other warrior is actually better than the Gal warrior. But the problem is Gassitea costs more than a normal warrior. So if you're getting, let's say, 2 scout and a warrior rushed on your city and it's under siege and he's slamming it, your team has to pay extra 40 gold just to buy your warrior, so the city doesn't die. It's even worse against someone like Kree. Like Kree spawning next to Gal is just devastating, right? You have to invest so much resources into the city not getting raised by Kree scouts or something like that. So early game of Gal can really be disrupted. There has been many cases where Gal just lost the city because the team could not afford to pay 120 gold to buy a warrior. But outside of that, goal starting from classical era in the hands of a true professional is unkillable, and the Civ is gonna seem as well as like like gonna be one of the best sim in Civ. So yeah, I don't even like Gal. I don't think Gal is particularly interesting. Like in my opinion, I don't really find it super enjoyable to play, right? But I would definitely say it's top 5 sim, and it's also one of the best war civs. I mean, not war civ, but like I guess defensive and aggressive civ. I wouldn't say it's a war civ, but it just like performs extremely well. Pangaea and the Highlands, I would first pick Gal most of the time. I'm trying to think, is there any civ that can like punish Gal? And I don't think so. there is no civ in the game that can kill Gal, right? Like only something like early like Kree scouts can really interrupt it. Everything else is just getting countered by Gal, right? There is not going to be any aggression against it. Gal can't buy water when it gets. Yeah. I know. It's pretty annoying, but everything else just like Gal defense. Uh, it says S tier on Highlands, but on Pangaea. On Pangaea, you think on Pangaea it's bad? Why so? I find Pangaea to be sort of a lot of times low production spawn. So having like let's say a +4 Apedium is insane production boost. You also have a culture bombs, which aligns so well for 4 versus 4 on all your mines, right? You have culture bomb on all your mines. So you don't have to waste any gold buying tiles, which means your team has a much higher pool of gold, right? You also always provide your team with iron and like bronze working boost no matter what you go. I like it. I like it. I honestly think like the only time it's gonna struggle if it's gonna get trashed early or if it's gonna spawn naval. Everything else is just like the save is above decent. Above, they're just like extremely good. Hello Jack, hello Libimka. Uh, what is it? Sifia with World of From Pog doesn't even work against the Gal Spearman. Like this guy has extra production and the combat bonus. It's just like absurd. Okay, let's go to the next. Basil, dude, I have been on opinion. I mean, I think he's still strong. Probably still got tier, but I feel like Gorgo, Zulu, just are better now. Outside of like Drummond timings. Because before, when Crusade was +7 and you had Taxis as a +9 combat bonus, if you spread Crusade, most of the times it was outer roll, right? Like, and this is the main reason it was like kind of first picked, outer roll. The Taxis obviously stacking is still disgusting at teamers. People can find religions and then feed you up to +8 Taxis, right? Without killing another opponent religion. Wait, I keep forgetting to mention what's the Bbg changes. So the taxes is +2 per holy site instead of +3. The tag must get +2 instead of +4. And I think that's all. I think, oh no, wait, the religion spread. Religion spread is not consistent to 50 religious pressure. It's actually based on the combat strength of the unit, which is, the religious spread is 5 times the unit strength, right? Yeah. So I think, I mean, I definitely he is still a top dog, but like I feel like just Gorgo and Zulu overshadow him now. Uh, I feel like Basil Sim is just not that good, especially if you project for Crusade. Droman is disgusting on a close spawn, but like a lot of games I played, if you're a Droman in something like a Dido, you're not gonna shoot down Barims fast enough. And if the Dido player is good, he's gonna have a Caravels in the early 30-ish turns, right? Like 44, 45. And then all the Dromans die, and you obviously don't have enough signs to keep up and get Caravels on the same time, so you naturally just die on the coast. But if you spawn super close, like right next to and you Droman him, right, there's almost no traveling distance for Droman, you can obviously bop him. But after Crusade nerf, right? So again, +7 Crusade and Taxis +2, where there was a +9, that was outer roll. I feel like with Crusade nerf becoming +5 and the Taxis now +2, so you have +7, it's still extremely disgusting, but it's not outer roll, right? So you need to convert somebody, and then you don't outer roll. Like it's in range of Mapuche, Genghis, and like all like France, right? So you're not guaranteed to roll. But you sacrifice quite a lot of tempo because going holy sites and you naturally don't really have a good fave generation. I think it slows you down. I don't know. I mean, the ability to get +8 taxes makes him devastating late game, but at the same time, if opponent team plays well, you might not even get any extra taxes, right? So people keep complaining about taxes stacking in teamers, but there is in 4 versus 4, but there is only 5 religions, right? So one team is gonna pick one religion, like you pick Basil, another team picks another religious safe, and then you like there is only 3 religions in the pool, so potentially opponent team can deny all 3, and then you only have +2 taxes. But at the same time, your team can also feed you 3 religions. So it comes down to that. The Margotir or Ryan Sav. Hey Fred Mergy, we will see about that. We will see about that. Thank you so much for 13 months. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, dude. Another Issei hard deceive that is banned or first pick every game isn't that good. That's not true. Actually, our team stopped banning Basil, and if you look at almost all French teamers, right, they don't even ban Basil anymore. Dude, I've been watching, like, dude, let's go, what is it? Let's go to Malm. I've been watching few, like, Leash and the Malm drafting. Oh, yeah, I think it was me watching him play Basil and Adol. What is it? 4 versus 4. The French guys have not even been banning him. Okay, I think it is Pangiers. Oh no, it was a naval map, so they banned him with drone. Just go to Leash, dude. I've been watching a lot of like VODs, and the French stopped kind of banning him, especially they prioritize something like Zulu and stuff like that. French drafting. Oh my god, fucking mom, just go to Leash. But I guess Leash will have a lot of Elden Ring or something. No, it's FFA. Butler there. Wait, it's with me. Oh, it's with me. I guess. Interesting pick. Yeah, I feel like French have been really prioritizing something like Vietnam over him, and outside of Falcon, Carrier, Sandro, Leash, and me in our team share the opinion that it's like we're not really first picking or banning Basil anymore. I feel like Gorgo is just straight up better. I feel like Zulu is straight up better. Like outside of like potentially 7C's Drummond, just like a lot more consistent save. French drafting is optimal. I mean, I feel like they're more adaptive than CPL. CPL guys tend to be like, you know, CPL guys tend to be, what is it? Just like when they decided on something, they just keep doing the same shit and they refuse to listen. Even I think the last 3 games I casted, right? Basil did absolutely nothing and lost the game. But people still, you know, like I feel like it's like one of those stuff when you get trolled by something, like in extreme cases, right? Like you get trolled once, like by Portugal, by like, you know, like you get some extreme cases, like even Victoria got spawned, right? And then you just never want to face that again, and you just keep banning it, and then you never want to do it. The same with Spain. Continents played when it gets like disgusting Spain missions plus ridiculous traders, and you just don't want to compete against it. But I feel like just like Mapuche, Gorgo, Zulu is much better. Also, yeah, Kabachok bought me. Kabachok bought me on Aztec. Stock of broken save. Holy shit. But Kabachok have been complaining about religious save every single day. Caught your list with potato van. Never, dude. Why? Why would I do it? I do it alone. I only speak my opinion. I don't need anyone else's opinion on my tier list. You know, that's why it's called my tier list, not our tier list. Not, you know, like community tier list. It's mine. My name is on top of it. It's not ours. Mine. Okay. So I honestly think he's still good, but I would definitely double pick Basil, but I feel like first picking Basil is kinda aggressive. in a lot of drafts. Yeah. So I will keep that. Teddy Rough Rider, garbage. Nothing changed. Since the BBG nerfed his combat bonus from +5 on a home continent to +5 attack on a different continent, +5 on a home continent, is just complete shit. It's like complete dog shit stuff. It does absolutely nothing. It's like one of the worst war saves. Right? It doesn't even apply enough pressure to be considered a war save. And it doesn't seem well. It's just utterly garbage. You're a walking deep block water who gets extra favor for wildcard and nothing else. They just like the BBG completely ruined it. There was a tier list done by the BBG specialist. Every single one of them voted to giga buff the save, or like, you know, like it needs a rework or a giga buff because it is utterly shit. Unplayable, useless, does nothing. No bonuses basically for majority of the game. Not towards sim, not towards war. Just like a Wotten duplicator. I have no idea who would ever want to play the Civ. I mean, actually, I know Chuck always plays the Civ, and I have no idea why. But Chuck is a Chuck, you know, Chuck, the CPL one, the from Estonia, right? He plays it, but he's a known pain gamer. I feel like he just plays to suffer, you know, most of the times, and he likes to play Rough Rider. There is no other reason to play this. It is so bad, like no reason. Catherine Magnificence, useless Civ. Same shit, no bonus, no real reason to be in the game. Does absolutely nothing. Garbage. When this had +10 on heals on you, it was played a lot. Yeah, but you know, balancing the Civ. Okay, about Teddy Rough Rider. Balancing the Civ about broken UU is just not fun, no? It like if your wall Civ is one single timing, it just sucks, right? That's what Ottoman used to be before we buffed the banks. It just had no purpose in the game. So as a Teddy, there is a chance you're gonna miss first golden, right? Not guaranteed, but there is a chance you're gonna miss first golden. There is a pretty high chance you can miss second golden. You don't really apply enough pressure. You don't really make gold. You don't really make stats, right? It just seems like you're shit. I have no idea why play this safe over other saves. So yeah. I would rather them do some interesting, I don't know, just like rework his combat bonus to something else. There's been a lot of proposal. I know Corny was proposing extra movement on a different continent and like some other bonus on the home continent on top of existing ones. You know, I have proposed to give him remove his +5 attack defense and give him +2 combat strength on all units for each tier of government. So you would start with +0, you get +2 at political, you get +4 at monarchy, merchant theocracy, and you get +6 at fascism. It kind of keeps the idea of the civ scaling, right, as it gets later in the game, which America is supposed to be, you know, like a modern era powerhouse. Like this is the way the kind of the narrative and like the idea goes, with all its bonuses leading towards the later game. While still him remaining sort of a war save in the early stages in the game, like, and going stronger towards mid and late game. But I don't know. BBG really wants to buff it in the next patch. We will see what's gonna happen because right now he's unplayable. What about +2 for each continent it's settled on? This isn't gonna be Aztec, no? Why is +5 on a single continent better than 5-0 and 0-5, but everywhere? Oh, how I'm trying to think how to describe it the best way. I trying to think a best way to describe to give you a good analogy. You know, imagine a fist, right? Right? Imagine my fist, right? If I smack you with my fist, you fly away, you know. But if I start, you know, if I cut my 4 fingers, right, or like, you know, I will have only 1/5, you know, 1/5 of my hand, right? It's weaker. The punch is weaker, right? So, this is what basically happens to the Teddy. His combat bonus at +5 on the home continent was extremely strong because it was like, you know, kind of focused on a specific target. You spawn in a Teddy, you know, it's like an iron cage, right? And then you fight a duel against a guy who has a +5, and it's kind of tough to beat him. And most of the times he's gonna win this duel, right? But now they just spread his combat bonus. It's more consistent, but it's shit everywhere. Like a +5 on attack alone is just not good enough. +5 on defense is just utterly garbage. It doesn't do anything for a war save because we want to be on offense. So we can do a simple comparison to Sifia, who has +5 on attack as well on injured units, but that is considered an extremely strong bonus. Why? Because it also has a heal. The heal is the strongest part of that +5, not the +5 itself. The +5 is just, you know, sort of a way to activate the heal. So that's why Teddy +5 on attack or defense alone is garbage, but +5 total on the home continent was extremely strong. You had extremely good dual matchup. Worst case, like again, you spawn next to Teddy, you're just gonna be either Iral or you're gonna be fighting. I mean, you're gonna be fighting Teddy whole game, or Teddy is gonna kill you eventually. So yeah. Also, Persia is +3 on attack only. Yeah, but Persia has insane tempo. Persia is not picked for +3 on attack. Persia is picked because Immortal close range rush is Cancer, and because it has extremely good internals, which allows it to scale well, and it has a free trader capacity. It just has an insane tempo on top of having +3. The +3 is a minor bonus. I feel like you failed to understand that the +3 and the +5 on injured unit of Sifia and Persia is their minor bonus. While +5 on attack of Teddy is the main bonus, right? So you're comparing the main attraction of the civ to a secondary bonus of another civ, and you're saying, oh, the civ has the exact same bonus and they're good, so I guess this civ is good as well. But it's not the way it works, because the whole identity of Teddy is +5. He doesn't have really anything else going for him. So yeah. Okay, let's go to another one. Ethiopia. Dude, I honestly feel like the problem with Ethiopia is it spawns, right? It doesn't spawn on a hill a lot of times. Supposedly the new BBS is gonna fix it. It's always gonna spawn on a hill. And it's gonna make Civ a lot stronger. But so far, until that change, it's gonna be situationally strong. You can spawn without a heal, or you have to settle without basically a bonus. Oh, by the way, regarding the bonuses, what changed? So it doesn't get +4 on all units on the hill. So it only gets +4 on its UU when it's on the hill. And the conversion rate of faith to stats is changed from 15% to 10%. And the unique church doesn't have a base 1 faith and only gets adjacency from heals. So basically the civ kind of got over nerfed, right? Oh wait, and the resources bonus. So in the base game, it was like a multiplicative, you know, like sort of even exponential growth of faith for each extra improved resource. While right now in a BBG you just get 1 faith on improved resource. So like in a base game, if you improve 5 wheat, you get 5 multiplied by 5. Without even working the wheat, you get 25 faith. In a BBG, you just get 5 faith, right? So you get 5 times less. If it would be 4 wheat, it would be 4 by 4. It would be 16. So it's very snowbally in the base game to the absurd amount. So that had to be nerfed for sure. But like right now, I think the biggest problem with Ethiopia is not spawning on a hill in the capital, because your expanse you can play around the hill. Your capital not having a hill settle or extremely suboptimal hill settle just ruins your game. Like, yeah, I think that's the biggest problem. What do you think about rotating saves in the tournament games? I don't think so. I think I feel like just BBG should be just like doing a minor buffs to underplayed saves and minor nerfs to overplayed saves, and that's gonna be good enough. How about for Teddy plus to all yields in Palace? Yeah, I think that he just needs a combat bonus now, and then he's gonna be good enough. To be honest, with a new BBS, a lot of civs are viable. I mean, we need to see. So right now, the new BBS is in beta, right? And we haven't played enough games with it. I feel like, dude, I will show you. Somebody described it in BBS it extremely well. What is it? Yeah, or Swissy described it. Please get this out official live, so TPL players not completing the step to get the mod working, right, is just killing games. Half of them are just lazy and the other half don't want to play BBS 2 because of the reduced typical minimum spawn distance means they have to build early military. So they purposely screw it up so the host scraps and goes back to the old BBS. So we don't have enough data on a new BBS, on the beta one, because people are morons, right? They do not update the mod, or they specifically do not update the mod to get the game scrapped so they can go on the old BBS. This is like, but yeah, I think the new BBS is going to be a huge deal breaker for Ethiopia, and perhaps once that updated, we're gonna put it higher. But the reason I'm gonna put the situation stronger is because it really depends a lot on heals, right? So if it has a lot of heals, it's still extremely strong. If it doesn't have a heal, it's just like shit. So it's situationally strong. So it's kind of spawn dependent. What is it? Is it Eleanor French? Uh, to be honest, so I'm just gonna put both Eleanors at the same time. They have been giga buffed in the current BBG, right? Uh, their great workability. So now each great work of Eleanor gets 2 yields for each district. I mean, each respective yield of the district in the city. So, like, let's say I have a book, it's 4 culture base, right? I build a theater, I get 6 culture. I build a campus, I get 6 culture and 2 science on a great work. I build a harbor, it's gonna be 2 gold. On top of it, in BBG, they also have double production towards theater buildings. So I feel like one of those bonuses has to be gone. It has too much tempo now to before it was kind of shit, it didn't have enough tempo. Now it has too much tempo, right? It gets ridiculous yields on great works, and it also builds the amphitheaters and museums too fast, as well as broadcast centers. So one of that has to go. It's just like other bonuses don't really matter, but clearly English Eleanor. I think this is English Eleanor. English Eleanor is much stronger. To be honest, I think I even put English Eleanor here because English Eleanor has what the half price harbor, and it has the workshop of the world from Victoria. So the just disgusting late game abilities. Yeah, I think English Eleanor is probably. You know what? Do I just put? I think I put you in here. I think it's just like in some particular case, she's like borderline broken. It just like the overturned her great workability too much. Eleanor England was played before just for England bonuses, right? Because realistically, the only difference between English Eleanor and a Victoria, which is a top save, right? Victoria, is a free galley from a harbor, a red coat, and an extra trader on a different continent. That's 3 bonuses. So the red coat and an extra trader is super situational. There's basically only 3 galleys, which most of the cases 6, 7 free galleys is nice to have, but it's not that big of a deal breaker. But the great works getting buffed in the free sim that is massive, right? Like on a map like Highlands, playing Eleanor is just like stupid, right? Like if you don't have someone denying you great works like Pericles, I don't know, Russia, it's like someone who is like extremely oppressive on denying great works, Gorgo, and you can secure yourself free writers, you really gonna, outtemp a lot of players. Free melee and extra tailor on content split. Yeah, so what? Free melee most of the time doesn't really matter. Eleanor has, yeah, I think English, I think it's just like overtuned great works bonuses. There's like no reason for it. But Eleanor wants to go tall, so not much pressure on the map. It doesn't have pressure, but like you don't necessarily only have to put pressure, right? For example, Basil puts pressure, Zulu puts pressure, but they don't make gold and they don't really make stats. You know, this civ makes a lot of stats and can make a lot of gold. And it can also carry the game later in the game because of the workshop of the world and other bonuses. It just scales too much. I picked Eleanor over Vicky for over 1 year, but for some reason people thought it was still shit. Yeah, I feel like like Eleanor is giga overtuned. Like something has to go. I I actually proposed on BBG maybe make her great work bonus does not work past the books. So it's only gonna be books, not art, music, relics, and all the other stuff, but only books. But at this point, I'm actually thinking maybe it's better to keep the art and other great works type, but just remove the double production towards theater buildings. I think that might be more fair than uh, how would you call it? Than just nerfing art. I don't know. I don't know, like, but something has to be changed. I'm not an expert on Eleanor. I don't really play the Civ that much, but like clearly it is too strong in terms of great work generation. Uh, uh I put them same because I feel like just like the great work alone ability overshadows most other shit, but the great England just makes it over the top. So Colombia, dude, in my opinion, Colombia, I mean, it is decent. I think the best I can give to this Civ is decent. Wait, maybe somebody wrote something. Do the bonuses, oh yeah, this is a good point that I forgot to mention. The bonus doubles if you theme. So, for example, you get 2 signs for campus on your great work. If you theme your art, it's gonna be 4 signs per great work. It's just absurd. Coupled with the fact that artists give 3 great works instead of 2. It's just giga dumb, right? It's like giga dumb. It's so many free stats for nothing. No apparent reason. Weak, surely. I don't think it's that weak. It has a quite disgusting early game push, right? But I don't. I don't even know. I think it's a. I kind of want to say it's weak, but sometimes people pick him like on a Pangaea because there is so many war saves Russian general that him getting a free general is extremely nice. But I don't really think he's that good in what he does. I feel like unless it's like right in your face, the archer horse rush by Colombia can be defended, and once your opponent has a general, you just kind of don't have any bonus as a save, no? But if you put Colombia work, will with Tamar be? Oh wait, I just realized, dude, this is a French Eleanor. What the fuck? Where did you go? This is French Eleanor. It's just 2 Englands. Okay, whatever. I don't know. So about Colombia, I don't know. I wanna say it's weak, but I think it has its small place, but it's only Pangaea. Like, I mean, Pangaea or Inland Sea. Would you consider Colombia anywhere else? I think only Pangaea and Inland Sea. Maybe lakes, if somebody ever plays lakes, because lakes is just like entirely flat map and you can put haciendas. Regarding the bonuses, so they remove 1 movement on all units, right? They gave 1 movement to commandantes, to buff the units nearby. You can't recruit generals. The haciendas cannot go on hill. And the promotion ability only works on light cavalry. I think he's just weak, dude. With one movement, how would you rate it? The idea of one extra movement, giving one extra movement to Colombia, which BBG wants to do, is them gonna be removing one extra movement on Commandantes. So it's gonna be a bit better, but for the most part, the main benefit is gonna be like early scouting and stuff, but not that much, no? I feel like he's just like his unique improvement is shit. His promotion ability only working on light cavalry is kind of sad because Corsair is garbage. And I mean, Lanera is good, but it can, like, in the hands of a decent player, you just spam piking shots and they're garbage. I feel like after opponent you gets a general, you're just like a bad save. Does not stack. Yeah, it does not stack. It does not stack with a general. You cannot recruit a general. So there is no reason to mention that it does not stack because you cannot recruit it. What do you think about putting a promotion ability on all cavalry and maybe siege as well? I actually proposed a different thing. I proposed for it to work on all melee type of units. And hello, Leash. Hello. So right now, I think the civ is garbage. My proposal to Colombia was give it back one movement on all military units, right? And then we're gonna remake Chandragupta after that, hopefully. Remove one extra movement from Commandantes. And the promotion works on all melee classes. Melee classes, so all non-range classes are gonna have a promotion not consuming turn. It includes melee, anti-cav, heavy cav, light cavalry, and I guess melee ships. I feel like this will make Civ a lot more interesting, right? So on naval, he can have caravels who promote and still hit an extra movement. You know, some nice naval buff. On the land, he can scout more consistently and move around the map much better, right? Yeah, he's just gonna be overall more interesting. Maybe people will pick him on the highlands for that one extra movement because he's gonna be like better at sort of rushing and stuff. So that's actually, I feel like, gonna be a lot more interesting than he is right now. Because right now the save is just a free general and nothing else. Colombia had one movement on all units. Yeah, I know, but I think the idea is to only revert the military units, not all units. What do you think about... you had already said that. I don't think any range type of units should get a promotion not consuming movement because it was just extremely... It was heavily abused on range type of units, so I don't think it's good to return it there. But like on a melee, it's not as abusive. I think I'll just keep him there. So this is English Eleanor, we don't have to do it. Maya? People had actually extremely good games on Maya. But I don't know how I would put Maya. What about extra +1 with a general? What do you mean? You cannot recruit a general. I don't think that's ever gonna change. I don't think they're gonna revert a general recruitment. And I don't know what they're gonna do with haciendas, but haciendas are clearly shit right now, and they have to do something with them. A lot of people. Okay, let's go back to Simon's. I see a lot of people not agreeing or like maybe suggesting something else. So about haciendas, a lot of people are against haciendas on hill because they think it's just gonna be a mindless spamming of haciendas. But I think it's just degenerate to not be able to build them on the hills when we play on a new age. I would rather them. I don't think they were that good when they were like just like a base game on hill. But I can understand why people think it's degenerate to just replace everything with haciendas. Maybe just make them only build around plantations or something like, you know, some other requirement, but definitely make them buildable on hills. Like, the fact that there is some people arguing that hacienda should not be buildable on hills is the stupidest shit ever, in my opinion, right? We play on a new age. There is naturally a lot more hills. The improvement supposed to be stacked to be good, right? It just doesn't make sense to have a heal requirement which screws, first of all, with placing them, and second of all, with stacking them. It just doesn't make sense. You can make other requirements, but something has to be changed. I would like any version. I would like Colombia a lot more if his haciendas were extremely important and he was like a more spammable thing and more important to his identity. Yeah. So about Maya, I don't know where I put Maya. I honestly don't know. People have been performing well on it, but I don't feel like it sees a lot of play. Is Maya strong? I think it's decent. I don't think it's decent. I think it's definitely either situationally strong or strong. Don't remember when I played, but I think I had a game with 0 plantations. But a lot of games, if I get like 2-3 plantations, I'm gonna have a good game, which is quite consistent. But I want to say it's strong, but like something is stopping me from going there. I don't know. I think it's a lot of people think it's situationally. Maya has high roll potential. So I would say yeah, but it's also quite like even having few plantations makes it extremely strong. So it's not like complete RNG because like for example for Ethiopia you wanna roll a lot of heals and a heal settle, which is unreliable. Having at least few plantations on Maya is quite consistent. I wanna put it in a strong. It's just like maybe too too niche. A lot of players just don't wanna like adapt, learn. But it definitely can perform extremely well. Also, don't forget, since the last update, there has been a change to the way amenities work on BBG, right? Before, all your expands started with 1 negative amenity. Right now, all your expands start with 0 amenity. So, what it does for Maya is it allows it to settle next to multiple luxuries and potentially hit happy and ecstatic earlier. Coupled with the fact there was a plantation change since the last tier list, right? Which a flat plantation gets an extra production, only flat one. So not a heal plantation don't get extra production, but a flat one gets. So heal and flat plantation are exactly the same, which again goes for consistency of the civ. I don't know. I think it's actually strong. It's strong to situationally. Yeah, I think it's strong to situationally very strong. But a lot of people just, again, oversee it. Same with the Kublai China. I think the civ is extremely consistent and good, but people just don't really wanna, play it. People just like, they played Portugal, Gal, and like other top civs like Rome, and that's all, That's all. They think other civs are garbage, right? But there is a lot of civs which are underplayed but giga powerful. Not not like not like strong, but they can definitely keep playing against other civs and even outperform a lot of top civs in some particular situations. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I think Mage is good. It can do industrial push. It can scale up. It actually makes decent amount of gold because it rush plantation and has farms sorry, it has gold from farms, right? The only problem I find with Maya is like you're the civ that gets a lot of science, but you kind of don't want to be killing your opponent, right? Or rather, taking his city because they're gonna be in a penalty range and they're not gonna have housing. But outside of that, it's pretty good. Which makes it better in teamers because in teamers you can boost others to export the technology while still making a decent, like not a high GPT. We're not talking about naval or like Mali or Portugal type of GPT, right? But we're talking about like decent, like you can fund the push and maybe help make some goal for somebody else. So I think it's good. I think it's good. Why Kublai China not picked if it's strong? Because people don't want to play it. I don't know. People are just like, you know, sort of how would you say it, dude? How to say it the best way? People are just like tunnel visioning. I think is would be the best way to describe it. They just, you know, they want to play the same shit and they don't want to see that there is actually extremely good civ besides that. Yeah, I think just keep my here. Ignore of its strength. Yeah, they ignore a lot of bonuses, but like Kublai China is a second rotation pick. Like in my opinion, like on 7Cs, Kublai China should be one of the most contested civ in second rotation. People are sleeping in it. I've been saying the same, for example, when Teddy Rough Rider got his +5 removed, right? I said Mapuche is gonna end up in the exact same position as Teddy Rough Rider. People complaining about consistent +5. And people said, it's not the same, man. You can miss Golden, you can go Dark Age. And then what we have now, man. Fucking Mapuches in every game, 70% win rate. 75% win rate according to French tournament statistics. Like, first pick rotation every single game. Mapuche. Yeah. I think Kublai China is gonna see a play at some point, and if people, you know, if there's gonna be some genius who's gonna come up and say this civ needs a buff, and it's gonna be absurd because it actually scales extremely well. Let's go to the next one, Victoria. I mean, I think we have to pick to do. I think we have to put. No, wait. I mean, we definitely. I think he's gonna be like in the god tier, because, like, let's look at this. At the map pool of the tournament games, 7 seas, continents and islands, inland, what else? Fractal, tilted. All of those maps are heavy naval, right? Having a sea with 3 galleys and half price harbor, extra admiral, just like in a disgusting late game, is just extremely good. It's just extremely good. I mean, there is nothing to say. Oh, the only change that happened in... there's 2 changes that happen actually in BBG compared to the base game. You only get 1 extra admiral point at the lighthouse. And the red code has 5 less combat strength, so they're like before the fire axis buff. That's all. But still, the civ is good. It makes a lot of gold. It contests the coast. It fights. Yeah, just like, I mean, it has. I think, in my opinion, Vicky has one of the best 6-7 cities caravel frigate timing. You know, I know a lot of people like to play. What is it? Japan, like other civs, Norway. But I feel like if you spawn mid distance from Vicky just gonna dominate you at caravel frigates most of the times. 1 extra movement allows for a bigger potential to kite. Extra admirals means you project less. 3 galleys and half price harbors means you have more production to make more settlers for a better timing. Potential of getting a continent split, more science, more traders, right? So it's just like, you also have double iron generation to help your team. In case somebody needs a lot of iron, like for example for Cuirassiers. You have a disgusting late game with coal. Just like I think mid-game Vicky is one of the most disgusting naval civs. But it has a problem with like maybe... I mean, it has a lot of problem with spawning frontline against Norway. It has a frontline spawning against the Droman man because she doesn't have a +5 galleys like Japan, like Harald, like what is it? Harald Dita, right? So it can struggle with both longship Dromans. I feel like it's a bit weaker than both Dido and... I mean, it's weaker than Dido, Japan, and Harald being frontline next to another war civ because of +5 galleys. Because other civs just like... I mean, +5 galleys means you can put it inside the city strength. We basically have a classical strength city while having an archer inside on top of it. And like Harald can pick defender, like Dido just like... Dita can put more pressure with bottoms and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it struggles a bit more on land next to another war civs, but like a mid-game, naval to naval interaction on Wiki, fast push, Caravel frigate. How many civs are there? And how, dude, I will take my time. I will take my time. This is gonna be a long video, so get your popcorn, you know, relax in your what is it, in your sofa. I got my banana if we get hungry. I got my banana. What we have? A Russian candy bar. And we also have a bear biscuit. Did we even have Pepsi, you know? Sanctioned Pepsi. The we have everything, man. Everything. Just like in Russia, in Russia, most of the stuff is gonna be beer focused. Look at this. Yeah, like I said, all my candies at the bar. Dude, to be honest, even my mouse pad has a bar on it. Just like everything has a bar in Russia. Okay. I guess we discussed Wiki enough. Where do we go next? Arabia, dude. One of my favorite civs. I play a lot of Arabia. Do I dare to say it's God tier? I feel like I think like it's worst case. I think it's extremely strong. Maybe low case God tier. Your start generation is ridiculous, but at the same time, you know, you're offset by the amount of gold you consume, waste, you know, demand. Like you're just like a massive gold sink. And it just like upsets a lot of advantages Arabia have. Like, for example, but it like a free sim Arabia is gonna be the highest science by far in the game. So since the last update, right, what happened to Arabia and what's the Bbg changes? It gets a standard adjacency from holy site to campus, and a holy site gets a standard adjacency from campus. So your idea is you want to build a holy site to campus setup, right? So you don't care about mountains. Your setup is extremely consistent. Holy site, campus. But you don't really have any extra faith generation early in the game. You have one extra great profit when you unlock astrology. Your religious building still cost only 10%, right? The pagoda has been reworked, so pagoda doesn't give favor now, which was a huge deal breaker in 4 vs 4. Now it gives influence, so you're better in controlling specific city-state, right? But less kinda diplomatic focus, which was like the reason, like just because of pagoda, Arabia was a god tier before, because it was a huge deal breaker in 4 vs 4. Right now, and it also had standard adjacency from all districts. So the rework of standard adjacency, a lot of people consider it a nerf. I think it's not a nerf. I think it's a rework. The only nerf it was is for you know, people who played like monkeys, right? So if you do you know, a budget setup of a triangles, which a lot of people used to do, they were just like they were literally slapping campuses holy sites and like not thinking about it. So for them it was a nerf. In my opinion, now so you get standard adjacency, but it also get a half from a district, right? So before, let's say a holy site in between 4 campuses was getting standard adjacency from campus, it was 4 signs. Now you get standard adjacency on the holy site from campus, but it's also a district. So you get, instead of 4, you get 6. So your potential of your setup is higher, but it is slower, and you have to play more around your setup, right? So early game slower, mid game around the same, sometimes worse, sometimes better, but you have to play a lot about your setup. You can actually get a much stronger setup that you could make before. But again, you really consume a lot of gold. I don't think you're that bad frontline. I don't think you're that bad even navally, right? As long as the team can supply you with gold. A lot of times I find that Arabia can get enough early fave generation to actually fave by a medieval admiral. Just like you can actually contest Rajendra as Arabia, you can just fave by it without even having any harbors. And you can get science up. Yeah, I think it's pretty good, but like the only problem is it consumes a lot of gold, right? And this is what's stopping you from being god tier. You have to play like your team composition has to be played around Arabia, right? Like it has to be like the main, right? Like for example, you can fit Victoria in a lot of setups, right? You can fit Basil in a lot of setups, or Gal, or Eleanor. Arabia, it it really needs the other safes to be kind of played around it. Has to be a dedicated gold maker to Arabia. The remaps kind of have to be saved for Arabia, and like a lot of stuff, just like you don't really wanna project for religion as Arabia, so you kind of don't wanna pick too many religious safes, and like it's just like creates a lot of stuff. But when Arabia plays well, it actually performs better than a lot of other saves. You have one of the best printing timing in the game to boost, right? Or to get yourself, right? Like you, so I mean, you boost because you built two madrasas at theology. Nobody else can have such an early university. And then you can boost for your teammates, and then you can start boosting the world tech and civic 3 because of your 20% extra stat gain with religious building. The only way you make the GPT though is probably plantations, religious idols, or something along those lines. The early setup, a lot of times I've been playing with zero adjacency holy site on Arabia, right? Going like free holy site, then a discount campus put in between free holy sites, and that's when my face starts growing, and then just like I do free 4 city temple rush, and then I really perform well. But still, like if you applied a lot of pressure, you can be screwed. I don't know. It is good. It is good. Can't play Arabia without Leash. It is good in some cases, but like the gold really offsets it a lot. You look cold. Put the heating on. No, it's pretty warm here, man. I wouldn't complain. Casual, give me gold, guys. Yeah, I know. Gold is the problem. Like this is the main problem. Like I said, Arabia is the highest science generator in the game by far. Like there is no safe who can compete with Arabia in terms of science. Build up. A lot of games I had 500, 600 science before research lab consistently. With barely even science, even without science city state, we can hit 500 science before research labs. It's just like ridiculous. But the gold is gonna be a problem, yeah. But you make a lot of faves, so you can fave buy. So it's like only like upgrades. I mean, I think it's just strong. Wiki with research lab get more because the city has +4. Uh, I think you're not taking in account the fact that he has 20%, right? Let's do the math, right? Research lab. What's the output of a research lab, right? 8 science when it's powered, then 4 from specialist, and then it buffs the, and then, I mean, I guess just like we just take, yeah, that's, so the research lab itself gives 8 science, 4 from one specialist, 12, and then 2 more from library and university specialist, right? So that's how much? That's 14. 20% already gives you like basically free science. So that's already on par with Wiki Research Labs. I think naturally as Arabi you're gonna have higher science than Wiki, even with free inquiry most of the times. So you're gonna get to research labs faster. So even though Vicky has a +4 science, she's just gonna be slower on research lab most of the time, and she's gonna have like even the research labs are gonna be on par with Arabia. So it's not really as you say. You also have a higher chance to get Hypatia and a Newton as Arabia, because you can fave by and you generate a lot more scientists a lot earlier than Vicky. So I don't agree with you. Isn't it what you describe for Arabia's definition of situation is strong? No, because it does it what it does consistently. Situationally strong is the civ is strong in assuming the stuff aligns well. Arabia's setup is not situational. The only situation is like how negative. The only situational part is how negative GPT you're gonna be. How many plantations you have is the only what is it? Non-constant and variety in his spawns. Everything else is consistent. You described a lot of prerequisites in a team build. I mean, it's not. I mean, you say it's like situational is something I would describe outside of my control, right? You say like what I mean by this tier is like kinda the RNG of the spawn, the positioning, like the yields. Well, if you include Arabia in your draft, you're already playing around it, so the situation already happened, right? So it's like it cannot be situationally weak. I mean, due to draft after you already did a draft, right? So it doesn't make sense to say it's weak in situational because the draft has to be built around it, because you're already planning it, right? Like, I mean, it's the same shit as saying like a religious civ is gonna be situationally weak because there is gonna be 8 religious civ in the game and there's only 5 religions in 4 versus 4, right? So like it's the same argument, right? Okay, let's go to the next one. Harald. That's an interesting one, right? Where do I put Harald? I mean, just because of a long ship, he goes in the god tier, right? Long ship, 7 seas, inland sea, continents and islands, just any naval map can just out-win the game. Tilted axis, complete cancer, man. I feel like Harald can decide so many maps just because of a long ship. Actually, I don't know how I feel about him to relate it to Gal. I feel like Gal is a bit better. Wait, I need to drink my throat goat, how do you call it? Dry from all the talking, boys. I feel like I will put him in the middle, below these two, because Harold just doesn't really play that well on Highlands, and I feel like on Pangaea he's kind of worse than this. But on the naval maps, this guy is the king, right? Just spawning next to Harold on a naval map is game over for you, no matter what civ you are. I mean, it's like it's gonna be it's gonna be Ral. The guy is gonna spam long ships for the entire game, come at shipbuilding, ruin your game, and then it's just like and then you can't do it. He basically, best case he kills you, worst case you both RL each other. Outside of that, he can play around aggression by going defender. The Coral Harald is extremely strong. Without Coral, it's weaker. I think Feed the World is the worst out of 3 Shrine Beliefs, right? So you want to get either Work Ethic or Coral. Berserker timing is good. You make not that much gold early in the game, but in the mid game you make as much as other naval civs. You have 50% production towards naval ships, so you are extremely strong on caravel, longship, ironclad, destroyers. Basically, like the navy, yeah, the navy aspect of Norway is quite strong. Oh yeah, about the changes. So in a BBG, the long ships cannot heal in a deep ocean. Like all the melee ships cannot heal in deep ocean. Even though they meant to do it only for long ships. what's next? The holy site gets a standard adjacency for each coastal tile. So if you have an island surrounded by 6 coastal tiles, that's a +6 holy sites. The harbor gets 2 adjacency for each holy site. So you have a nice... So you start with monumentality and then transition into free inquiry. High free inquiry signs. Sort of like a Mali type of civ, but on naval. The berserkers come at feudalism, but are weaker. I think temple remains the same. I feel like Harald can be like he can be a huge pain in the ass on 7 seas, but most of the time he spawns on either north or south pole. I mean, not pole, but like closer to the north or south end of the map. So he a lot of times gonna end up on the inland sea. But the new BBS supposedly gonna remove that restriction. So he's gonna there is more likely he's gonna spawn in the middle of the map, which acts as a nerf and a buff. The reason it's a nerf is because right now spawning north or south, right, means you always gonna have woods. So as a Harald, you have 2 main pantheons: God of the Sea and Earth Goddess, right? Like you always have you have pretty high chance to get God of the Sea over other naval civ. And if you don't, you always have a good Earth Goddess. Him spawning in the middle of the jungle will make God of the Sea more potent, more important to him, right? Because Earth Goddess is gonna be weaker since middle of the map tends to have a lot more jungle and thus the appeal is lower. But at the same time, he's gonna be a lot more scary for other naval civs with a longship. So it's a buff and a nerf. I don't know. And you don't really rush bronze working, so you know there is more opportunity for you just that not being able to put a holy site due to jungle. I don't know. The Norway nerf we all need. Who has more bonuses, Norway or Eleanor? What is this? The no. Oh no. Yeah, there is rare cases like this. You see. A typical Norway player suffering from putting a holy site on an island and a Kupa Dita and blocking his holy site for the next 20 turns while a sad soul is trying to get an archer to bully away the warrior. Oh my god, this was such a painful game. The warrior of a Maori stayed here for a solid 12 turns. I had no faith Jan because he just blocked my holy sites. My monumentality was absolute shit. Yeah, there is some cases like this. But overall, I think he's there. Oh, another good thing, which I think is listed here. I think audience lighthouse is enough. You need production to get discount, as you say. Oh yeah, I was about to say, the Civ, the biggest discount gamer in the game. There is like, you don't even have to turn on your brain to discount with Harald. You just build holy sites and your harbors are always going to be discounted. Because of how much stuff you have to build early game, you just naturally don't even tech plaza. There is no way you can miss a discount on Harald. It's so easy to actually get it. Easy. I think he's just there. Dude, let's go. Next one is Hispanos. I think Hispanos will be definitely above Norway because he beats Norway. Definitely above Brazil because he beats Brazil. Because like against the civs, he has +5, and if they're naval, he has +15. With an early fleet and a +5 against religion, so that's quite devastating. A lot of faith civs are meta, right? Like we have Russia, we have Mali, we have Poland, We have Basil, we have Norway, we have Khmer, we have, what else is there religious? Canada, right? People been playing a lot of religious. China is not really meta, but it plays religious as well and sometimes picked. So there is a lot of religious safe at Spain. Yeah, Ethiopia is meta on the highlands. And Spain just counters them all because of the +5. The continent split makes the traders of Spain just absurd. The missions on a different continent are absurd. Just like overall high tempo save that counters all the religious saves. Especially, you know, there has been many cases where a religious save would also convert its neighbor, right? Like let's say I convert my neighbor, right? And then Spain has +5 against him too. So in some cases, Spain is just gonna have +5 over half or even more than half of your team, on top of having ridiculous tempo and being good naval. The bonuses that has been removed in a BBG doesn't get a free builder on a different continent. It has production towards harbors, and it can build fleets at, I think, fleets and armadas at shipyard. If you spawn next to Spain, right, he can go crusade and passively convert you. And there is nothing you can do, right? If you're gonna find a religion, guess what? Then you give him another +5. If you don't find the religion, he's gonna have +5 again because of crusade. Yeah, pretty nasty civ to play against. And it seems well, and it performs well on almost all maps. Interesting to say, because Spain, before the fire axis buff, was pretty mediocre or extremely niche and kind of underplayed civ, and it became a top civ. Yeah, and like I said, like these two guys are quite common in the games, and Spain counters them. Spain just counters them. It's just like, it is so unfun to play a religious civ against Spain, Coastal. Dude, he can get armadas before you can have fleets, right? Because his armadas come at mercantilism, which is much earlier than the nationalism. So he can have armadas +5 against religion, +22 against a religious civ. It's just like giga dumb. Oh, next one, Sifia. I think it's a strong civ. Where would I put her? I think Sifia just like wins too many matchups. Like spawning close to Sifia is ridiculous right now. I mean, it always has been top war civ. It doesn't get double horses like in the base game, but it can fave by all the cavalry type units. And the Kurgans, they get 1 faith and 1 production for each adjacent pastures. So Kurgans is extremely good early game tempo, and your combat bonus works on all units, so very tough to trade against Sifia. The Sakas have 2 range, right, instead of 1, but they don't get doubled. So it's kinda a rework. Extremely cancerous. Initiation rights change, which is you get 2 warriors and you get faith for producing units. Again, another good combination with Sifia makes it absolute ace to spawn next to Sifia. Just like a lot of stuff just like makes it unfun to spawn next to Sifia. The combat bonus works on all units, including naval and the planes. So planes on Sifia heal every time they kill. The tanks heal. If the Sifia has a combat bonus over you, right? Like let's say it gets 1 arrow ahead of you. It gets some combat bonuses overstacked like a general early on. You just can't trade. You can't trade. Every time it kills a unit, it's just gonna have a full HP unit, and you can't trade. Like there's like no way to defend against. Like if it has any combat bonus, you're just dead most of the time. If it's like +5 plus, I mean +5 is sort of defendable against Sifia, but it's gonna be very tough. You really have to play a lot around it. +10, if Sifia somehow has +10 over you, on top of it's like I mean, excluding its +5 and heal, it's just over. Like nationalism on Sifia, nationalism industrial push on Sifia is deadly. Especially if you don't have nationalism, you just get auto-rolled. Yeah. A strong save goes into God tier. I mean, that's. I mean, by strong, I mean just like oh yeah, maybe I didn't explain it well, but it's a God tier save just because of its combat bonuses. Classically, everything is thrown in God, nothing is weak. Dude, do you not see how many civs we have? Dude, I think you don't realize that there is so many civs that are trash upcoming. That there is this guy, there is this girl, this guy, this guy with dog shit bias. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of hard. There's gonna be Brazil with no rainforest and stuff like that. So we can keep going. Regarding Dita, I think Dita recently, right? I've been arguing about it on the Bbg, but Dita got its trader removed from Plaza. I think it became actually quite worse because of this. Because like I played a lot of Dita, and almost all openings I feel like heavily relied on the Magnus internals, and then you wanted to chop off Ancestral to utilize your production towards settlers the most, and it really screwed up Adida. It just became much worse. It's like it's a worse version of Victoria in my opinion, and I don't think you want to pick it as much. I mean, like if you think about it, like let's say Vicky gets a continent split. The only advantage you have as Dita is a +5 barim, nothing else. Like you're not gonna have that more settlers than Vicky. You know, people always bring up, oh, you have production towards settlers, so you're naturally gonna have more cities. But that's not true because Vicky doesn't build a galleys and doesn't project as much as Dita. So you're gonna have a same city count because Vicky just naturally have more time to produce settlers, right? Even though without the production bonus, Vicky has a much stronger late game. I think Dita removal of a Plaza Trader just made it much weaker, in my opinion. I would definitely not first pick Dita anymore. The only, I would say, exclusion would be something Inland Sea if I'm facing Harald, because I wanted +5 galley. Outside of that, I just think Vicky is straight up better. I feel like Dido has been heavily nerfed. People don't realize that. They just say it, oh man, what's the big deal? It's just a trader. You know, like you have 20 traders, who cares? I think people don't realize that the whole Dido tempo kinda relied on trader. The reason it was picked on Pangaea and the Highlands, like it was actually in fact one of the few naval civs that was picked on Pangaea and the Highlands, is because 2 free traders allowed it to make quite consistently a lot of gold, right? Early in the game with barely any commitment, right? Like, and it was actually good for that. As soon as that removed, I think Pangaea and Highlands did are much worse. Like, just like straight up, much worse. Dido could spawn an extremely low production spawn, and still, because it had a Plaza Trader, it will have a good Magnus internals on both of its expands. That was a huge deal breaker, right? Right now, you just don't really have it. Like that, you only have one trader at Ancestral. Ancestral is like gonna be like turn 37, 38. Like a lot of your tempo is just straight up gone. The opening with Magnus for one internal doesn't seem that worth it. I mean, by the time you have lighthouses, it's much later. Yeah, it's a massive hit on a Dido tempo. And like I said, the only way you would play Dido over Vicky right now is if you're a bitch who wants to have a +5 galley. Regarding change to the base game, so you don't have a full heal on Coffin. They obviously removed an extra trader on Plaza. You only have 50%. You have 25% production towards settler and the boats instead of 50. And I think that's all. Also, regarding a lot of people bring it up, the production towards the boats, right? And say, oh my god, they have 25% towards the boats, man, I cannot outspam Dita. And you know, the only people who do it is people who probably skip the math classes in school and don't understand how it works, right? So look at this calculator, right? 25% production, right? You have extras Dita, right? 0.25. But you have one production base, right? Because your one production transforms into one production towards the boat. You also have a 100% production card, right? So it's another one. So Dido has 225 towards the boats. And England, or another naval civ, has one base and 100% production. So we divide that by 2. Your bonus as Dido towards the boats is 12.5%. So again, when is 12.5% gonna be a difference? Well, if you're not a donkey, you're gonna be one turn in a galley, right? Well, you're not. There's not gonna be a magical galley appearing every 8 turns as this 125 add up, right? So this 125 is going to absolute waste. How many turns you gonna spend on caravels? 4 turns. In most of the cases, this 125 is not gonna even make a difference for a caravel because you're usually gonna be 4 turning into 4 turning, and then this overflow is just gonna be disappearing because like it's not like stacking indefinitely. It's actually, I guess there's gonna be what, like, I guess it does stack a bit, right? Yeah, yeah, it does stack on caravels. So it means for 8 produced galleys, for 8 produced caravels, the 9th one is gonna be for free, right? Let's compare it to Viki, right? Viki is gonna have, let's say it's gonna have 7 city, right? Caravel timing. It means it got 7 free galleys, right? So how many does Dido need to make to like sort of be in line, right? It needs to make 7 multiplied by what? By 8. It needs to make 56 caravels to get the value of that 12.5% turning into what Viki gets for free. Are you gonna make 56 galleys? Not galleys, caravels. Don't think so. 7 city caravel time. 5. It depends on the map. If it's an inland sea, it's gonna be 5 city. But I'm just saying, I feel like most of the time this production bonus is extremely overrated. This is the same reason people should not pick God of Forge on a naval civs. It's the same reason, dude. I've seen people pick God of Forge on Harold, right? Who has 50% production, which makes God of Forge even less of a value, right? Because God of Forge Harold is 275 divided by 2.5. It's a 10% increase. It is degenerate. But people don't know how the math works, so they just keep thinking, 25% means I get, a 5th boat for free, right? No, that's not how it works, man. If you do the math, it's actually extremely bad return on your investment. Like, picking a production pantheon would end up being more galleys, caravels than this. Every 10 caravels you get 1. No, 8, no? 125, what do you mean? 0? Yeah, on Harold, yeah. That's not even on caravels, because God of Forge only works on ancient and classical, right? So, and since you can only one turn long ships, all the overflow is going to waste, so it's complete garbage on Harold. People who pick it are just like stupid. And skip the math classes, man, in school. But as a finance major, right, over here, guys, I'm revealing you the secret math and how it works, so you won't be stupid next time you pick a pantheon. Yeah. So I think the production bonus is irrelevant. The settler bonus is good, but like I said, I feel like just like a lot of tempo is gone with a trader. We will see it, but most likely Dita is gonna see a lot less play. Brazil. I think Brazil is a definition of Dyson, along with Congo. It can have an extra adjacency on campuses, theaters, and everything else, but it has low production. It can spawn in a full jungle, but it means it's gonna purely have shit production, even worse than like not spawning full jungle. What is it? What else is there? I mean, usually, you know, if you spawn next to mountain, you can have just as good campuses as Brazil, who's gonna be putting like in the jungle. I don't know. I feel like Brazil doesn't really accomplish anything in the sense like what's the victory condition of Brazil? What's the purpose of Brazil most of the times? You wanna ask this: what is Brazil gonna bring to the table? It's gonna bring stats. It doesn't really have a combat bonus. It doesn't really have any victory condition. It doesn't really dominate the coast. It doesn't really dominate the land. It doesn't really, you know, make GPT. It doesn't really. I mean, I don't know. It's just like a stat word that just like exists. It just, you know, it just exists, and that's all. I mean, yeah, you can roll somebody with minus gears, but again, people look at the minus gear stats and they don't consider the other factors, right? Minus gears are plus 10 by default, right? There is some disgusting timing. They also come earlier at nationalism, so you can focus full Kuchigo industrialization, maybe kill somebody with minus gears. But against other players, you're not gonna have Rajendra for sure on Brazil, right? Like it's out of discussion. You're not gonna have that. You can die to Caravel frigate before Minas Geras, and you're not gonna have an admiral for Minas Geras. So what we're looking, right? Let's start looking at this. So let's say I'm facing a naval civ, right, who got Rajendra and has an admiral. So my plus 10 minus Geras turned into plus 2 minus Geras, and I have a high chance of getting Bob before minus Geras. So, yeah. Who else can have plus 8 commercials in campus? Plus 8 commercials in campus. Mali. I feel like, yeah, and I feel like you can also get bomb while going for industrialization. It's like, it's kind of just like awkward. Like, it suffers from the inability to really. It just like doesn't have really a defined purpose, and I think that's my biggest problem with Brazil. It just exists and just makes stats, and that's all. You're forgetting minus gears. No, I already said them. Uh, didn't you guys pick it sometimes for Falcon? I mean, yeah, we picked it for Falcon against a much weaker team, and then he rolled them with Minas Geras, dude. I mean, but clearly that the team was clearly much weaker than us. Like, it's. I mean, dude, you know, you can open once in a while a stream and you're gonna see Chandragupta having highest science, and you're like, oh shit, dude, the Chandragupta is actually a science civ and actually one of the best simmer in the game. Like that, like you know, you're having a wrong, how do you call it? A chain of what causes what, right? Like the like having rolling somebody is a result, right? But the reason for it doesn't necessarily have to be a power level of the civ. It can be power level of the spawn or the skill of the player playing it, right? If the spawn is good and the player is much better, I can roll with a garbage civ another player on a broken civ, right? It's just like the way it works. Yeah. Complex is good. Yeah, complex you can go theater and stack a lot of theater and stack a lot of culture. Chandra isn't good sim, but Leash said Zulu has the best sim. Did Leash lied? I killed Noob, the best player in the world of Brazil a few days, maybe Nerf Pandra. The year that yeah, very funny man. Very funny. Okay. Let's go. Christina. Uh-huh. Where do we put Christina? I think she's just decent. I think she is another decent civ. I don't think she is weak, but like I don't think she's even situationally strong. I feel like, I mean, like I would put her. Like I had her situationally strong in the previous, for example, patch, but I think I would put her decent now. The reason for it is pretty simple. The Congress, like there was a trade road Congress, right? It's no longer there. So it's just a much weaker civ because of that. Yeah. When the trade road Congress existed, it was situationally strong. When it doesn't exist, it's decent at best. So yeah. It has a tundra bias. It has a bonus towards culture victory great works, but no real extra way to generate them. It has a slow early game tempo. It can get science up, but how is it gonna utilize the science? Question mark. The science adjacency is also not consistent. It's not like Arabia. The reason I put Arabia, Maya, and like Korea higher up as the science saves is because they're guaranteed to have a good adjacencies most of the time. While like spawning with the mountains, mountains is a luxury. It's not a right. No one is guaranteed a mountain, especially without a mountain bias. Like you can argue for good campus adjacency with mountains on Mapuche, but not on Sweden. So yeah, I think it's a decent civ. Nothing really. I mean, good Congress control, but Congress is quite weaker because of just removal of traders. Nobel Prize is irrelevant. I feel like if I see Sweden, I just pick something like Pericles or Gorgo, deny all the great works. Yeah, that's about it, I think. Let's go Mapuche. Do I dare to put? I think Mapuche is broken. Actually, broken or got here. I think Malo. Dude, I've been convinced and not convinced, and then like I believe, and then I keep changing my mind. But I honestly think Mapuche is giga broken. The reason for it is I think the mountain bias just makes it over the top. I feel like Mapuche can have a high chance of getting a good Chamamos and a good campus, and it has a combat bonus, and it has a way to utilize the early extra science by rushing Melons to auto-win the game if you pillage somebody. It also is good naval. It's also probably one of the few military civs that does not suck on Highlands. In terms of the base game changes, he gets, what is it? He gets +5 instead of +10 against Golden Age. And I think Chemamul gets 1 production base. And base game, I think he only gets it civil, but I might be wrong. Strong at best. What do you mean, strong at best? Did you not see? There was a statistics by French done. The guy, Mapuche, is literally have been first pick, first rotation ban, almost everywhere, with close to 80% win rate, or like he's sitting between 70 and 80% win rate in all tournaments game. Mapuche alone forces his neighbor, right? Like, okay, let's do this situation. You're my neighbor. I'm Mapuche. I'm gonna Malone your ass, right? What are you gonna do? You're gonna spam units, you know? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna go to your neighbor and pillage his ass. So what is your neighbor gonna do? He's gonna spam units. If your neighbor spam units because I'm about to Malone him, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna Malone the neighbor of the neighbor. So he has to spam units, right? And if your neighbor of the neighbor does not spam units, then I go to the neighbor of the neighbor of the neighbor and I Malone his ass. And if any of those group of neighbors decide to not make units and grit a little bit, his game is ruined and our team gets 2 or 3k gold. So the civ is fucking stupid. It also has a mountain bias. Like again, it's gonna have a consistently good campuses and Chemamuls. Dude, I had so many games where you just like drop a 4 culture Chemamul which is basically like Chemamul is basically a mine with culture. Also, people not utilize enough, but you can go like if you spawn with a lot of woods, you can put the Reina promotion for appeal, and it's gonna be more culture than Moksha while giving you gold. So yeah, you can make gold, culture, science, and then just rush Malone to ruin somebody's game. You're also good naval. You just like you're also complete cancer to spawn next to and fight. You also scale extremely weighted in late game. It's just like stupid. Like people who think he's strong don't realize that he just like he can win the game with 3 Malones. And it's not even about achieving Malones. The existence of Malones forces a slowdown of entire map from the enemy team because they have to make units just to defend the possibility of Malones even arriving. Not just like they cannot even, like, you know, maybe Malone won't even come, but the chance of them even arriving forces you to make units. And I dare you to show me a game that did not have a Mapuche on any map. Like, I don't remember actually last time. I feel like Mapuche have been close to 100% peak ban in almost every single game. The amount of games I casted, I've seen just won by 3 Malones sneaking into enemy simmer and pillaging his entire land. Also, it's quite devastating. And you know, like, you know what's the thing? If you pillage, again, you not only ruin the guy game because he is not, you know, simming up anymore when you're pillaging him. His stats are going down, right? So you're stopping his progression. He's going down. He's making units, and you're getting stats and gold to feed another guy push. Malone have 48 base. It's a Corsair replacement, by the way, in BBG. I forgot to mention that, right? It's a Corsair replacement with higher strength. For no fucking reason, it has higher strength. It has 6 movement. It has a +5 from a Mapuche bonus, so it's 53 base. So, 53 base. What is gonna kill it? Nothing really. And by the time you hit it 2 or 3 times, it's gonna have a promotion and it's just gonna promote and keep pillaging you. So yeah, just like it's gonna auto win the game. Why spin on solo? Because it's useless. I feel like after the removal of Trader Congress. That means it wasn't banned in most games, so it's weaker than all the banned civs. Uh, you know, Red, most of the times people just prefer to ban something like a higher, like the reason it's not in all maps is because there is a lot of naval maps, right? There is like what there is like 7 seas, highlands and stuff like no, sorry, not the highlands, sorry. There is like tilted where Mapuche is still top tier, but it's like a bit below someone like a Portugal who can hire all his ass, you know, like an auto win on like in the first 20 turns. So that's the main reason he's not banned on like some maps, because there is like just like straight up coin flip, you know, heads or tails auto win says, and people don't want to play against them. Do you think there is a Mapuche Black Queen synergy? No, I don't think so. New patch is up. Look, balance changed. Both Aztec and Spain lose the content bias. I'm doing it on a base BBS. I'm not doing it with a new BBS, but it doesn't really change anything. Uh, okay, let's go Indonesia. Uh, I think Indonesia is lower strong. God of Sea, good junk timing, uh, good campuses. I think it's extremely good on something like I feel like Indonesia is the first pick on Tilted and Primordial. I think it's extremely good on Inland. And I think it's much worse on all other maps. Actually, I feel like there is still a possibility. I feel like it's situationally strong because you really want to have a campus with a reef, which is not guaranteed. Actually, I mean, let's put it in situationally strong, not even strong, right? I mean, situationally strong is basically decent, but in some cases the situation is gonna be strong. So the reason I put it in situation strong is because, first of all, you want to open with campuses for a junk timing, not harbors. You never want to open harbors. You want to open with campuses and rush junks. So for that, you need being next to water and next to the reef, not on the jungle and stuff like that. So that's the biggest problem. Second of all, you want your opponent to be mid-distance, right? You want to junk him. You don't really want to be extending it super late, because I feel like she just seems worse than other naval civs, and I feel like she's much weaker in terms of scaling and everything, and gold generation she's like much worse. That's why and then again, it's like mostly the way I view Indonesia is like a 4-5 city junk all-in civ, which is why it is good on inland, on primordial, and I mean another like some sort of close like mid-game encounter naval map. You most of the time will have to boost Niter yourself, but if everything aligns well, the push of Jongs and Gallis is just undefendable. Did you see the teaser of Civ 7? Did you know? Man, you have to be a little bit more creative. I feel like every donkey by now realized that XCQ is elite to recrawl. Man, do I even dare to click it, to give you, I don't even give you satisfaction, man, by clicking it, like, I called you out so much, I'm not even gonna click it, even though I know what it is, I was just like, fuck you, man, just fuck you. Fuck you too, fuck you too, yeah, I know it's another Rick and Roll, but with different link. I feel like most of the people are sleeping on new kampongs, getting 4 plus, it is real. Dude, you are not getting me with that. It is real. No. Dude, listen. If you say it is real and then I click on it and it's a Rick and Roll, I look even dumber if I didn't say anything and clicked on it and it was a Rick and Roll. Okay, I feel like most people are sleeping on it. Oh, I accidentally clicked it. Oh my god, I clicked it again. When I tried to scroll over. This fucking picture, man. Okay, I feel like most people are sleeping on new kampong, getting plus 5, plus 3, plus 4 kampongs is really easy, and then you can pay by. Yeah, okay. I mean, what? I feel like the main purpose of a naval civ is to make gold most of the times and get the science up, which I feel like Indonesia is gonna be worse. Again, like I said, tilted, primordial, inland sea. Reason? Low production game. God of Sea is a deal breaker there. A lot of fights are gonna be 4 or 5 city junk all in. So yeah, just good. Now you look even dumber. I misclicked. I actually misclicked. I tried to scroll up the chat and I accidentally clicked on it. I don't think this tier list is viable after recrawl. Hopefully we're not gonna get, what is it, the Twitch VOD muted because of that. Because I'm telling you, the base game, like this, what was it? I click on it, right? The in-game music, right? Like the main menu by Christopher 13, right? If there is 3 or 4 seconds of it in a YouTube YouTube bot, the guy claims all the revenue from the ads. I don't even run the ads on the YouTube. Even if I wanted, I couldn't because I'm from Russia, right? We don't even have ads anymore. By the way, we have now a global ad blocker. Like there is no ads in Russia anymore. because you cannot run it for Russian viewers, and you cannot you cannot put them as a Russian channel on a YouTube. On Twitch, I think they still appear for Russian channels, but on YouTube there is no ads from Russian channels and for Russian channels. But whatever it is, like I'm just saying, the Crystal 13, like every time I would upload the VOD, there was gonna be, there is a copyright claim for Crystal 13, and there was gonna be a 7-hour VOD, right? And the timer would be like 2 seconds of a main menu music, and then as I said, he claims all my revenue, even though I don't have an ad, so I have no idea how the fuck the guy was claiming the revenue. Maybe I don't know, maybe it auto-tunes the ad or something to make up for me for having a music. Weird. Okay. So what is it? Where did we stop? Indonesia. Yeah, I think it's just situationally strong because it's too many conditions you need to meet. Dude, what is this? Cree. People always try to say Cree is God tier or Cree is a top pick. I think the only God tier Cree is like on the highlands. I feel like Cree has like a tendency of being considered extremely good, but it has like extremely low win rate. It can high roll like no other, having 6 or 7 pastures capital, getting food and gold. But I mean, if you don't have that many pastures, you don't feel that strong. You feel like quite miserable. I think Highlands Cree is good, but I mean, you're gonna have few pastures at least. It's kind of consistent. It's kind of strong, but it's like it's not gonna be on par with other civs. The changes from a base game is you only get a trader capacity at pottery, not the trader itself. You don't have ads on YouTube. That's so nice. Every video has an ads for me. I mean, the ads comes from the channel creator, and then like if channel creator monetizes his channel, and then there is also ads depending on your region. So obviously, if you are, for example, in Germany, right, you're gonna be getting some German stuff promoted to you, right? Like I'm not gonna get like as a German shampoo getting promoted in Russia because it makes no sense, right? So there is regional ads, and there is like first of all, the ads has to be enabled by the guy who runs the channel, and he has to also have it also regional. So like for example, if a specific region doesn't have ads, there's not gonna be ads for you. It's not true. Your video has ads as well, so it's just from my region. On a YouTube, how can you have ads on a YouTube? I don't even monetize my YouTube. I don't have monetization enabled. You cannot have ads on my YouTube. It's just impossible. Still very stable. One more trader, very good combo. Yeah, I know. I mean, Cree has good synergy with something like Mongolia, Sifia, Canada, Russia. The guys who have tends to have a high camp pasture spawn quite consistently. All video on YouTube get ads. That's not true. YouTube put ad even if you don't monetize it. That cannot be true. Even before all the shit started, like a month ago, I would almost never have an ads when watching from iPad or like iPhone. Just like I would never have an ads. I mean, I would never have an ads from a specific channel. You realize for you to get an ad from a channel, the guy has to monetize it. Otherwise, like there's gonna be a video with no ads. The правда. Does YouTube work with VPN in Russia? I will tell you even more, Rat. It works without VPN with Russia. In Russia. Okay. If they have include paid promotion tag, there is no ads. I don't know. I can't. Whatever. I don't know. I don't run ads. I don't run ads on Twitch. I don't run ads on YouTube. I feel like ads just ruin the experience, so I don't run them. I think the only ads you can get on Twitch for me is like a pre-roll, which is like automatic by Twitch. Or if it's run, the ads, it's automatic from Twitch, it's not from me. Okay. Where did we stop? We stopped on India. Let's go Canada. I don't know. I think it's situational this round. I'm gonna put it here. Norway got here. What Kabachok? You gonna did you know like Kabachok? I feel like I actually had few people discuss with me your post on BBG, and they said that in the last 2-3 years they have not seen a more biased person than you. It's just physically impossible to be more biased than you, right? Like in terms of your comments and see if you want to buff, you want to nerf, like it, like it fully aligns with a typical stereotype of the guy who only asks to buff his Sif and only asks to nerf everything he doesn't play or doesn't own or doesn't like, buffs his playstyle. You saying you like I play Norway, right? I play the Sifs. More like I play Norway, I play Basil, I play Victoria. It doesn't make sense for me to say that they're garbage. And it doesn't make sense for me to say they're god tier because it obviously aligns that they're a bit stronger than average, right? Because it obviously goes, then it like kind of says that either I am performing better because I play over the above average Sif, or it means the Sif perhaps like either other Sifs needs a buff which indirectly nerfs my Sif, or it also means that perhaps this Sif should be turned down, or like I mean I always believe the Sifs should be buffed instead of I think the bottom Sifs should be buffed, not the top Sifs should be nerfed. And I feel like overall BBG have been doing a good job, right? And a lot of people like complain how a lot of my tier list have a lot of Sifs at the higher ranking and not that many at the decent. And the reason I think for it is because BBG overall made most safe be sort of the same level, right? Where I think a lot of Sifs cannot be said that they're much better than the others, right? While some bottom Sifs are just like, there's like, there is like I would say, I call it a ball of Sifs who are like approximately the same level plus or minus, and then underneath it, like very low below, there is a bunch of shitters like this, right? It's impossible to really say there is like average Sif because like a lot of Sif are just kind of the same power level. But the tempo of BBG is already much higher than vanilla. Yeah, but you realize there is no way to. It's much easier to balance around high tempo than to balance around low tempo, because like think about it this way: what's the highest tile you can possibly spawn with? Let's say without the wonders, it's gonna be a free spice, right? So balancing the game around everyone having like a 2-2 or a 2-3 something in the cup, right? Makes that the highest roll is not that far away from the average roll. If you're gonna be balancing the game around everyone having 2-1, and then one guy, like a 2-1 base and a 2-1, and then one guy spawns with a 3-3, it instantly breaks the game. So it's just much easier, less changes, and sort of, like less commitment to balance around this. You can't even spawn with 3 free spices now. Yeah, I'm just saying, you wanna balance it as close as possible to the higher. Like, you don't want to completely everyone to high roll every single game, but you want to balance it so it's like always gonna be a bit below high roll, right? Just a tiny bit. This way everyone is gonna have a consistently good game, and the guy who like gets absolute, what is it? What's the best hand you can get in Pokemon? I don't know, Full House, what is it? Flash, you know, something like that. You know, when the guy gets a Full House, you know, with Deer's 2T base, it's not gonna be that far away from everyone else. Yeah, Royal Flash. When a guy gets the best thing he can possibly get, it's not gonna be that far away from like it's gonna be, you know, like the average spawn should not be extremely far away from it. Wait, what did Kabachok say? He's probably saying it about Norway. Maximum situation strong. It's maximum. Я не понимаю все равно, что за bias. What do you mean? Norway is picked on banned on almost all naval contact maps because of a longboat. It has high potential to just out-win the game based on spawning next to Vicky, for example. And then like it has a good tempo. It has good everything. Like it can make gold and it can fight against war civs. How can you possibly say that Norway is not god tier? Like it just okay. What do you think about HUDs in competitive games? I think HUDs add the RNG that's needed. If there is no HUDs, it's gonna be boring. For example, I played StarCraft, right? I find StarCraft boring because nothing changes. It's like people figure out the build order and then you can do it. So, you know, a lot of people in the BBG section always try, like, let's make all civ kind of the same power level. Let's make, like, everything, you know, like, be exactly the same. Let's make spawn the same. Let's make HUDs, you know, not exist. Let's remove wonders. Let's make all the tiles be exactly same thing, you know, like, but where is gonna be the fun? You just, like, you know, you realize when there is no RNG, right, like in StarCraft, there's gonna be an optimal build order, and then it's gonna be that. And any other build order is gonna be worse than the optimal one. The beauty of this game is you can roll a relic, and then maybe Earth Goddess is better now than a Stone Circles. Maybe I go Monumentality on a civ that doesn't go Monumentality. Or I got a builder. I got a builder from a hut. I wanted to go for a City Patron, but I got builder. Now I want to go for Open Sky because I have free patron and a free builder. Or did you know I rolled like what is it? You know, I rolled a 10-5 hut. Now now I get a God of Sea instead of Dita. You know, like my build order changes. There is a lot of stuff that improves and makes the game different. If you just remove all the RNG, it makes the game be the same thing, and the optimal build order being the most important thing in the game. So, no. Okay. Dita versus Norway. Dita is nowhere close better than Norway anymore. Hey, Wafhane, thank you so much for gifting us up. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to Canada. Oh, did I miss something? I also think it just feels bad to nerf shit. Why not just bring bottom up? Some people, there is a lot of, you know, like there's a lot of people who think, I think Iran described this positioning extremely well, where if you only buff the bottom, right, at some point you end up with the civs at the top, right? You know, like you buff bottom, then they become top, then you want to buff the previous top to be above the new top, and then you buff the old top, which used to be a bottom, to be again, and you know there's gonna be endless power creep. So you have to find a perfect balance where you want to nerf the civ without removing the fun aspect, but also buffing the bottom, right? It's extremely complicated. You don't want to just like only nerf or only buff, like, you know. What is it? Aristotle, I think Aristotle came up with you know, a term, a golden middle ground, right? Like you want to find a good you know, there should be nerfs and buffs, right? Like they cannot be only one. Like going one direction is not the good way. Yeah. For example, I think I really dislike the Dita losing trader. I think it just makes the civ extremely mindless, right? And people say that, and a lot of people like keep saying, oh, you know, the Dutch and Australia are bad naval civs. We have to nerf every naval civ in the game So I can play Dutch in Australia because it's a bad naval civ. Maybe the problem is not with every single naval civ in the game. Maybe the problem is with Australia and Dutch are just not being extremely suited for naval, and they need a buff towards naval. Maybe we shouldn't nerf 20 civs so the Dutch and Australia can play naval. How about that? But people know, a lot of people just keep claiming, everything has to be nerfed so their civ can be played. Okay, let's go back to Canada. I think Canada is situationally strong. I don't think it's strong here. The reason for it is, I mean, we have seen the game, like, Dystoria, with spawns without copper, without deers. Your game is shit. You have no, if you don't have copper or deers, your game is shit. Right? There is some good tricks you can do on Canada. There is some interesting plays. It definitely can go to Kulsha victory. It definitely can flip the game. It definitely can be a huge, what is it? A Diplo powerhouse, culture powerhouse. It can win the game space and can go nukes. It can do a lot, but like most of the times, I feel like your game kind of depends on your initial spawn, which by default makes it situational strong. If it spawns without any early like deers or anything, it can even be weak. It just feels like garbage. Like the game that Dystoria played against Civ Russia, I think if his team did not roll a relic, and if he didn't have Rorema, Dystoria would be irrelevant in that game. There's just like a difference between him having a game or not having the game. So, situational strong. The only change is like Canada gets one extra food base on the city center. I think I forgot to mention that Indonesia is almost... Oh, I wanted to say Indonesia is almost not changed from a base game. The only thing is like what junks require niter and the kampungs give faith for each adjacent fishing boat. And important to remember, if the global power level gets too high, balance becomes more and more flippy and snowbally. I mean, again, I really like the way Iran wrote it. I was always in favor of buffing weak civ, but I really like the way he described it, and it actually made a lot of sense. He said, let's imagine, right? There is war civs and sim civs, right? If we buff war civs to be more war focused and a sim civs to be more sim focused when they're like falling out of meta, what we end up with is a coin flip with a war civ spawning next to sim civs or sim civs spawning away from a war civs, and that's gonna be where like, and that is gonna be decided when a war civs roll a sim civs or a sim civs just out sim and roll the war civs. So like you need to really find the balance where it's not gonna be getting out of hand to the point that the like a war-based civ cannot catch up to a simming, but also a simming civ has a chance to defend against a war civ. What about silver? Silver is RNG. Silver is like not guaranteed. Okay, let's go to the next one. What, Persia? I feel like Persia fell out. I mean, people still pick it, but I feel like it's not that strong because Immortals lost support bonus in one of the recent patches. I don't remember when it happened. It's been a while already, but the support bonus on Immortals was a main nerf because like this is the main reason you pick the Civ, an internals and extremely disgusting classical push with UU. Can't wait to see Malion broken. I mean, I think it's kinda Giga Spawn dependent, but it breaks the game in some games. I don't know. I mean, what is there to say about Persia? What the changes is you don't get two movement on board declaration. You get +3 on attack just all the time without declaration. And your internal traders get buffed through civic and technology tree. So you have better internals, but you don't have 2 extra movement. That's about it. I mean, it's just consistent if people pick it. Immortal Rush on almost or run internals. It has consistent sim game, and it kills its neighbors quite often. Let's see what Kabachok is saying. Did you see? What is this supposed to mean? The god in Discord, the god Bog. No, Bog is no Tamha. Oh, he means BBG. Did you see in BBG Discord in general chat? Arim was crying. Rim was crying. Rome was crying. So the entire ancient civilization was crying that he's not getting picked enough. Oh no, he was no. He was crying that he was getting picked a lot. Wait, I don't understand what he. In BBG Discord in general chat, Rome was crying that he is picked a lot. Maybe we should diversify the picks. With 90%, we can guess what is gonna get picked or banned. Okay, I understand. That I couldn't understand what Kabachok wrote. He doesn't speak English. Or say with Russian. I got confused. There. What he's trying to say is we should diversify the picks, but like, I honestly don't think Rome is picked because it's OP. I think Rome is picked because it's consistent with what it does. Like the most consistent, it's like the most consistent it can possibly get. And I know a lot of people think Rome is Giga OP, and since we're talking about Rome, let's actually put him. Where is he? You know what we did last time? We did Optimus Princeps. We're gonna do it this time as well. Add the row above. We're gonna do the same again for him, because Rome is the best civ in the game. He's gonna be pink because pink is the best color, and he's gonna be here above all. Only below broken civs because they're fucking stupid. So the reason I think Rome is picked is like, think about it. What's the worst game you can have, right? On any civ. I think Rome is gonna perform better on that spawn than any other civ, right? It can go naval, it can war, it can sim, it can coliseum, it can just do anything. So like, it's not like it's more broken, for example, on a free sim than dude, what would be like the best highlight, the best highlighted civ? Who's like the best simmer in the game? Let's say say I don't know, who is like giga busted free sim? Like, let's say Mali, right? So let's say if we get high roll, Mali or Portugal, right? Rome is obviously not gonna perform just as well, right? But if we get low roll Mali or Portugal, Rome is gonna perform much better on their spawn, right? So if you take all the civs, like every single one, right? Their low and high roll can be higher than Rome and lower than Rome, but the average game, Rome is always gonna be above them. Like if we take average, his spawn is always gonna be his gameplay is always gonna be above everyone on average, if it makes sense. And this is the reason he is picked, not because of a power level. And that's the same thing I think Japan is picked, not because like Japan is that OP or Rome is that OP. It's just because if you take an average of a lot of games, Rome is just gonna perform overall better than all of those civs. Where can we see the French civ stats you were talking about? On the French server, I don't know. They posted it somewhere. I don't know. I don't know. They were just like posting it randomly. I didn't save them in the voice chat. Russia, Chandra. What are your thoughts on picking for a best of 3? Why do people ask right now? Hello, guys. Don't ask this. Don't ask this. Don't say go as I'm gonna answer your question right now. Hello, we're talking about, you see, what is it? Stream information. Tier list for competitive 4 versus 4. Dude, you know, I can answer you. Go tier list for competitive 4, so go. Go with that, man. We don't go 2v2. No, we don't go 2v2. When we don't discuss 2v2. We discuss 4 versus 4. Okay. So yeah, Rome is just consistent. The only change, it has been nerfed a little in BBG. You only get monument at Code of Laws, and the buffs have been buffed. By the way, if there is anything that should be nerfed on Rome, in my opinion, it's the buffs. Why the fuck are the buffs buffed in a BBG? So buff get half a culture for each adjacent district, on top of being cheaper than Aqueduct, giving 2 housing and amenity. Why the fuck is that buffed? Because it just means he has more culture, he has an amenity, and he has a good industrial setup. It doesn't make sense. I understand the idea, but I feel like this is unnecessary for Rome. So that's the only thing I would change on Rome. If anything, I would say Rome is at the level where, you know, like I think it's in a perfect power level, right? A lot of people will disagree because he's picked a lot. He's considered like a top civ, right? But again, not because I think he's like giga broken, just because he's a giga consistent. So if you're a good player, for you consistency is more important than, for example, the power level. I mean, his power level is not that far away from like the top, you know, like. But I mean, he's top. I'm just saying, like overall, on average, he's too consistent, so that's why people pick him. You just naturally, like, even the roads, even the small thing like the roads, not only monuments, but the roads, right? If you are on a weird land and you have to settle in a straight line towards a good spawn, right? Rome has a road between cities, so you can just like go straight through the roads to go to the good expand, right? Like every bonus of his just makes him utilize every single spawn to its fullest, right? Like, so, sort of every spawn has a chance for him. What did you say, Ban? You wrote a big man. Can you explain Hansa Mongolia? No. Maybe if you don't finish tier list, your son can do it. Dude, why you guys bitching? Hello. I do my tier list at my own pace, you know. I feel like it's the, you know what's funny? You know? The people who complain about my tier list being strong have been doing it for the last, what is it? 3 hours, you know, like the guy just sits there, complains your tier list too long, and just he keeps sitting there, but you know, he doesn't want to do anything. He wants to keep listening. He's gonna sit here and he's gonna, for 3 fucking hours, he just sits there and complains that it's taking too long. Dude. And I will keep doing it, man. I don't give a fuck. I will just keep doing it at my own pace. You don't like it? Suck it. So yeah, I think Canada goes here. Can have a bad spawn. Yeah. Let's go Genghis, man. You know, I played few games as Genghis. I feel like people don't utilize Pikeman enough. But I mean, he's definitely gonna go in the God tier. But I feel like he's completely different on some maps. Like, I think Genghis is good on Inland Sea and Pangaea more than on, for example, Seven Seas, Highlands, Tilted. I think he's quite bad. Like, I think on those map, I would even, you know, maybe put him in situationally strong at the bottom. In some rare cases, he will even be weak because you're gonna have no bonus. Just a reminder, there was a game, Barking Gank against Sphinx. T-Dupe played Mongolia on 7 Seas. he spawned on an island, right? And you might say, oh, just unlucky spawn, but I think I predicted it during the cast that picking Mongolia is degenerate because it's gonna spawn on an island. So you can blame the luck and the spawn, but like the truth is, I think Genghis shines on inland and Pangaea, but on other maps, I think he's just not that good. I feel like you don't have tempo for highlands. And I mean, on 7 seas, he's strong, but I feel like a lot of times you just can't really reach a lot of times on 7 seas. Like on Pangaea and inland, I think is the best map. Like, he's like complete god tier there because it's extremely war focused maps with mostly mid-game interactions, right? Like a mid-game being deciding factor, especially on inland sea. Inland also tends to have a lot of flat tiles, which allows Genghis to control half of the map. I don't know. I think on another maps he's extremely overrated. In case I'm not allowed to resolve the prediction later, it started. What is this? Tier list done in 2 hours. I know it started at 2:50 my time. Okay. Yeah. I also the only change I think. Oh yeah. The changes in BBG is they nerfed the Kazakh by +5 on attack. So it's like what? Yeah, +5 on attack. And you don't get intel when you send a trader to another civilization. Тогда Мануса, Ганди, Горга, России можно закинуть в Канаде в группу смело. Нет, потому что Канада, она хуже адаптируется, чем остальные. Канаде нужно либо серебро, либо олени, иначе ГГ. Россия может играть без этого. Россия намного более стабильная, чем Канада. И Гаргани то же самое. Почему? Okay. I got told in Russian that we should put Russia here as well. Gandhi and stuff as Canada. Because like I said, it's extremely spawn dependent, but I don't agree because Canada heavily relies on getting either so as Canada you want to have either religious idols or deers. Not having one or another or pantheons or having like copper but not having a pantheon or having having no deers but having copper with no pantheon is still gonna be shit. Like you basically need to have deer or copper and then have a pantheon for them, otherwise you give me shit. So yeah, a lot of people who say that's not the case, you have to consider the fact that by default Canada is a definition of a peasant, right? He has a 1-2 tile to work because it's in tundra, and he's gonna be 3 foot base, which basically, if we translate the food to the 1-2, it means he always spawn as a grassland gank at 2-1 base 2-2, and then he only has disadvantages like you can't get food up without deers. It's gonna be pretty tough. Russia can adapt to almost all spawns, unlike Canada. Okay, talking about Russia. Actually did. I'm gonna put like this. Like this. I think I put Russia here. So Russia in the BBG doesn't get faith from Tundra. I mean the religious pantheon have been the religious beliefs pantheon have been changed a lot. The Cossacks are nerfed. The great people of culture are delayed. You only get writers for temple and artists for religious tier 3 build, and you don't get free musicians. And I think everything else is the same, but like overall it has been heavily nerfed, but it's still a top pick. The beauty of Russia is it can adapt to almost every spawn. The guy who is trying to fight with Russia is gonna be fighting in Tundra, which even if he kills him, he's not gonna snowball of killing Russia. Also, having a Tundra spawn means you spawn far away from everyone. The half-cost Lavra, half-cost Holy Site means and a free Pantheon. You get 1 faith starting turn 1. Starting turn 0, actually, you get 1 faith on turn 1. Means you always gonna be the one of the first to choose a Pantheon, and you can pick whatever suits you the best. From Earth Goddess, Religious Idol, Deer, River Goddess, Sacred Path, Dance of Aurora, just like God of Sea, whatever you want. Whatever your soul desires, right? And half-cost Holy Site means you can spam Holy Sites even on low production spawn and kickstart it with Monumentality. Yeah, it's just like extremely adaptive save. Another reason it's picked, just like Rome, I don't particularly think that Russia is OP. I feel like civs like Khmer seem much better than Russia, but you can kind of get screwed by Khmer a lot more than Russia because you, as Khmer, you rely heavily on rivers. As Russia, you don't really care. So, yeah.
Are we there yet? No. 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 Are we there yet? You little.
Thank you. I understood. It was like, it was, how you call it? The Simpsons episode where the Bart and Lisa were asking Homer if we got there. I think it's trying to represent the typical annoying kids. Just keep asking, are we there, there. It's just like, and it's like, it's you guys in the chat keep asking when the tier list is gonna end, and then you're gonna complain that the tier list ended. You know, right now you're complaining if the tier list is going, and then you're gonna complain that it ended. How is Russia spawn dependent? I don't think Russia is spawn dependent. I don't agree with the guy saying it's spawn dependent. There has been many cases where people saying that, like, look at this. Canada without tundra is shit. Russia without tundra is actually just as good. Yeah. So yeah, Russia is just good here. Let's go. Who is the next one? Zulu. Dude, I think Zulu. I think I put him here. And the main reason is because fucking impies, dude. I have been an opinion that impies, like, look at this. No, people don't listen to me, but there is no counter to impies. And actually people started utilizing it a lot more lately. Zulu, close encounter impies is bullshit. There is no counter to impies. Man at Arms is 46 base. It gets +5 against anti-cavalry. That's 51. 51, okay? Remember that number. Because Impy is 45 base, but since it's Zulu, it's always going to be core. It's always going to be 55. So a 51 base man at arm is going to be facing a 55 strength Impy, which has a double flanking. So a unit that counters Impy doesn't actually counter it, let alone when it gets flanked. I know there's gonna be some geniuses probably in the chat saying, what about oligarchy and the general and the military alliance and then Intel and then what is it, wars of religion, fascism, I don't know what other card you can stick up there, crusade, defender, like, but it worked for both sides, so we're only comparing base. So it's 51 against 55, where Imp always win even against the counter. It's just like, there is, just like Imp are counterable. And I think the only maps Zulu struggle on is the naval maps. Because you have no bonus towards naval and obviously opening with Ikanda kinda blows. Wait, what happened to Vietnam? What did oh my god, Vietnam got moved. I think this is the reason I will put Vietnam above Zulu, is because this civ plays navally and this civ doesn't. Zulu have been consistent first peak rotation. Sorry, first peak in the first rotation on a Pangaea. Don't think it's the same on other maps, but like on Pangaea it is first peak every single game lately. And people don't catch up. On top of it, right? Impy being giga busted. He counters other war saves. Zulu beats Basil, Zulu beats Genghis. Zulu beats Sifia, after in the mid game. Zulu bops Mapuche with Dark Age Impy. Zulu just like Zulu kills almost everything with Impies. Like Impies deserve a nerf. I don't think Zulu itself is giga busted in its bonuses, but I think Impy is just ridiculously strong. Why is Vietnam better than Zulu naval? Because encampments don't consume a district slot. If you go encampment as Zulu, you cannot build harbor, and then or you cannot build plaza campus. It's just really delays. Has there ever been a situation? Oh yeah, wait. There was a question. Wait, has there ever been a situation where a blizzard helped Russia by owning? Yeah, there was a situation, and you know, it was even on this channel. From me, I mean, not from me. I wasn't the one getting fucked, but it was on my channel. I don't know if somebody can pull it out. Did I know this is not a clip because it's lost all? But there, like, if somebody can find, there was like, wait, I think I can even find it. Let me check. Let me check. Maybe I can even find it for you. I think I need to go, what, creator, community? No, wait, where did I go? Clips? How do I see the clips? Clips of my channel. Huh? Wait, how do I find the best clips from my channel? 1 second. All videos, popular clips. Top. Dude, I'm trying to find it. Here. God. Oh, Blizzard Massacre. So I remember this. This was what's the name? Wine Time against Civ Rider. Civ Rider is playing green, whoever he was, I don't remember. And Wine Time, looking pretty dead. This was like early Rise and Fall. So like at this point you would usually die because he doesn't have a general, the city's dead. The walls were weaker and everything was just like, and boom. Boom. Everything disappeared. Again, let's look at it again. Plum. Everything is gone. Let's look at it again. It's so good. It's so good. Let's look at it again. Plum. So this happened. This happened. There is actually a recorded evidence of this happening. Okay, go back. Okay. Turn the sound on. I don't remember. We can, but what is the sound gonna do? Sound is not gonna do anything. Fuck the sound, dude. Fuck the sound. I think it was me streaming without the camera on the old mic.
Fucking rave too.
Oh, we can hear Waza Baza.
Fucking rave too.
Oh man! Oh!
Just like
Oh, I just came, man. I just came over the Russia Blizzard. It was good old times, dude. Okay. I want to close this so it doesn't go. Okay. So, what now? Who is the next one? Congo. Do the duel now. Wait, there was this story or something typing. I want to see what he typed. Jack, your tier list is not accurate with my point of view. Since I'm the king and you lost CGC really high, your tier list is wrong. Thanks for reading. I didn't even play most of the CGC games. I think Sandro was always putting the games in like middle of the night for me, so I would never ever sign up to play them. I would literally always not sign up for it. I mean, I understand Sandro lives in America and it's most of the time was extremely early for him, but like we couldn't play. I couldn't like even yesterday there was like they wanted to do something along the lines of Scream, but we never did it because Sandro wanted to play at like 10 my time, right? And I think I don't know what's the Falcon time and Leash. I mean Leash was fine to play it, but like me and Falcon didn't want to play at that time, and Sandra couldn't arrive at that time, so it was just like awkward. Yeah, so that did not happen. Okay. Where did we stop? We stopped at Zulu. So yeah, I think Impis deserve a nerf. I don't think Zulu deserve a nerf. I think Zulu really gets offset by, again, Zulu requires a dedicated gold maker, right? Like Mongolia doesn't need a gold maker to be, to do what he wants. Brazil doesn't need a gold maker. Zulu, Impirash doesn't need a gold maker, right? But the power level of Impis is too much. All other Zulu pushes require quite considerable amount of gold. The reason he doesn't need a gold maker for Impis, they're cheap, they're lower production, they're lower maintenance, and just like they're extremely cheap. Usually Zulu needs a gold maker because the way the math works. Again, guys, finance major will explain it to you for those who don't understand the math behind it, right? The course cost 50% more gold to maintain, right? And I'm pretty sure it's always gonna round up to the higher amount, right? Like, so let's say we have a crossbow, 3 gold maintenance, right? So a 50% of 3 is gonna be 4.5, but 4.5 obviously means it's gonna round up to 5. So what's the problem with that? Like, instead of just having 2 crossbows, the problem is that conscription card works per unit. So your conscription is effectively twice weaker. Because if I have, like, let's say crossbows, or actually, is crossbows 2 maintenance? Wait, or 3 maintenance? 3 maintenance. Okay. So it would be like 5 gold, right? So with a conscription is gonna be 4 gold. For our civ, it's gonna be 2 gold per crossbow. But since core is only 50% stronger than 1 crossbow, effectively 2 crossbows is better. So it basically means you consume a lot of gold, and I also need shit ton to upgrade. So Zulu obviously always have a problem with this. And it gets even worse as we start going into 4 maintenance units and 5 maintenance units. Like, Zulu is gonna be hard negative on top of not really making any gold himself. Yeah. Okay. What's the next one? Go. TVC start in 2 hours, right? In 3 hours, 12 minutes for you, my friend. No, I'm converting. Converter for you. If you nerf Impis, you are nerfing Zulu. No, I don't. I mean, nerfing Zulu is if without nerfing his bonuses, just nerfing Impis. Can't believe I subbed to a channel that's a tier list maker or lobby simulator, never winning for the viewer. Okay, let's go. Congo, the definition of decent. Definition. Just, what is it? You guys have bonuses, they're somewhat consistent, but they're all shit. I mean, they sort of make your game a bit better, but nothing really exceptional. So, yeah. Just decent, man. Decent. Nothing else. Okay. Let's go. Korea. You know, I played Korea a lot before, and now I started playing it a lot less. Because I feel like, I don't know, either BBS screws up, but I barely get any mines. And when I get, it's just like shit ton of floodplains on top of it. Like few mines and then surrounded with floodplains. Outside of the highlands, I feel like I get giga annoyed by the civ. But at the same time, it can roll somebody with watches if you high roll. It like has weird situation where Korea can high roll and sort of consider it to be somewhat stable, but at the same time, a lot of times you can just spawn in the jungle, cannot put Saiwon. You can, maybe you're not gonna have enough heals, or it's gonna be awkward, or it's gonna be something like a banan. Imagine you have a banan next to Saiwon, so you need to chop banan, you need to chop the jungle and then put a mine. The entire builder has to be spent to improve a single mine. And quite a lot of times you can also have mountains which are going to be higher science than your Saiwon. So it's, yeah. I don't know. It can be broken, you know, like some spawns it's like this, right? It gets so much science, it rolls its neighbor. Sometimes it spawn like this and it's just like complete shit. I don't know. Honestly, thinking about it, perhaps what Korea needs, right? I don't know. No, I don't know. No, I want to say, but I don't think it doesn't make sense. I think Korea is going to be at the top of situationally strong. By the way, my tier list works from left to right as well. So I think the civs that on the right is on a weaker scale of their respected tier. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I played a lot of Korea. I like Korea. I rolled so many people with Hawachers, but a lot of times it feels like it's just like, I don't know, just like kind of awkward. It's not enough heals. Yeah. Explain in Zulu 90 minutes, but Congo 30 seconds. What is there to say? The civ. Okay, go back to Congo, man. What, he gets a relic? Okay, Bbg Changes. He gets a relic for each plaza building. 2 food to production on turn 38, irrelevant. He gets extra merchants, right? So he can grab that that extra trader slot. Or you know what? You can just play Persia and start with an extra trader. Irrelevant. You get extra musicians and writers and artists. Who cares, man? Who cares? You still don't have any bonus towards building theaters or getting tempo adjacency out of it at the moment. Mambanza, the spy, you're just gonna go there and create rebels in your cities. Wow. Shit bonus. You unique unit that cannot push, only defend. You just defend, you know, you're like a, what is it? A massive Shrek, right? But you just sit in your swamp, man, and nobody goes in your swamp. You just have your own swamp. You're just a Shrek, man. Nothing else. Nobody goes in, nobody goes out. You just sit in your swamp. That's all. That's the entire Civ. Nobody cares about you, and you don't care about anyone else. That you just exist. Prediction for one tier list. There is actually a prediction, no? Corny played Congo and had 600 stats turn 30. I think you're mentioning the game where I played Germany, used candy and fed him 5 relics. Doesn't Korea just rely too heavily on gold to be giga strong? No, because BBG Korea gets a culture bomb on Saiwon, but Saiwon start with 2 adjacency and they get half adjacency for each mine. Also, theaters get adjacency from Saiwons, and Saiwon don't lose adjacency from theaters. I mean, it's pretty good, but like, I feel like if you had a more reliable way to get 4 mines or at least 3 mines next to Saiwon, which is not possible on a lot of maps like Pangaea, in my opinion, and Inland Sea, it would be a lot better, but it's not the case. So another problem with Korea. Oh, what do I want to say? Again, like I said, you need to chop so much. Like if there is a banana resource, you need to chop too much to actually get the bonus. Overall, the sieve is good. Like I don't know, it's somewhat consistent, but just the mines is not good enough. And people need to also do the math, right? Like if like, on why is it top pick on the Highlands? Because a Saiwan with 6 hills, BBG version around it, is effectively a +8 campus for half price with a culture bomb. How do I arrive at a +8, right? Let's do the math. So you have +2 base, right? So that's +2. And if you surround it with 6 hills, that's a +5. But the 6 hills also give 6 signs. So we need to divide that by 2 because there is a card that doubles adjacency, which effectively means it's a equivalent of +8 campus. So on the Highlands, it's good, right? And a 4 hill Korea is very strong. But a 2 hill Korea Saiwon is equivalent of, what is it, a +4 campus, which is not that, I mean, it is good, but it's not that good. Maybe if their farms, like, you know, like farms give half adjacency like a Maya does, because the Simons do buff the farms, so it makes sense. Maybe if their farms gave half adjacency, it would be better. Then people could stack farms and mines next to Simons, but maybe it would be too much. We don't know. So that's something has to be, I feel like it needs a bit more consistency because, yeah. Where is the Mali, or am I blind? He's here, man, he's here. Okay, so yeah, I think Korea needs something. I feel like it, so also in our Korea tends to be quite low on GPT compared to Maya, because Maya goes plantations and farm, just like sort of a bit more consistent. Vitally see nobody played, so it's clear indication that he's not very strong. Jack's too clueless to know how much shit goes because he has a team just feeds him. Go brainlessly for 4 hours and lose. Wow. Possibly Korea buff, give someone half adjacency from mountains. You know what? I will be completely honest with you. I think both Saiwons and Observatory should get a 2 adjacency from geothermal and a full adjacency from mountains, like a standard adjacency. I feel like it's extremely dumb that a unique district in some cases is worse than a base one because it has a more specific adjacencies. I would be down to try that for sure. That's for sure should be changed. Then we might see a geothermal next to 2 hills, and then the side one is gonna be interesting. I feel like maybe there is gonna be people gonna be picking it on other maps. It's gonna be just like overall, it's gonna be a bit more interesting. It's also gonna align well with Korea and Maya killing somebody, like killing another civ, and inheriting, you know, an actually decent campuses instead of, you know, a negative adjacency in Korea case, or 0 adjacencies for Maya. So, just yeah. Yeah. That was funny when you read it out. I'm glad you liked it. What about after that go 4 versus 4 player list? Why would I do 4 versus 4 player list? You know how it's gonna go with 4 versus 4 player list? Somebody is gonna get triggered that he is not on a tier list. Somebody is gonna get triggered that he is not, that he is on a tier list. Somebody is gonna get triggered the way he is on a tier list. And I'm obviously extremely, how do you call it? I cannot be objective on our. I feel like a lot of plays are like extremely, what do you say? Subjective. Who is a good player? Who is a bad player? Right? And most of all, I get asked a lot of questions. Who is the best player on Civ, man? Besides me, obviously, because like if they were asking me, and the answer would be pretty simple, right? Like if they included me. So they always ask me, who is the best player besides you, Jack? Right? And I always tell them, the best player is the guy who has the best spawn, man. Because I think at the higher level, the spawn is, and the ability to not get triggered is probably the most important thing in the game, right? I mean, for your performance. Like, if you're getting tilted over a stupid shit, like for example, Sometimes I do, quite rarely, right? Like, you know, I'll just like something happens, I get upset, I start crying, I cannot get over it. I'm like a baby, I just keep crying for 2 hours until my team can sit. Right? That's not very good for
Suck me, Jack, suck me!
for winning.
The best C player is whoever sent Jack the most goal.
Hey, Harry VX, thank you so much. Thank you so much for 18 months. The best C player is whoever sends the Jack them. I guess Leash is the best goal. The best player. Yeah, the best player. Thank you so much for 18 months. But yeah, I feel like it's just like pointless to do a tier list because a lot of times it's just like the spawn is gonna decide more than anything. The positioning and the civs who are we facing. Yeah. Didn't realize you changed the sub sound. I did not change it. It goes 50-50. I have 2 sub sounds, right now. It's me speaking like a Neanderthal and Falcon screaming, "Suck me, Jack, suck me." That's the 2 sub sounds I have. "Suck me, Jack," and me just like Neanderthal talking. 50-50. If there's gonna be any... I found a way to make it on a 3 blobs, so they're gonna be sort of, you know... like, you know, how do you call it? Going back and forth. Like, I mean, it's like 50-50 which one you get. And Miguel. Miguel? No, there is no. Which one is Miguel? I don't have the third one. Yeah, there is like players, like, I feel like Corny, even if he's like, if he gets a bad spawn or like, or task, if they get a bad spawn, they just keep playing and they keep playing, you know? And if it's like, you know, if it's like something like me, Ban, Corny, Falcon, Carrier, I feel like we just give up. I feel like if, like, me, Falcon, Carrier, Ban, well, who else is a typical god spawner and then complainer outside of that? Like, I mean, we're just like Sandro, dude. Sandro is one of the worst as well, alongside with me. He's just like, dude, if you have a bad spawn, oh man, that is it. That's the game. John. Yeah, there's like a lot of players who just like can't play or can't deal with playing from a behind or playing from weaker spawn, and there is corny task, you know, they're like, they're gonna keep playing, they're gonna keep trying, so yeah, that's good for them. Okay, let's go for the next sim. Dude, Ottoman. I really like Ottoman. I like Ottoman. I'm gonna put him here. I don't think he is strong, but I think he's good enough to play in 4 versus 4. And I think he is situationally strong. So Bbg Ottoman has few changes, right? His bank gives an extra trader capacity. So you have 1 at market and 1 at the bank. That's the main thing. So how does it make safe? Like, I think before I rated it being pretty weak, while now I say it's situationally strong. So how does it make it strong? Because your other bonus is Janissary. So you have 2 options. You spawn frontline, you go Janissary all in, you know, the wall map filled with Janissary, and you just try to ruin some, like you try to kill your neighbor. That's your one game plan. Your other game plan, you don't have a guy for Janissary, you go banks. And in the banks, you have double the trader count, so you sim up extremely well. Also, banks give amenity for each luxury improved in the city. So it means all your cities are going to be ecstatic. So you have double the trader count and all your cities are ecstatic. In case you don't know how the bank works, the bank gives amenity for each luxury improved, right, in the city. So it means if you have 5 citruses, you get 5 amenities, even though it's the same luxury. If you have 10 citruses, you get 10 amenities in that city. So all your city is going to be ecstatic most of the time as Ottoman. That's pretty disgusting. He makes a lot of gold and makes a lot of stats, and yeah, he scales extremely well. His early game is quite slow. This is the reason I don't put him as strong. And you kind of want to high roll a decent campuses to get banks on a good timing. I feel like if there was a bit more consistency towards getting the banks and Janissary, if you had like some sort of, you know, a way to achieve a consistently fast science, it would definitely be strong or maybe in God tier. But like the problem is you might not be able to have a consistently fast one of those. And before that, you're basically playing a vanilla save with a governor, with like a unique governor, which is only good for like cheesing the cities or like doing, you know, like, or when you're already killing. Uh, 2k military with Janissaries get one-shotted by one conquista. What are you talking about? What? Yeah, overall, the civ is extremely good. I think the unique ship maybe could use a little buff. It's a bit inconsistent, but it's definitely, it can be played in 4 versus 4. People don't tend to pick it, but Ottomans can perform well on the highlands. It can defend deadly pushes with its unique governor because it has +5, Victor has +3 only. It can do a massive mid-game all in with Janissary. Like, yeah, it's a good save, but like a bit more consistency would be higher. Let's go John Curtin. Where did I put John Curtin? I think I put him... I mean... Where do I want to put John Curtin? I want to say situationally strong because he can really high roll, campus, posture, fast tempo. But most of the times, even when I played Australia, right? And I get high roll. What's the next step of my plan? What do I do with that, you know, what do I do with that +9 campus? What do I do with +20 campus? What do I do with 300 science? What do I do with +20 theater? You know, I don't know what to do with it. What do I do? I mean, I can kill somebody, but I don't know. I feel like he suffers from the same problem as Brazil. He is decent, and overall, like, you can have a bad appeal spawns, but like, I don't really know what to do with him. Like, you're a naval safe that doesn't go harbors, so that sucks. You don't really make gold. That kinda sucks. You can low roll, you can high roll, but like, even if you high roll, what do you do with your science? You can go diggers, but oh what? What is the diggers gonna do? I mean, they can probably kill, but they cannot kill through the steel walls. I don't know, I think it's just like decent. Win. How do you win? You don't have extra tourism. The science victory only happens if the game is giga close. You don't make gold, really. You don't really have any bonus towards generating favor or anything. You just like, you don't really, you're not really suited for killing. You're not really suited for winning. You're just a stat war, you know? You're like Pedro. You know, two brothers. They're gonna be together. Let's make them face each other as well. You're just stat war. Two stat wars, man. They just get science up, they get culture up, and then that's all. There is some rare cases where they're extremely disgusting. I mean, Australia is disgusting with unique improvement, with like a lot of early postures, but I don't know. I feel like it just doesn't really perform that well in terms of pushes, or like, I feel like it provides less value than, for example, Maya. I feel like, you know, like, for example, like, I don't know, it's just kind of awkward with Australia. You can't really go extremely, like even though Maya is a tall civ, Australia is a tall civ as well, but I feel like Australia scales worse than Maya, and I feel like there is a problem with Australia going more than 5-6 cities, as there is like usually not enough breathtaking tiles to actually utilize the campuses that well. Yeah. I get what you're saying, but they can make an impact if they want. I feel fast science, that it really does not really make an impact, because You see, the problem is it gets campuses, right? Then what's the next step? I mean, you probably want some gold, right? You go, and you're a naval. You want to go harbor, right? But your admiral control is late, right? Okay, you decide to go land push. Then you need a general, but you have campus and a harbor. So the general is going to be a lot of time to project for it. If you're extremely ahead in science, right, you can't even get a relevant general for you. So you get so much science, you become, you know, like, let's say Australia gets a +9 campuses. He gets to musketman, but the general is still classical. Unlucky. Okay, he goes, like, I mean, the only really reasonable thing he can go for diggers. It's just, like, extremely awkward. He has a lot of stats, but he just not on the same par with Maya. Like, Maya can get a lot of stats, but, like, Maya just, like, sort of can expand to 8 cities usually. I feel like Maya can go 8 cities. I feel like when I play Australia, I'm usually locked on, like, 6 cities or something. Just because I spawn on the coast and it takes too long to travel and the campuses there are just not worth it. It becomes more worth it for me to keep amenity than to settle next to the city. So yeah. What's the current garbage tier? I don't know, you can check the tier list, man. Here, but Karma, I'll link you tier list. Here. Go click on it. Go click on this. There is a tier list for you, man. Go click on it. You know, I will click it for you, man. Ah, get fucked. Boom. That's my link. Okay. Yeah. I think like Australia doesn't just really achieve anything, man. Yeah, I think Australia doesn't achieve anything. So the next one is France Black Queen. I think France's Black Queen is another decent civ. Dude, you know what? Yeah, dude, honestly, you know what's funny? Like, I was looking at this. I remember how Eleanor was garbage, and France Black Queen was considered to be good, and now it's now I rate this, and it's not because like just because of the how overbuffed the Great Works in Eleanor is. So the reason I rate France Black Queen as decent, in my opinion, is because political philosophy, you only unlock your intel at political philosophy, so you have that +3, right? Before that, you don't really have any temper or anything, right? So your combat bonus unlocks at political, and then you usually rush castle for a fast spy, by the way, which you have to hard tech. So not going for apprenticeship, not going for anything like crossbow tech, you know, like they can break stalemate. You usually go for a castles, which unlock coursers. Where you get a second spy, you get +6 now. But the courser is a shit unit, right? You can probably peel it to catch somebody off guard, but that's about it. So you didn't progress your sim with apprenticeship. You didn't go for crossbows that can break stalemate. You got your spy, right? What's next, right? You can't boost castle because you have to go for mercenaries to upgrade the stupid coursers, which gonna do absolutely nothing, right? So you hard tacked it, you went for mercenaries, then you go for civil, and then monarchy, and it feels like you don't really have tempo. The coursers achieve nothing. You have somewhat a +6, +9 intel, but it feels all irrelevant, dude. It just feels irrelevant. I mean, you can get a level 2 spy on somebody. I think usually by the time you get level 2 spy, the guy is either gonna have a spy of his own, so he's gonna be back to +6. Maybe he doesn't have for a few turns a spy, so he's gonna be +9. But you take coursers, and coursers don't break stalemate, so again, it's kinda irrelevant. The unique unit, I mean, it is good, right? But I feel like it can be reliably helped with just a cuirassier and the mass field cannons. So I don't know how I feel about France. Besides just saying it's decent. Unique improvement is by the way shit. The how do you call it? The chateau shit. I don't know. I don't really like it. Coffee in the school. I don't know. Oh yeah. I also forgot. You know your wall. So you know how you have a civ bonus towards a spy, right? You can make one click. Like for example, you know there is like a typical 99.9999999 success mission. You click on it, confirm. Yeah, complete in 3 turns. In 3 turns, your civ bonus it disappears, right? Like the spy gets captured, and you don't have a civ bonus anymore, right? It's just like it's gone. So there is that as well, and I feel like Catherine is literally a definition of like a decent war save and nothing else. It just kind of blows. I don't think the bonuses are that bad, but the spy coming at castles just doesn't align well with the push because the courses are irrelevant, right? They don't do anything. You also have to get mercenaries, and you cannot boost castles. It just like really feels awkward. It's just like I don't know what to do with this. If you can't, like, okay, then you can say you can go sim to your UU and roll somebody, but you're gonna sim slower than most of other civs in the game. And then if the guy gets to field cannons and the cuirassiers, you usually can't break him. And then he can also build Renaissance walls, and then again you can't break him because, or if he gets to steal, again all your UUs are useless. So it's just like it's kinda works sometimes and kinda don't work a lot of times. Hey Gatti and Honey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. When Dota rage at carrier today? I don't know if we're gonna, I mean, judging by the way that the tier list is going, and considering I applied to cast a game tonight between Civ Joe and QT Imperial, I don't think we're gonna have enough time for Dota game, but maybe if there is gonna be, I don't know, probably tomorrow at this point. Tomorrow, probably. Tomorrow, dude. Probably tomorrow. Okay, let's see about Catherine. Do not, prolong this tier list to be 10 hours. We have to a prediction to beat. Weren't the science civs considered good because of nukes? Nukes take too long. Usually, I feel like, I think nukes just take too long. Because look at this game. Dude, look at the game I casted no, not yesterday. 3 days ago. Dude, you're talking about nukes, right? Dude, the game didn't go past turn 60. How can we talk about nukes when the game ended in classical/medieval? Like, we can't talk about nukes. You can shade off precision turns on like Statue of Patala. No, I don't agree. It's too bad. In my view, the way I want Catherine, right? Like, so there is a vote right now on a BBG in the console vote. To first of all, move back the Diplo visibility on Catherine Black Queen to turn 1, right? So that's already extremely good. Why? Because the reason people really like Catherine is because it means it can put a lot of pressure early. The scouts become 13 strength. So what does it mean for 30 strength scout? What does it mean? It means a scout, 3 shots, an enemy scout, guaranteed. Right? Like with you can actually kill an enemy scout with 3 hits. So you have 2 scouts, you slap at the end of a turn, and then you probably try to hit double tap it with scouts, and then it's gonna kill it. So you put a lot more pressure. You're a lot more aggressive early game. That's already gonna be a massive thing for it. Its early game is gonna be a lot more aggressive. Second of all, I think unique improvement needs to be buffed. So why is it shit right now? Because it gives, what is it? It gives like 2 culture, right? And and I think 1 gold base. Let me check. What is it? Wait, it's not this, and we C Catherine. 2 culture base, 1 appeal irrelevant, 1 culture for each adjacent monster irrelevant, 1 gold and 1 food for each adjacent luxury resource. So let's say I put it next to luxury. It's gonna be what? It's gonna be 2 culture, 1 gold, and 1 food. Just awful. Just awful. And it comes in the middle game, right? It's a feudalism unique improvement. It just absolutely blows. So if it had Diplo visibility turn 1, it could be more aggressive with galleys, with scouts, with warriors against other civs. And the Chateau allows me to, and if Chateau gets buffed and I can actually spam Chateau, I can probably skip theaters and focus commercial campus while keeping up in culture, right? And not falling behind. So yeah, basically, it kind of acts as a way, as a sim bonus, Chateau, and Diplo visibility would allow it to you know, stay relevant. And then it all makes sense, right? Like it will align well, because it means if you have to focus less on culture, then your guards can come earlier, and maybe you can have guards with nationalism, and then the push is a lot stronger, because nobody's going to have a military academies at that point. And you might be asking, why military academy matter for this? The reason is simple, because the city strength and the city shot is dependent on the unit produced, not the strongest unit you combined. So if you produced a field cannon core, your city shot is going to be field cannon core. If you combined from 2 field cannons, 1 single core, your city shot is still going to be a single field cannon, not a field cannon core. So there is that sweet timing of Guard Imperials before military academies, where like the city shots basically don't do anything, and the city strength is not up to date with like cored up Guard Imperials, and you can actually do a disgusting pushes. So the viability of the civ and it actually being extremely good lies in Chateau and the political philosophy. And then a diplomatic visibility being turn 1. That's the 2 small changes that would completely change the civ. Give spammable UU. It cannot be adjacent next to each other, but like it should be something. I mean, it's not buildable, dude. You can't be serious. Like nobody builds Chateau. It's absolute dog shit. Also, you know what I hate the most? People complaining about spammable UU, while all of you, every single game, you chop the woods, you chop the stone, you chop the jungle, you chop every single thing to only spam mines. You only spam mines and nothing else. Yet people complain when there is anything besides mines getting built. Yeah, just like this is like people are insane, man. We have to build more. Like we cannot build one unique improvement. Yet every single cocksucker just builds mines and nothing else. Hey, Mutiny Lustus, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Last time I checked, everyone had access to mines. Yeah, but that's not the reason you're complaining, right? Like you complain, people complain about that unique improvement is extremely spammable, yet nobody complains that half of the games, that 99% of the games is people chopping every single resource and the feature just to put a mine on top of it. Okay, maybe nerf mines. How can you nerf mines? How can you? It gives 1 production at mining and 2 at apprenticeship. What, you're gonna make it half production? How can you make half production? We cannot make it 1.5 production. How can we nerf it? What, we make them? What can you even do to mines? No, Rat is saying this. How? I mean, there is no way to nerf the mines. Mines are way too OP compared to farms. I mean, mines are buffed around normal age, not a new age. We have just naturally too many heals on a new age. That's why the mines are stronger. Why you nerf mines? Do you have Frank? Dude, don't argue with me. Argue with Red. LBBG one was good and Farax is changing and we adopted it. I mean, I think the new, I think even the current Farax's version gives 2 gold on the river, but it doesn't give it in the BBG. Remove some bonuses. I mean, again, how can you nerf? Like, okay, let's say you convinced me and we want to nerf a mine. How do we nerf a mine? Like, look at this. So mine is 1 production base. It has 2nd production at apprenticeship and 3rd at industrialization. How can we nerf it? It's just like impossible to nerf it. Like you're gonna what say that mine should not get buffed at apprenticeship industrialization or what? I mean that's the most reasonable technologies, and you cannot make it half. And yeah, I don't think mine should be nerfed with URAT, but I feel like unique improvements should be as spammable. I mean, some unique improvements just have to be spammable, in my opinion. And I actually like it that some of them are spammable. Okay, let's go Pericles. I think Pericles is strong. Probably, I think I put him above Persia, below Cree. I think that's pretty fair. And since we're done here, let's put Gorgo right away. Gorgo is gonna be here. And Gorgo is gonna be here. So, Gorgo is god tier, Pericles is strong. Why do I think Pericles is strong while Gorgo is god tier? I will explain in a second. So the reason is a lot of 4 vs 4 obviously war heavy, right? And Pericles spawning front line is a lot worse than Gorgo, right? While his upside is not that much better. Okay, you get invoice, right? In a BBG, Gorgo does not get invoice, and the combat strength scales with amount of red cards, right? So, the free sim, I feel like Gorgo is kinda not that worse than Pericles, while frontline Gorgo is miles ahead of Pericles because of the culture kill, because of the combat bonus, right? Regarding invoice, I feel like even if you get shit ton of invoice, you can guarantee yourself a city state, right? Like you can guarantee yourself a city state you want. But it's not like you're gonna out control 2 civs at the same time, right? So maybe you can contest 1 strong city state, and the guy is gonna be contesting your whole game, and maybe some unimportant ones, right? You basically guarantee yourself like a SUSE 1 city state. That's what Pericles does, and you get 5% culture for it. As for Gorgo, the combat bonus really decides a lot on the naval maps. It works because it works on naval. It decides in the front confrontation. It also allows Gorgo to do, to utilize its culture more, because like you get shit ton of culture on Pericles, and what do you do after it? A lot of people will say go culture victory. The problem with culture victory on Pericles is naturally Greases are extremely bad civs to culture victory. They don't really generate a lot of tourism, and they don't really have any faith. So they cannot rock band, they cannot spam parks, and their tourism is usually quite low, right? They can go for culture victory if opponent team is completely uncontesting great people, or if they have extremely low culture. But generally, Greases don't really do that well at that. The advantages of Greases is you deny the culture victory, right? They're like more of a denier and booster more than actually a culture victory save, even though they have a unique theater. CS control. I feel like you cannot. I mean, like I said, Daniel. Like imagine I'm a monarch, right? Like I'm playing some. Dude, let's say I'm playing Genghis. I am a real donkey, right? And I'm controlling a city state. No, sorry, I'm not controlling the city state. I'm just sitting in monarchy. I'm just gonna keep dumping invoice in the exact same city state as Pericles is dumping. And I'm gonna force him to trade invoice with me. This means he can never, ever control another city state. Like if one guy just literally sits in monarchy and dumps envoys in the same city state as you cannot choose another one. But I that's why I think Gorgo is a lot more prioritized than Pericles. Like, yeah, it's cool, man. You can guarantee yourself any city state you want. Bologna, Ayutthaya, Kumasi, Johannesburg, you name it. But like, that's most of the time gonna be it. Yeah, and just like the combat bonus just scales better. So like, and then you can actually as Gorgo transition that in a disgusting fascism push, right? Like, I mean, Pericles doesn't have a combat bonus, so he's gonna have what, a fascism as his only advantage, right? Early fascism. While Gorgo is gonna have a +4 and fascism on top of it, and it's extremely good in the real war. So yeah, I think that makes sense. Let's go next, Egypt. I think Egypt is decent. I want to say it's situationally strong, but I don't think so. I put a situationally strong in my previous tier list, but I don't agree with it anymore. I feel like the gold yields are just on the traders are just not really justifying the pick. The only time I see Egypt get picked, it is Pangaea, right? And people think that picking naval civ is too greedy against a lot of war civs. They don't want to pick a naval civ, but they need the gold, so they pick Egypt. Why is Egypt better than the naval civ? Because it has a unique archer, right? So it can put pressure, it can defend itself, and it can make extra gold. It also has a possibility to buff its neighbor. But that's about it, right? It doesn't have any, like, the gold generation is not on par with another naval civs. I brought this multiple times on BBJ, and I think they're considering right now. So there was like, there is a suggestion, first of all, to increase the base yield of Egypt trader from 4 gold base to 6 external, and give it 2 gold per level of alliance, I think is currently proposal. The reason for it, for these numbers, is why? Because when you trade in navally, right, a trader to another city with just a harbor is 12 gold. If you give Egypt 6 gold on the external trader, and Egypt is going to be trading to a city on land with a commercial, it's going to be 12 gold. So it's going to be actually a fair alternative to a naval civ, right? Now let's take a comparison of Egypt to Spain. Egypt gets a 4 gold on external only, while Spain gets 3 gold, 1 production, and 2 faith on all traders, including internal. And it's on a single continent. If we're talking about continent split, Spain gets 6 gold, which is already higher than Egypt, on internal and external, 2 production, 4 faith. And we don't even talk about Spain +5 fleets and the fact that it spawns naval. So just like Spain, trader buff is just straight up better than Egypt. Low roll, like low roll Spain is better than Egypt high roll. That's fucking dumb it is. And never buffed a perfectly fine save. It's literally never played. How can you say it's a perfectly fine save, but it has no purpose outside of Pangaea, and even on Pangaea it barely picked. It doesn't really shine in everything. At least if it was making more gold, it would be an alternative to a naval civ. If you're like dodging coast, you can actually pick Egypt. +5, yeah, +5 if you built Alhambra on Gorgo. Isn't Portugal shit on low rolls? It is. Buffett Minanki made Egypt great again. I mean, it doesn't really have extremely, I feel like, I mean, most of the times I feel like you don't even get enough flop planes, and even what you get, what if somebody steals a flop plane Pantheon, which is quite common. I tend to let the S tier games tell me who is good and who isn't. If it's played on band, it's generally good. If it's not, it's shit. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's never played Egypt. Like the only time, like I said, its only purpose is Pangaea when people are afraid that their civ is gonna get pushed. So the archers are act like a protection that Egypt is not gonna get screwed and it can make some gold. But that's about it. But even when it doesn't even make that much gold. Like I said, if you just buffed up the gold yields on Egypt, it would be it would be alternative, which is good, right? Again, it would be alternative to a naval civ. So you can pick Egypt for gold making, you can pick Mali for gold making, you can pick naval civ for gold making. Sort of makes sense, right? And I mean, Spain traders are just superior, so there should be some edge. And so, like, overall, Egypt yields on external traders should be should be a bit higher, but like a higher roll Spain should have a better yield anyway. Are broken safe OP, broken or dumpster? Broken is if they're OP in some cases. I mean, Portugal can be a complete garbage, or it can be out to win the game. How is Hammurabi broken with 65% tech boost only? Because it's 4 versus 4. You get a tech boost every single time your teammate completes a technology, and the penalty gets reduced by 1% for each technology completed. So eventually you actually don't even have a penalty. And you basically can skip all the science as you get boosted and focus only on culture. Why is Mapuche OP? I mean, Malons, the same reason I think I described it, Hazagi, that it's just like the Malons require so much, how do you call it? So much response, right? From a player next to Mapuche, or even far away from Mapuche. And then Mapuche can just go to a guy after him, which requires a mass response from him. And then he just go to a third guy, mass response from him, and he goes to the fifth guy. He basically makes all entire team respond to Malons, because if they don't, the game is over. But if they do, they lose so much tempo in the mid game. I feel like just like the Malone straight up pillaging a Sif, if it's like, you know, I mean, I would understand like if it was like someone, you know, tough to set up, or you could see it coming. But Malones are just don't really require anything to set up. You just get Malones up, you go, and you just go, you know, like what is it? You know, like the guys in America, you know, like they knock on your door and ask if you want to buy, right? Like he goes to one guy, the guy has units, you know, he just says, okay, I go to the next guy. And he just like, he keeps going through the entire team until he finds one opening and pillages the guy, makes 3k gold, and then funds the push. Just build spearmen. I mean, you realize how many spearmen you have to build if the front is it has some chokes. The problem with Malone is the mobility. You know, there was an interesting suggestion, which I really liked, right? That the only nerf that Mapuche needs is to make Malones get a promotion for free, instead of having one movement pillage. And I will explain it why. Because then Mapuche player has to level up the horses to get level 1, and then he has a level 2 horses with one movement pillage, right? And he can't promote them while pillaging. So the pillaging still kind of remains the sort of same power level, a bit weaker, but the setup does not allow you to replicate the exact same Malone, you know, constant pillaging, you know, multiple, like 3 waves of Malones doing the same shit. So again, right, this is what I did, and I came with that idea and heard few people talk about it when I played Mongolia, and I leveled up 4 of my horses to have level 1, and then just popped terracotta. And I had level 2 coursers, and I just went around to Maya and pillaged his entire land. Like it was just as bad as Malone's, because Ordo 1 extra movement, and I had 1 movement pillage. I pillaged his entire land because, I mean, he made some units, but he wasn't really prepared fully. I had like 8 coursers, 4 with promotion. So I feel like just like replacing a 1 movement pillage with a promotion would make so Mapuche player has to play to get ability to just completely ruin somebody's game. He has to set it up. He actually has to invest something. It's not gonna be just like a mindless, stupid shit where he builds 10 horses, then his team gives him some gold, he upgrades, and then he goes through the entire team, you know, like knocking on the door of each one, checking if they're there, and then pillaging their entire land if, you know, if he can. But I'm not exactly how do you call it, convinced on this as being the best solution, and I don't have a general solution to it. But I think Malons are broken, and I think the safe Mapuche is stupid because of this. -8 yields from pillaging. No, I think it just ruins. I don't really like making exceptions. The problem with Malone, okay, yeah, mobility already read that. Egypt gets online fast, usually better for versus 4 with full 4 teams. Better than naval civs. I don't think it gets up better than Dita or Vicky. I don't think so. Mapuche is stupid, but it's not broken. I think it's broken. Again, I'm not saying it's like... I think it's broken because Malone has too much movement and it forces 4 players. Like, you realize the entire team has to react to Malone's. Entire team. Entire map is getting terrorized by Malone's. Yeah. Is this Eleanor, France in the God tier? England. England. This is England. This is France. Okay, let's go to the next one. I don't know where I put Scotland. I think Scotland is decent. I know, actually, Scotland's situation is strong. The guy can hire all amenities, right? I don't know. I don't really play Scotland that much. I knew that it's like it can get ridiculously stupid if you add luxuries, but at the same time, I don't really like that it doesn't really have. It wants to go campuses, but it doesn't have any bias towards getting a good campuses. Like, it doesn't have mountain bias. It doesn't have coast to have reefs. It doesn't have geothermal bias. It's just like you can. I feel like you can spawn without. Did I even put it decent? No, I think situationally strong. Just decent, but situationally strong. So you can spawn like a plap, right? Have no luxuries, no continent split, no Artemis, and just basically no bonus and no adjacencies. Or you can go absolute opposite. Spawn on a continent split, get Artemis, get campus adjacency, and have the high stats in the game. Nice Scotland nerf, by the way. I want to say it's even situationally strong, but I'm not sure that... I'm not even sure it's situationally strong. I mean, you know, it's like... I didn't even know, after the change, can it even... Is it even situationally strong, man? What's his name? What's his name? Robert de Bruce, what is it? 5 and 10%. It is 10% even that high? I don't think it's that high. I didn't even put him in a decent, actually. I don't think it's even that high, dude. I don't know, it's... I honestly don't know how... I want to say he's situationally strong, but I'm really not feeling comfortable saying that even... I mean, it's not gonna... I feel like it's not even gonna be on... It's not gonna be on par with my... assuming the same role. He has no chance against Colosseum. I don't know, I just like no campus, no stable campus adjacencies, no nothing. I don't know, just like it's gonna be decent, dude. Put it next to put it next to Simon. No, man, Simon stays here alone. No, soon he will have a brother. Don't worry, 2 brothers. 4 brothers. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of brothers, man. Okay, is anyone saying anything? What is this? Are only are on Lu. I don't understand you, sir. More Scotland got tier, Jack Scotland weak, consistent, low impact. Man, I'm just gonna tell you. When was the last time you saw Scotland? Yeah, that's what I thought, man. I guess you know who is being pragmatic and who is being a bit delusional. Yeah. Why isn't Norway broken then? If you lack naval chokes, you die to longships. I don't think you die to longships. I don't think you die to longships. I mean I played England and other. I think you just spam archers, you just go victor. I mean you have to put a lot of to defend, but I don't think you die. You don't generally die. I think you only die if you don't know how to respond, which means you're playing not optimally, and then it's also I don't know. I don't think you die to the longships. You can't even heal in an ocean in a deep ocean anymore. Okay, Tamar. I think he just descended. Gonna be above this. I played Tamar recently. Missed Golden in FFA. Still had a decent game. I feel like Jesuit buff was a massive deal for it. I feel like stewardship buff was a massive deal to it. Like yeah, you just go maybe 2 holy sites, Jesuit and stewardship, and I think you are, and then you go into commercials and campuses. Yeah. The control of city-state is quite annoying. I know a lot of people wanna see the civ buffed. I don't. I don't think the civ is fun because of the envoy bonus. The only way I would only like to see a remove some change of a papal primacy. Maybe interact in some different way. Oh wait, you cannot even take papal and stewardship. I forgot. Oh yeah, you cannot take papal and stewardship. People have been talking about moving papal primacy to defender and crusader slot instead of economic one, but I don't really think the I honestly feel like people want Tamar to be buffed, but they do not understand how it is unfun to play against the civ that has double in voice right away at the start of the game. I think it's just complete cancer. Like I would be happy if it gets buffed with the removal of that stupid ability, and then it gets buffed, sure. But I feel like as long as it has a stupid double envoy, it's just not fun civ to play, and I don't want it to see get buffed. I don't think it's that bad. It's just a zero purpose civ, like most on in this tier, like Brazil, like Australia. They can like it spreads like a tumor, right, across the entire map, and that's basically all it does. Nerf it and buff it so it stays in the same tier. You don't necessarily have to over nerf it. You can just like change it. But like I don't really think this is a good ability like the double envoy. Jack is afraid of Tamar taking CS from Green Card Boy. I mean, I just think it's not fun. The save that just dumps in voice into city states, and that's all it does. Fuck you and your green card Hungary. Fuck you too, man. Fuck you too. Fuck you and all the Tamar players. Dude, as a Hungary player, I absolutely hate Tamar, and I consider. I hope the Civ never gets buffed, never gets played, because I don't wanna play Mafias to have this bitch put 3 in voice which turn into 6 into my Levit city state. I hope it remains shit for the entirety of the Civ 6 community of 6-6 lifespan. I fucking hate the Civ and I hate its ability. And I hope it only. I honestly hope it never gets buffed. Basil should be tweeted. Shut the fuck up, dude. Is it the invoice ability and Palgrim or up for the Eureka things? I think Crusade nerf helped. I feel like people, you know, don't want to admit it. Did you know? I will just tell you something. Look at this. Okay, we go to Basil. Basil, my boy. Byzantium, right? Look at this. You know, I don't agree with Yeli a lot of times, but the fact that Yeli thinks that Basil is alright, I think proves that Basil is alright. There is, in my opinion, there is barely any player more passive than Yeli, right? Like, there is like, I can't imagine a player more passive than a Yeli, right? If the guy tells that Basil is alright, I think everyone who says he's not alright is just full of shit. Like, it's just impossible. Like, I don't think I have ever agreed with Yeli for what, 1.5 years. I think I talked to him. I have never agreed with the guy, and he never agreed with me, but he thinks that Basil is alright. He says, I'm gonna be devil advocate and join here. I think that after Crusade nerf, Basil should be in a safe spot now. It's still gonna be contested pick, yeah, because his abilities are extremely good. Like, he's extremely well made. He's a war Sif that, you know, has a slow tempo, but in the teamers you get boosted, so you naturally can stay relevant, right? While going holy site opening and shit. And you also can interact with Taxis and a Crusade. But like before, Taxis Crusade was after all. It's no longer after all. At +7, it's not after all. And you need to convert to even get +7. You have +2 before conversion, which is weaker than France. And the holy site opening on Basil is just kind of shit. So, yeah. I'm just saying, I mean, you can read what Yeli said, but there is a ways to deny him taxes. A lot of people keep saying, taxes is gigabusted, +8 taxes, +8 taxes, but how do I counter that? You know, there is 5 religion in 4 versus 4. 5 religion. 5. Each team picks a religious Sif, right? So there is already, like, your team can feed you 3 religions, right? At best. But the opponent team, you know what they can do? You know what they can do? Opponent team, huh? You might guess already by now, because they have 1 religious Sif and 3 more players. They can deny, man. They can deny the taxes. And you know what's the bitches always hear in this? They say, oh yeah, but denying him taxes, it like ruins my tempo. Oh, wait. And feeding Basil taxes, what? It speeds up your tempo. So the taxes can be denied, and both teams have to put the exact same effort to feed and deny taxes. It's completely fair ability. You know what's the? You don't even need to find religion. You need to recruit Great Prophet, and then he can just stay AFK, and the Basil will never be able to get the taxes. But people only just, you know, tunnel vision and say +8 taxes is impossible. So, you know, they ignore the fact that their team got outplayed, right? And they did not deny a single religion to Basil while it was getting fat. They ignore that. They just claim +8 is OP and bam. Even though, and then they say, even +6 taxes still means your team got more religion and it got denied, so your team still played better. And +6 is actually in range of Gorgo, +5, Alhambra. It's in range of Zulu, +5. Dude, Mongolia gets +9 with Intel Merchant and +3 base. Mapuche gets +5. It's actually in range. Wow. Wait. Aztec can get, dude, Spain has +5. There is so many cities who just have, actually, it's approximately the same combat bonuses. But the only time you get higher than that is when the team just plays like shit, but they refuse to admit it. Watching chat, he's setting up for a lot. Dude, like, literally, you know, we didn't even, like, the only one in our team who still thinks Basil is out of first pick is Falcon. Dude, like we have not been banning him. In fact, even the game, remember when he went in the second rotation, nobody picked and banned him, and then just like, we didn't need him in our draft, and then Falcon just took it, and then we had quite shit draft because Falcon says you're just gonna always pick him, but Falcon quite a lot tunnel visions into this. But Carrier, Leash, Sandra, and me, we believe we are not banning it, and we are not even picking it as a first pick. And he showed you. I mean, Hazagi had almost nothing, dude. Hazagi was playing Ottoman and he had absolutely nothing. I mean, Hazagi is there. He can literally tell you, no? What did Corny say? Chat, you're getting gaslighted right now. Dude, I mean, I didn't pick. I would rather play Hungary, if anything. Make taxes +1 against the civ that have found the religion for each belief they picked. Easy balance. That's literally Spain, but worse. This is kind of stupid, no? Taxes requires actually investment from both sides. It's good mechanic. It is. Taxes is actually the extremely cool mechanic, but people fail to admit it. Taxes feeding denying religion is extremely good competitive 4 versus 4 mechanic with a limited religion pool, which requires exact same commitment from both sides and interaction from both sides, right? But and then there's like a bunch of geniuses who keep saying, you know, taxes should be +1, even realizing, tell me, so if your Basel player will ask you to feed a religion for +1, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna project for 60 profit, 60 great people point to get once +1 taxes? No, you won't, man. Like, what are people saying? Someone tell me that Kree is better than Gal. It is Kree. I think Kree is giga busted on a Highland because amount of pressure it puts. You always ban the best civ because maybe if you can't play, I mean you can trade. Okay, let's go to the next one. What Mali? Dude, Mali is broken unless the spawn is shit. then it's out to lose the game. Like, dude, both of these civs, this and this. I mean, I feel like this is the civ. Like, you know, like when you wanna gamble. Maybe Portugal is a bit lesser. I mean, they can both low roll and lose the game, and they can both high roll and win the game. I don't know how I feel about them. Should they be banned from tournaments? Maybe. Maybe they should be. I mean, I don't really want to straight up nerf them because it also nerfs their low roll, making them even more miserable. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, I played good games on Mali. It's basically unchanged to the base game, except for the fact you cannot shift enter to reduce the 30% penalty. That's about it. It's still giga broken in a back line. It can operate frontline with good religious idols and a spawn that supports it. Dude, even with a Desert Folklore, I actually had a good game recently being frontline against Rome. But yeah, I think it just can break and lose the game. Break or lose the game, both sides. I don't play it anymore. My team just don't want to pick it because it sucks. Wait, want me to tell you the Romans with Admiral is better than Gallis without oligarchy? Hello, what? You know, Hazagi, people were saying, okay, you know when you got killed by, what is it, turn 50 something Droman with Admiral, right? On the Highlands, when you were playing Ottomans, and then people were saying that's the reason that Droman and Basil is broken, even though I literally played the game when I tried to Drum and rush Dido and it killed me with caravels because it had turn 44 caravels. But you know, you got killed on turn 50 and it was broken. But when I drum and rush somebody, I got killed with caravels on turn 44 before my Dromans arrived to him. So yeah. I just feel like people are being delusional. Like, yeah, the Civ is good, but I don't think it's broken anymore. But people, you know, like I said, there is a bias of the people when you get fucked by somebody. I mean, when you get screwed by something, you will keep remembering it, right? You never remember, like as a person, like as a human being, you never remember extremely good things, right? You take it as a granted, you know. But when something really screws you, or like a bad moment happens, you get trolled and you can't do shit, or like something, you know, like as a matter of fact, like just like something like turns out to be, you will remember this. And when people were getting crusaded by Basil, and then he was like, there was like a position where they were really screwed and they couldn't defend, right? Like they remember this, but they don't remember like the games where I casted 3 games in a row and Basil just like lost it. I don't remember actually the last. I don't actually remember the last game I casted where Basil rolled anyone. Like I mean, the last time I remember Basil rolling is when Falcon rolled Yuhazagi with Dromans, but we were completely unprepared on the naval. The naval plate, I think it's broken. Yeah, usually a lot of people who complain about Basil, they never even played Basil. They never even played Basil. This is called negativity bias. It's an industry concept. It is. I'm just saying, a lot of people who think the Basil is broken never played it. I think he can still be good on the naval maps. I really think he is not worth picking on the Highlands anymore, unless it's like second rotation. I would play Arabia or anything like that any day. On Pangaea he is good, but I don't think. Definitely not first pick. First pick is always gonna be Zulu Gal and stuff like that. And yeah, that's another big thing. People keep complaining about Tagmas and Kazakhs, but nobody builds Spikeman. Okay, let's go next one, Gandhi. I think Gandhi is another decent save. Probably gonna be the best decent save. I don't really play Gandhi. I don't think he's particularly strong. I don't think he has any extra fave generation. I feel like a lot of times when I see people pick Gandhi is when it's a monumentality player, right? But he wants to be passive, right? And he's like afraid to pick in something like Arabia or like Russia or something a bit more exposed. He wants to have Varos. He wants to be protected. It's like basically it's sort of a beach pick, right? You know, like you're being a bitch, you're being scared, you know, your legs are shaking. It's Pangaea, there is big Genghis. I need to I need to save myself. So the people pick Gandhi. That's my view of Gandhi. I don't really see him as anything else. Situationally strong. I don't really like him. I don't really like it. I don't think he's strong. I don't think he's good. I honestly don't remember like good games on Gandhi. Very stable. I don't agree. Gandhi is good. You guys, a lot of you guys think Gandhi is good, but I'm not putting him above this, and that's my tier list. At best he's gonna be decent. I mean, I feel like he's like somewhat decent, but not any step higher. He's here. I think he's better than a lot of this is, but that's about it. And it's mostly because of Varo and the monumentality and stuff. Poland, gonna put her in the god tier. Where am I gonna put her? I think she's right here. Extremely common pick after Hussar change. Hussar has a lot of pressure. Extremely consistent. Reliable. Nobody can really deny you Relinquaries, and if they deny Relinquaries, you just go Coral, you don't really care. High chance of teammates getting the relic and feeding you a relic. Just like good, consistent save. The only changes is that you get a relic upon finding religion, upon finishing religion. The Hussars come at Theocracy. Cree lower than Spain. I honestly feel like Cree is giga overrated most of the times. I mean, like, I feel like Cree, Cree performs well when there is 6 pastures, right? Or like 7 pastures, but I don't think it's like God tier. The only change, the civ, literally unplayable in the base game. I know, but I'm still explaining what's the difference, maybe for somebody who doesn't know. Poland greater than Russia. I think so. I think so. I feel like the main reason people pick Russia is just because it spawns in Tundra. Cree is broken high roll save. I think Cree is broken on the Highlands, and if it spawns with 6 pasture, but I feel like it's pretty... I think it's just strong if it spawns with 2 or so. I think Screech deserves to be here, but on the Highlands, this is absolute cancer. Why is Kree not got here? I don't think it's that good. I honestly don't think it's that good. I think he's just consistently strong pick, but I don't think it's a god tier. Just, I feel like it makes a god tier, like 5-6 pastures, it's right here. Or Highlands, but yeah. If it's a Highlands and a pastures, it's there. It's like giga broken on Highlands. But yeah, I don't know. Maori. I think Maori... I feel like Maori have been actually heavily nerfed. To the point. Like, the production now comes only at early Empire. What is it? The UU, I think, is pretty shit. Most of the times it comes too late. You cannot cross with your galleys in Quadrim's Deep Ocean. What else got changed? I think that is it. The reason I say situationally strong is I feel like it's good when it goes free sim and I can do it before early Empire, but I don't think it's that good when it lands next to somebody anymore. Also, the problem is you're not guaranteed to have horses to boost horseback. So you need one of your teammates to be boosting your horseback. You also need to decide before, when you swim in, if you want to go for horseback or for celestial, which can really fuck you. I mean, if you go for celestial and then you need horses or archers, or if you go for horses and archers and then you apparently wanted to actually attack harbors. I mean, it's not a big deal if you go for harbors, but still, kind of just agreed and decision. And I feel like if it lands next to somebody, like before, it had a production, right? Towards, like, as soon as you landed, right? So you could go craftsman and produce the units, right? Now, you don't really have any advantage, right? If you land turn 2 or 3, it is good. And then if you get early Empire, it's good. But before that, you just you literally swimmed across the entire map, landed somewhere randomly. You don't have a scout or any scouting information. There's a high chance you can grief the game or lose because of this. You don't have any advantage, right? And if you're forced to go for craftsmanship to spam archers, you just suck. 2 pop instead of 1 is good advantage to me. But you settle, you settle turn 4, turn 5. Everyone is gonna have 2 pop. Jack, please check Discord. I will check it later. I will check it later. I want to check it right now. Yeah, so I think I will just keep Maori here. I feel like people who who wanted is like a bit wrong. I don't think it's that good. Okay, let's see. Nubia. Ah, man. I think it's here or there. I think it's shit. I honestly think Nubia is shit. I mean, it can spam districts, but I don't know. I really hate Nubia. Am I the only one who hates Nubia? I think it's just like giga shit. I mean, not like garbage, not like these 2 guys, but like just weak. I don't think it has identity. I don't think it has interesting bonuses. I don't think it's even that good. I think the pyramids are like the whole concept is just like drop a pyramid next to city center, get some random yields, right? And build districts faster. And that's about it. You don't really have anything else. They removed almost all range strength bonuses. I feel like going for archers I mean, what can you do with archers? I mean, you can rush somebody if he's super close, but that's about it. Even, like, Simon has exact same archers when he gets Commandante. So, yeah. I think he should just here. I really hate Nubia. I don't really like it. I mean, you can build district faster, but it's about it. I don't really understand why the pyramids were nerfed in the first place, but I don't really like the civ at all. Simon archers is cheaper. Yeah, there's like, I don't know, there's like the wall civ doesn't make sense to me. Let's go. Oh, my boy Matthias. Do I dare to put him in the god tier? No, for sure. I think he's gonna be somewhere here below Kree. Above Pericles, below Kree. So, in the recent patch, right, he got a green card, which was my suggestion, right? Like, I proposed to give him a green card. Compared to the base game, he has only +3 instead of +5 on Levit and only 1 movement. And his Hussar scale per city-state instead of per alliance. And he has now a green card. So my reason for why I wanted green card is because you do not have green card in oligarchy, and you can actually make a little bit more gold in the mid game by running gold per envoy card. You could also make civs potentially more city state, even the ones that have a shitty bonus, by running a double envoy card at the start of the game. And you can run influence and whistle banking, which obviously is extremely important on the civ that rushes commercials every game. And I feel like the bonus actually worked well. I feel like the civ is strong, but definitely not god tier. Not god tier. It's situational. On 7s, I think 7 seas is the best map for Hungary. I feel like you can pick it on Pangaea right now because you can stay in oligarchy while still maintaining a green card. I feel like on Highlands it's shit. I feel like on Inland Sea it is good because levies are a lot more stronger on Inland Sea, but he's not gonna have a river most of the time, so his sim is weaker. And I think on continents and islands he's decent. I think it's actually a good save now. Hungary is not strong. I think it's strong, and I tell it as a Hungary player. I think Hungary is quite strong. I honestly extremely happy with the change. I think it was like a tiny, like it didn't even change the power level of the civ that much, but rather made it a lot more consistent. The Hungary has the strongest Kree. I mean, dude, you can believe whatever you want. It's my tier list, huh? You know, you in your tier list, dude. There is in your tier list. You can have Chandragupta here and there and here and here. Dude, you can have. You know, there is in your tier list. Your entire tier list can only have Chandragupta. Like you can have 20 Chandraguptas on each tier. You know, and only him. And you can do whatever you want, but it's my tier list. So you're gonna watch and you're gonna accept my decision. Put Germany where it belongs. We will see. Okay, let's go. Teddy. Dude. Regarding Teddy, I think Highlands is extremely good for him. And potentially Inland Sea. And he's trash on everything else. Yeah, I think he is extremely good on Highlands and Inland Sea and nowhere else. But on the Highlands and on the Highlands he's disgusting. In Inland Sea he has a potential, but he's definitely gonna be situationally strong. We have seen multiple ways the build orders done by Leash, primary because Leash plays the most that it actually can be consistent and work. Why Inland? Just for the housing, because Inland is quite slow on the stat generation. And it allows, like, so Teddy Bull Moose has an extremely slow game, right? And a low production. But a slow starting maps like a Highlands and Inland is where he shines. Especially if you dodge the coast on Inland. You just dodge the coast and you go you know, 4 land civs and plus 30. I mean, 3 land civs plus 30. And yeah, he can shine there. He gets housing from preserves. He gets stats, which other civs have a hard time generating on highlands and inland. And he can just make stats out of nowhere. He just like he is a yield producer. That's basically that. In a Bbg, he gets 1 science and 1 culture per breathtaking tiles base, and he gets a second one at enlightenment culture, and second science at astronomy. Yeah, I think on the highlands he's also extremely good, because on the highlands there tends to be less floodplains. So the floodplains is the only bottleneck that he like you know, like a hard bottleneck. Like jungle, you can remove, right? And replant with the wood. Oh, by the way, the woods can be planted in medieval fairs for Teddy in the Bbg. So you can fix the jungle spawn, right? But you cannot fix the floodplain, and there is less floodplain on the highlands. And another thing on the highlands, all the tiles are hills. The problem on a Pangaea and other maps on 7 Seas, you can have a lot of non-hill styles, right? So you're gonna have low production while only having woods. On the highlands, that's not gonna be a problem for Teddy. So that fixes a lot of his problems. And since it's a high production map with extremely slow start, right? Teddy just performs well there. Yeah, that's. I honestly think Teddy is a first pick material on the highlands, and he's a niche pick on inland. And I think he is, at best, I think he's decent on all other maps. I think he's. You're a dog. Dude, you're the dog. Could you finish your tier list in the next 10 minutes? No way, dude. Let's see, what's the next one? Inca. I think it's gonna be here, and then I think it's because the civ is bad. It's just because of BBS. BBS doesn't make enough mountains for Inca. Minka was extremely consistent pick when we played in classical ridges. As soon as we went to standard ridges, Inca became shit. Mostly because there is usually gonna be 2 mountains next to Inca and nothing else. So it just blows. It just blows. If we went back to classical ridges, it's gonna be probably strong god tier. But as long as we're playing on the standard ridges, it's gonna be weak. Unless someone somehow convinces 57 Fan, who is currently leading BBS, or if he can program to spawn more mountains for if you make more mountains on the Inca spawn, I think it would be good. My old one trick, we're playing classical, you're getting confused. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're playing classical, but on a standard ridges it's much better. Standard ridges, Inca is good, classical ridges is shit. We used to play on standard, it used to be good. We play on classical, now it's shit. Oh, you said it, okay. Oh, maybe I confused it, maybe I sent it the other way around. Again, this can be fixed with BBS. This is all it needs. Probably Brazil can be fixed with BBS as well. I feel like Brazil needs maybe a bit more hills and jungle, and it's gonna be good. But the other saves kinda need like an actual buff. Okay, let's put Japan. I personally don't like Japan. I don't play Japan, but I know it's one of the top picks. And I know a lot of people like it. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't find it that strong on the sim. I don't think it's that good navally. And I mean, samurais are quite cancer, but it's just extremely consistent, right? I feel like a lot of times it's just like kind of overrated, but it is consistent, right? It's one of the naval civs that not only can defend the war save spawning next to it, but it can also push the war save next to it. It can play holy sites, it can play campus, it can play harbor, it can play theater, it can play just anything. Oh yeah, FUFA can also, this FUFA can be and most likely will be fixed by BBS. This is another civ that can be fixed by BBS. I forgot to mention, you're right. But, okay, let's go back to Japan. I don't know, I don't really like it. I think it's overrated, but just like extremely consistent. Don't think anything should be changed around Japan. I don't think Samurai Push is broken. I don't think +5 is broken. I don't think anything is broken against Japan. I'm more than happy to let Japan in my games most of the times. I know that, I mean, the Samurai Push is cancer, but I think as it should be. Yeah, and I'm happy. Yeah, I think Japan is an example of a good save, but a lot of people on BBG keep saying the war bonus should be lower to +3. Something should be, you know, like Samurai should be nerfed, and people keep complaining. I don't think so. I think Japan is good. And I don't play Japan. I don't play Japan at all, right? And I see it a lot of games, but I think it's fine. And I'm happy with it. I'm happy to... I would rather people play Japan than I'm facing England. Like, any day, I would happily face Japan navally any day over England or like Spain or Dido or like or Norway or anything. But people first pick it a lot. Also I feel people don't know, but like I feel like Japan without holy sites is usually played what 6-7 cities in 4 versus 4. It's quite slow. I don't think the free inquiry, I mean, it does get buffed. Harbor by default is +3, but I don't think it's a big deal either. I don't know, I think it's a perfectly balanced save. +5 is extremely good bonus. I really like Japan +5 on both land units and naval units, because as a, like, you know, the only time you're gonna be facing it as a naval player, right, is where you're either on defense against Japan and you're sitting, you know, you're turtling inside your base, right? Or when Japan is turtling. So either you're being a bitch, right? Or you feel comfortable enough to actually push Japan. In both cases, I think it's completely fair to Japan have +5. If you feel like, you know, like if Japan is feeling confident and you're feeling confident and you think you both played well, you go to the deep sea, and then there is no advantage. And I think it's completely fine. But yeah, but that's the case here. Soon, dude, soon. Anyway, I would rather face England any day. I would rather face England than Japan. I mean, I play naval and I'm happy to face Japan, but I'm not very happy about facing England or like this, because it gets admirals quite quicker and it has so many, how do you call it? I mean, it's just like, I feel like it gets a lot faster tempo, and I'm really more afraid of a snowball from England than from Japan. Okay, let's go Khmer. Where do we put Khmer? So about Khmer, I know that people have been picking it up, and I think it seems extremely well. Decent. Kavachek, this is what I'm saying. You are gigabiased. There is no way this civ. It's either strong or like somewhere here. Khmer actually seems extremely well. I think the only time, like, I've seen 7Cs Khmer perform well. I've seen Pangaea Khmer perform well. Not sure how well it performs. I mean, on Inland Sea, it's probably gonna be shit. On Tilted, I think it's shit. On the Highlands, I'm not sure how well the bias works, but I think there is not enough river. So it's mostly Pangaea and 7Cs. But I think on those maps, it performs quite well. I mean, I don't think it's a god tier, because it just like doesn't perform that well. I think I'm gonna put it a level below Peter, because I think Peter just like much more consistent. But I don't think there is, maybe situationally strong, I don't know. But I feel like putting him strong. I feel like when you pick him, when you feel on a comfortable map, he is quite strong. Japan balance them a bit. I think Japan is completely balanced. I feel like Khmer is a good simmer, but it has to be either 7Cs on Panji. I don't really. I think Leash was advocating to pick him on something like a Highlands, but I don't think on a Highlands he's that good. Where can I get this game with these mods? In Steam. Steam. What is it? Look at this. Look at this. Wait, I'm loading. Wait, what? Boom. Okay. Look at this. You go here. You find Sidmer Civilization. Where is store page? Why didn't go to the store page? Doesn't make sense. Where is the store page? Workshop news guide. What is the store page? I don't know. Just go in Steam, right? Type this and get this, Rise and Fall, and Gathering Storm, and then you're set. Show payment infant. No. Okay. So where I think Mar is gonna be right there. I think it's good enough. But he obviously is quite bad on it. I mean, he's not like, you know, unplayable on Inland Sea, but he can be really dependent on spawn. But like on Pangaea and 7Cs, he performs extremely well. Let's go Aztec. Oh, Aztec have seen a lot of play recently, actually. And I feel like people have been a massive sleeper, including myself, in terms of Aztec. Mostly after it got its unique building buffed, right? It is AoE. And I feel like people underestimate how easy it is to get quite a lot of luxus if you play for it. Now, where do we want to put him? It's definitely not God tier, and at best it's gonna be somewhere in the middle of the strong. I think it's gonna be somewhere either situationally strong, like at the top here, or like somewhere here. I think I would rather put it in the strong. Honestly feel like he is somewhere here. I think this is good. They reverted that. They did not revert it. There is no continent split. How do you even read patch notes? Yeah, I know, but like, I don't think it's that bad even without a guaranteed continent split. I know about update, Daniel. I know about argument because I was on a Bbg when they were discussing it. Yeah, I know they don't have a continent split. I was even the one who voted for it, dude. But I don't think it's that bad even without a guaranteed continent split. I mean, it can kinda spawn like shit, but like still the amenities are quite nice. The unique building is quite nice. I think it just performs well. Why Persia not in the same tier as Rome? I think because Immortals lost their support bonus. I feel like they got weaker because of that. So Spain isn't God tier anymore. Spain is a God tier. Guys, I don't think you realize Spain is a God tier without a continent split. Spain is a God tier without continent split. It's fucking disgusting without it. Just, you have early fleets, you have +5 against religion, and then you counter, you counter all the religious stuff. When not enough milk? I mean, I have to cast the game in like what? In 1 hour and a half, so... tomorrow. Or maybe if the game gonna be 30 minutes, maybe tonight, dude. I also need to set up. I need to set up CVC. I need to put the logo and shit. I'll probably take a break after this, and we can play tomorrow or later tonight. I don't know. We will see. But thank you, Mr. Daniel. Thank you so much for 14 months. Thank you, dude. Okay. So yeah, I think these civs are not, like, while the continent split makes them a lot stronger, I don't think... I mean, I put them here without a continent split in my head, without the guaranteed one. So, amenities is good. Like, there was even the games where we played, Carrier has started playing a lot of Aztec, right? And he's been performing extremely well. Like, he proved it, like, overall, you're gonna be hitting consistently 10 luxes or so. And that's quite a disgusting combat bonus, if you think about it. As well as amount of extra amenities. That's like 20 amenities. Yeah, that's 20 amenities, man. That's insane. And we don't even talk about the unique building, which gives another amenities. You can easily steal sit an exotic. There is a potential to farm builders with eagles. There is a potential you're gonna put pressure with eagles. I don't know. I think it's good. It's 7 Cs. I think on a Panji you can probably pick it. No. I think on a Panji you maybe can pick it. Not sure about... I think on Inland Sea you tend to have a lot of weird continents having like 20 tiles. And you might not be able to reach some luxes. I think on the Highlands you can. I feel like Highlands Pangaea 7 Seas is something you wanna go for with Aztec. And I think you avoid Inland and Tilted. And what is it? Continents and islands. I guess you avoid that though. What is this? What is it? Go decent, not strong for you. You know, like, I like how Kabachek, you're trying to expose me or like trying to tell me that I'm biased, but the only one you showcasing as being biased is yourself. You kept trying to convince everyone that holy civs are garbage and the civs you play are garbage, and then you put all the civs that you don't play at the top. Till Monty is better. I think Dita is kinda shit after the trade route. I honestly, like, dude, I would never play Dita myself. And I played Dita. Like, I'm a naval player who played Norway. I mean, I played almost all Civ naval. Like, I mean, if you saw my duels in my old games, I always play naval on all civs. And I think Dita is shit now without a trader. Maybe they should just like remove a trader from Ancestral and like Intelligence Agency, but not from Plaza. But I feel like right now with a removal trader early on, I feel like Dita is just kinda just like what a discounted harbor and a 30 strength galley. I mean, I guess it's just discounted harbor Japan. Yeah. Don't really like it, but I mean, it is what it is. If people want to play it, they can go ahead and play it. I think Gilgamesh is inconsistent. Let's go next to him. So before he used to have a war card instead of warrior. Now he starts with warrior. He has to hard produce a war card. The chances of you achieving something with war card is pretty low. I feel like his all other bonuses are kind of shit. I know Devry will get mad at me for saying this. I think he's better. I think he's better than these two guys, but I think he's still shit. I think he's not the worst. Hello, Devry. I honestly feel like I don't know. When was the last time you played it? I never played it. I can't get myself to play it. Actually, I remember when I played it, Devry, right? And I did not enjoy a single bit. I tried to listen. Okay, I will tell you what happened. Right? It was before they removed the war card from a warrior. I sent 3 war cards in the same direction. No, I made a circle around my city. Found no opponents in any direction. There was like. Then I went up, found a new guy on Ottoman, right? The guy saw my war cards coming. So the guy took initiation rites and built 5 more warriors. He had, you know, like a full circle of warriors, right? You know, like the protect president. You know, like how, like, you know how they show when, like, you know, when president in the danger, you know, there is a shots around president. He's like in the middle and then surrounded by bodyguards. So the guy had his entire city surrounded by bodyguards and a warrior inside. So I just went to his second city and I took it off him because it was on a fluff fights. I felt so bad for the guy. I just let the city rebel and he warrior rushed his second city, the one I took from him because it rebelled. And then I promised to never play the civ again. It was such an unfun experience. I can understand the possibility of double, like, what is it, of XP share. And he has, what, in the BBG he gets 1 combat center for each level of alliance, but it's only what? It's only +3 if you get level 3. Maybe they should buff it to +2 per level, but I don't know. I don't know, I just don't really like the civ. You know, as weird as it is, I was like on a weird spot when Sumeria had a war card at the first turn, right? And people were dying at the start of the game, like turn 20. I hated and loved it at the same time. Right? Even when Carrier died to a war card, I hated and I loved it. Hey, Matt Moore, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Thank you. So, I like that people were trying to play, you know, had to play defensive early, but I also understand it was cancer. Why some people hated it. I felt like it was, like, maybe need a little bit of tuning. I don't know, and it could be a thing. Back again, give back the war card, because the way I see right now is just like not as fun. I mean, I feel like the gameplay of, you know, everyone being scared of Sumeria and spawning next to it was quite an experience, and, you know, like a huge adrenaline injection and emotion. Like, you know, like when you would play Inland or Pangaea and there was a potential that you would just get war carded. I kind of liked it, but a lot of people complained. Yeah, nobody is scared of Sumeria. But you know, there's like players like Daniel really hated it, and they don't agree with me, and they don't want to see this ever again. But I don't know. I don't really like it. Serious kill potential nation should definitely exist. So much fun if the game just ends turn 20. I mean, like, I feel like there should be a kill potential, but if you play it safely, you should not die, right? But I don't know. Like I said, I had the mixed feelings. At some points, I would say that I disagreed with that, but at some points, I would like be happy with it. Exposure is the most satisfying bonus in the game. I don't know what they can do for this, right? Like I said, maybe +2 combat strength per level, but isn't it just gonna be, you know, like extremely generic? And I mean, I don't hate it. Like, I can feel like people could pick him if he had +2 per alliance level up to +6. He could be interesting war safe, right? But I still would like war cards to be somewhat different. I don't know. How about players with dying potential before turn 20? I mean, people can die to a galley rush as well, right? You can die to a barium rush on turn 20. You can die to a galley rush by Japan or by Harald's. You can die to just, like, I mean, even horse rush if you greed. Dude, I fucking died as Hungary to 3 guys slamming my capital with warriors. Sorry, 4 guys. 4 guys sent warriors to my capital and I died. I mean, there is... I feel like if you misplay, you deserve to die no matter which era. So, Yeah. Both, I saw someone die. Yeah, I died turn 18 one time. I played Hungary, spawned in between 4 players, all minimum distance from me. I couldn't even settle my second city and I died. But I don't know, something interesting could be done. There was an interesting proposal, right? I think I saw it in Colombia discussion, but I don't think it fits Colombia. But since Gilgamesh has an XP ability, right? Maybe he could get 1 combat strength for every promotion, and it could be interesting. Like, that could be interesting. So, on top of his alliance, he would just get, like, if he has level 5 units, he would get +5 on top of it. That's something I could get behind it. And that would be unique bonus. First time subscribing to someone, you're the best, Jack. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, dude. Okay, let's go to next, China. What do we think about China? So China, I think, is completely base game. I think there is no change to China at all. I don't think China is bad. I think people just like stop playing China for no reason, but I think it's kind of still situationally strong. So it used to be meta when it had 1 food 1 production for each wonder, and I think it was too much tempo. And then it got removed and people stopped playing China, but it's still good. It is quite consistent, right? And the boulder and the bonuses are good. I would put it above current Dido. But just, I find it personally to be extremely boring, right? I don't remember a single time when somebody got excited to play China. It is so boring. It feels like it just feels like like everyone is playing maybe, a normal difficulty level. There's probably a guy playing on easy when he when he settled like on a 2-2 base in a 2-3 deer. And then you're just playing on kindergarten level, man. What is it? Preschool level, like as China. You have Artemis, you have Stone, man. You just like it feels like the game plays itself. Like I don't know. It's not that the game just plays itself. You don't even do anything. You just like put builders on the wonders and they just build themselves. The culture just naturally grows. I don't know. I find it boring more than anything, and a lot of stuff is spawn dependent. But the civ is good. Like it is strong just from the fact that it has Eureka and Inspiration 10% off, and a builder charge. That alone puts it in strong. The wonder construction just for sure guarantees it. There is no way it is decent or situationally strong, because a lot of these civs don't have a bonus. Again, Eureka and Inspiration 10% extra off if you boost the tax and civics is a 20% increase in science and culture output. That's already crazy. And it's a teamers where you get tax, Eureka and Inspiration from your teammates. And the builder charge is just like another selling point, but I don't know. People just completely forgot. I feel like it's just like there is a bunch of civs which people don't want to play and don't want to try, but they're actually extremely good. Like Kublai China. I think he is maybe boring, but he's extremely strong. He is for sure, like in my opinion, second phase pick should always include Kublai China. It's one of the most consistent civs. But yeah. Does Kublai get a builder charge? Yes, the Kublai China does get it. Like, think about it. Kublai China, economic slot, builder charge, buffed externals, and what is it? And inspirations, right? And civics. It's like just extremely consistent, and like that's the bonuses you use every game. Why the fuck people don't wanna play this? Like extremely good competitive civ, but people being sleepers on it. I wanna see you pick it. I mean, I don't want to pick it because it's boring, but it's extremely good civ. Ask your team next time. I mean, listen, if my team picks 2 naval civs, right, and we are playing 7 seas, and there is nothing else to, like, you know, to pick, I would gladly play Kublai China. I wonder what Papalish will tell you about it. I talked about it with Leash and Chuck, and they both agree some time ago that it's actually extremely good. Oh, Leash is here. Leash, what do you think about Kublai China? Kublai China is cool. He's just like undervalued. Like, listen, dude, I watched T-Doop play Mongolia on 7th seas on an island. Tell me a position where Kublai China would get fucked. You get literally faster civics, faster technologies. You get boosted by your teams. You get extra science and culture. You basically start with alliance traders right away. You have builder charge. You're never peasant because you always have Ghost King and urban planning. Just extremely good. What are we talking about? Kublai China. If anything, Kublai Mongolian and China. I don't agree. I think Kublai. I think Kublai China is just better. But that's my opinion. Kublai China gets fucked by minimum distance Hungary with double first meet on city state. Kublai bad because Trader doesn't work on Magnus. I mean, imagine if it's a naval map. Like, okay, I can understand people hating it on Pangaea or maybe on like Highlands, but on a naval map where a tempo picks, like let's say all the naval saves are band picked, right? Why would you not play Kublai China? A naval trader, you're gonna be running naval traders over the over internals when it's 12 gold, 18 gold. So might as well. So getting a 1 science, 1 culture on it on top of Eureka and Inspiration is good. Why Australia is decent? I think Australia just doesn't do anything. I think it's just a useless sim. Australia is strong. There is no way Australia is strong. What did I agree? What Liv said? Yeah, it's possible to do something with it, but Canada Teddy Bull Moose situationally strong and Kublai China strong seems awful for me. Because Teddy Bull Moose, I put this guy and this guy here because I believe Teddy is only good on inland and highlands and nowhere else, right? It's only 2 map, and on inland sea he is not even that good, only highlands. And I think Canada is situationally good because I think if he doesn't have deers or copper, he's just shit. So no copper, no deer, and this guy is shit. And then he also needs to roll a Pantheon on top of it, right? So if you don't have those 2, game is shit. Or maybe like Disgusting Dance of Aurora, Sacred Path or something like that, but yeah. I don't know. I haven't tried it with new BBS. But Australia just like doesn't do anything in my opinion. Can any naval civ beat Australia to caravels? What can Australia do with caravels? I mean, it can get a caravels, not have an admiral, and then just like you're not gonna ever kill a say equal spawn naval civ, or like you're probably gonna die if anything. Australia is for sure decent. I don't put it strong. It's just like useless, dude. Yeah, okay, let's go. What is it? Chandragupta. Chandragupta, I put him. I put him here for sure. Right. Below Simon. And that's about it. I feel like the only purpose for the civ is a minimum distance spawn. And then you ooga booga your neighbor. You know, you like nothing else. Like you just ooga booga your neighbor. No, nothing else can justify the civ. Anything past turn 30, I think is irrelevant on the civ. And like I feel like about turn 40 is when you don't have a civ bonus anymore. Like, how long is it ago that Jack said Dita would make equal guard on Portugal now? Daniel, I said it before the nerf. I meant it before the nerf. I literally specified it before the nerf. What about Slinger Shift Enter Settler Steel? I just don't see what the civ does. So in a base game, it has stupid Casus Belli for like 2 movement and +5 strength, which you cannot activate in a multiplayer because people just gonna declare as soon as you de-announce them. So you have no bonus. And in a BBG, you get 1 extra movement on all your military units, which they basically stole from Simon. They stole it from Simon. Simon doesn't have it. Chandragupta has it as evil ability, but he's still shit. Only brown guy. What is this? What is this accusation? These guys are even Latino. They're not even. What are you trying to say? It's one Australia, you cocksucker. The civ has a million convoluted bonuses. I think it was the main reason for its a lot of its tempo, Daniel. I think Dita is. I think England is just a much better Dita, and I feel like I would never pick. I think the only people who pick Dita now is the those who want +5 barium. That is this. Why is Vicky higher than Dita when Vicky has no guaranteed split? Why would Dita be higher than Vicky when Vicky has a much better tempo now, and Vicky now has a much better late game, and Dita has absolutely nothing anymore? What changed? Before, you had so many extra traders, you could send internals and still run externals, or just like go full externals right away. Now it just feels like shit. You just have a half price harbor with a bold production bonus, which I even did the math on it. You can go back and see that it's completely irrelevant, the 25% production when you have 100% production card. The production towards settlers is relevant because you have to build and project again more than Vicky just to get it. So Vicky is gonna have same city count, if not more. The Magnus openings is that, and if this girl gets a continent split, you're just like complete shitter. Okay, what's next? Let's put. Okay, let's go, Mark, Alex. Boom. I put him here. I saw an escape settler Dita settling inland and making 100 GPT in one city. I think it was before the nerf, right? What about giving Chandra +2 combat bonus for each era passed? What the fuck is this? So look at this. So I put Macedon here, right? The reason for it is, I mean, it's just like consistent war civ at what he does. I feel like the production bonus from capturing city state, assuming, I mean, we have to assume you're gonna have a city state to capture, allows you to to like sort of have a decent sim as a war civ. I feel like there is not that many civs that can actually man fight you in a 1v1 scenario. The initiation rights changed to Macedon, which is like 30% faith from producing units in a 2-3 warriors, just make it insane in terms of like Magnus chopping and fully rather than your neighbor. What else? The Bbg changes to the civ is you get 25% of the combat strength of the unit assigned when you kill it, and you get 20% production to all your cities when capturing a city. And I think Hipaspis get +10 against district instead of +5. And is there anything else that I'm missing? I think that's about it. Yeah, but the civ is pretty consistent in its war abilities. Will you post this on YouTube? Yes, I will upload this to YouTube. I will probably go eat after we're done with these few civs, and I will start uploading to YouTube, and I will upload it as soon as I can. Probably, I don't know, as soon as it stops rendering. Oh, I was actually considering, and I was like thinking if Macedon needed a cheaper barrack, because I feel like otherwise the setup is too costly. but I came to a conclusion that it doesn't need it. I feel like it is too what? Too obnoxious at this point. If you can do a cheap encampment and a unique building setup, there's gonna be like nothing that can really compete with you. Because after the setup done, you can just spam until the guy dies. You know, like StarCraft style. You just put a rally point at your neighbor capital and keep trading units until he dies. So I don't really like it, dude. I don't really like it. Oh, the cheaper barrack, but I think he's fine as it is. He has a niche. He is actually have been picked quite a lot in a lot of games, and I really dig it. I really dig it. Clearly, his best maps is again inland, Pangaea. You can argue continents and islands can be good. Fractal can be good. What else is there? Tilted, maybe, but I don't know. When Dota tomorrow probably, because today I just dedicated to a tier list, and then I also have to cast the game later. Lake, oh yeah, on Lake it could be good. But no, actually, I feel like, I haven't played enough lakes to have, a strong opinion on the lakes. I know that lakes became a map part of the French squadron, but I am not playing in French squadron. Even though I'm part of French release, I'm not actually participating in the games. Because they kind of wanna mostly speak French, and I guess they don't wanna speak English, but I'm still part of the team, but I'm not playing it, so I don't play in lakes. But I'm not sure if Macedon is actually that good on lakes. I feel like Australia and Colombia, awkwardly enough, is one of the best lakes, and Germany. Actually, did all the civs that are kinda bad gonna be extremely good on the lakes, because those civs create yields, they create production out of nowhere. So yeah. But Macedon, I feel like no, actually, I would even disagree with you. I feel like on lakes, Macedon should be pretty bad because you don't have enough production. So the problem with Macedon, right, is you actually want a high production spawn more than anyone because your setup is so expensive. You want to have encampment, your Hitori and Hypaspis cost more production than normal units, your barracks is full price. So I wouldn't agree. I think it's actually opposite. I don't think he's that good on lakes, but maybe I'm wrong. I haven't played enough. Okay, let's go for the next one. Dutch. It's weak. It's weak for sure. So Dutch and Australia are extremely similar. But why? Why is one decent and another one is weak? Okay, let's look at the bonuses. Let's open up the bonuses. The only change is that it gets 2 culture on a trader sending and receiving instead of 1, I think. So why is the civ bad? So the bonus towards campus, theater, industrial, right? But it spawns on the coast. And it has a bonus towards traders, so it wants to go harbor. But then it's not utilizing its extra adjacency, campus, theater, industrial. Why would you play Dutch instead of playing any other naval civ, like who has a half-price harbor? Makes no sense. So it has no tempo towards harbor, but it wants to go try harbor to get a trader bonus. Okay, so let's say, okay, you say that I want to instead get campus theater, then you don't contest for the admirals and you don't utilize your trader bonus. Okay, what do you do then? I mean, you just like die on cost. You're completely useless. So, what's the other option? Let's say you decide to put campuses, theaters, and industrial, and you're spawned on the coast. Most of the time, your expands are not gonna have a river. So you're gonna be placing your campuses next to reefs, right? Which means you're not utilizing that bonus again. It's just like, it requires extremely niche scenario and extremely weird positioning to actually make that +2 bonus works. For example, when you play Australia, right? It's completely opposite, even though bonus is similar. Why? Because Australia wants to put districts where it's high appeal. What is high appeal? Coast next to reefs, right? Already, so a place with naturally already provides high adjacency, or inside the mountains. Again, another place which provides naturally high adjacency. So Australia bonus, you put districts where you naturally put them for even higher adjacency. This civ puts a district in awkward position, which usually goes against the natural adjacencies. So my solution to this civ, in my opinion, could potentially make harbor the same way that Vietnam has it, non-special district. What if harbor is non-specialty district on Dutch? Then you can look at this. You can unlock the culture and the trade route bonus and the culture bomb, right? While going pen, brush, and voice, and still going for the main bonus campus theater industrial. Would it be too much? Maybe. I don't know. But I feel like if harbor was like the same way as Vietnam, not costing a district, or maybe like as Brazil, then the civ could be interesting. You can actually play around the rivers and go for campuses while still unlocking your other bonuses. I'm interested to see, and I feel like you could actually play 5-6 city Dutch and be in a decent spot. But maybe it's gonna make it too strong because a free harbor district is too much. But maybe it's gonna be interesting. It's my proposal. Maybe if somebody, I don't know, if Bbg team wants to try it, I will ask them. Maybe it could be interesting. No district cost is broken ability. I mean, but the civ just doesn't really. I mean, the civ just doesn't really. How would you call it? Have a good synergy on the coast. It has a culture bomb towards harbors, but you realize that only makes sense if you're gonna be putting it for free inquiry to get the science up and to get and to get the what's it called? I can't speak. Yeah. So you go free inquiry and then you want to trade, but then it just like doesn't make sense to go for Dutch instead of going England. I feel like this way you can go for your campus theater industrial bonus while still utilizing the harbor bonus. That's the only way. Like that's the only way I see it. I mean, we can give it a try. If people like it, no district cost harbor would be interesting. No matter what, you have to keep in mind, even if that passes, I think Dutch is gonna be played as extremely tall civ. Because this setup, like you realize you're gonna be building a full price campus, full price theater, full price industrial, and a full price harbor, right? On a civ with no extra production. So you could play 5-6 cities like Germany, and it also forces you to stay coastal, which is gonna make you open to other naval civs. And yeah. So that's my solution. Outside of that, it's gonna be trash. The campuses and theaters and industrial don't make sense when settling coastal, and just kind of sucks. I don't think I've seen Jack make it past turn 40 on Germany. It's not gonna be good. Did. Okay, so you know what is it? The best one for last, right? The Germany. Last time I put it in weak, right? I got a lot of shit for it. You know? People saying, dude, but I simmed in FFA and I got 400 stands turn 80. And then the guy sends a screenshot of him having a 10 strength city, completely uncontested, and you know, they just like sitting his brains off entire game. Well, that's good. That's good for you. But in a 4 versus 4, right? You're not making gold. You have no impact, right? Your hands are set up as slow. By the time you get up, a lot of games are going to get considered. If you look at a lot of games I casted, we played, games just kind of get decided on turn 60, 70. Germany is not going to get up by the time. And that's the problem. And it contributes 0 to the team before that. There is also a pretty high chance you might miss golden on some of the maps as Germany. It is possible, even though there is a few believers that agree that on any spawn you can get golden, but sometimes we still see, you know, the CVC champions or, you know, a contesters to be a future champions missing golden in some tournament games. So that's still a big deal. Overall, the Civ has extremely good late game potential, but I feel like just like the setup takes too long. In the BBG, they delayed the district slot to guilds, and that's the only change. There was talks about making the extra district slot right away at turn 1 or at apprenticeship. By the way, big reveal, it's exactly the same thing because you're just gonna be saving a slot for Hansa no matter what. So, or you're gonna unlock a slot for Hansa at apprenticeship. So it's literally the same shit. You're just like lying to yourself. So what about Germany? Where do we put it? Well, I don't think it is weak. Like I mean, I think it is low impact, but I don't think it's weak. It's like it can sim up well and it can carry the game, but it's extremely low impact, and most of the games are literally decided before Germany does the first thing. Put it above Scotland. Above Scotland. I mean, I can agree with that. I think it's worse than Tamar. Like, it's not that it's bad, the bonuses are bad. It's like the games are decided before Germany is up, and it has no contribution to the game that gets decided on turn 60, 70. Like, if you play FFA and you sim for 100 turns and you have the highest stat on Germany, it doesn't prove anything, right? And if you send me, and then don't send me the screenshot with your plus 20 Hansas with 6 aqueducts, 6 commercials, drum, snake, I don't know, giraffe, elephant setups, monkey setups, cow setups. I don't care, man. I don't care about your setups. It's just like the zero impact civ. It doesn't really matter which setup you make, man. It's just too fucking slow. You build campuses to have faster Hansas, your Hansas are shit. You go commercial and Hansa for a maximum setup, your timing is too slow. You're gonna miss golden, you're irrelevant. You don't make gold. You consume gold. You buy in tiles early in the game and you're doing nothing. You do nothing. You don't boost technologies. Don't make gold. Don't apply pressure. You don't even deny religion. You don't contest city-states. You're just a fucking griefer. Teddy Rough Rider Germany. Dude, no. Dude, as sad as it sounds, there is nothing worse. These two civs are absolute ass. Like, there is nothing worse than this. This is the rock bottom. You cannot go lower than this. The only thing lower than these two civs is like a vanilla. Like the only way you can be lower is if your civ have no bonus. Germany gameplay sounds like your gameplay. Dude, you know, like, I remember I casted the game. The guy went aqueduct. The guy built a dam. The guy just, like, did everything. You know, his hands, and then, like, and he was Iral. He like, it's like, it's awful. I don't know. Like, this civ just can't get up in time, and I mean, there's gonna be games, right, when the game is gonna take what is it? Maybe if it's on the highlands, but on the highlands it has a high chance of missing golden. Like, okay, listen, if there is any map that Germany is good at, it's highlands. But then it just misses gold, and there is better civs on the highlands, like Mali, like Gal. Why would you ever play Germany over Gal? You never want to. There is Ethiopia. There is like China and stuff like that. It's just like I have no idea. But like, if it, like, people keep proposing give district back, but like, I think people don't realize how stupid having an extra district right away on a Germany is. Because look at this. You got like, if you give district right away, Germany is gonna go double campus. It's gonna have early Hansas. It's gonna have commercial Hansa, and then it's gonna be stupid, right? So the problem with Germany is, like, you need to have extremely fine balance where it cannot get a setup too fast, right? but it also needs to have something going for it way. I've been telling people that if there is any buff I want to Germany, I want it to have sort of an extra purpose. Non-sim buff, non-war buff, just like something, you know, utility. I have no idea what it is. I could not come up with anything. There should be some utility buff to Germany that makes it, you know, have some kind of a bonus in the 4 versus 4, and then it could be played. I've been thinking maybe culture bombs on commercials could be interesting. To just so you spend less gold on a Hansa setup. I don't know. Give it +5 on home continent 5, +5 on opposing. You just go first dark. I mean, the problem is also I feel like it has a high chance of missing golden. I've been thinking about proposing to make Hansas unlock at currency, but make them weaker. So you know, like they sort of start maybe try to rescale Hansa adjacency or something. Maybe it only benefits from commercial or something. Maybe like, I don't know, some kind of adjustment on located currency, make it scale so like he doesn't start with a lot of production right away. I have no idea. But like I honestly have no idea how to make this save work without being stupid, because like district slot right away is gonna make it stupid. It's gonna be out of winning on free sim, because like while it has extremely shit early game and no impact, Germany has one of the most explosive mid games, right? Not only because it has shit ton of production with Hansas and commercials, it also has a discount on every single district. So it's just like it one turns campuses, theaters, and everything. Yeah, but Germany always top one. Yeah, exactly. The problem is Germany is one of the best civ in FFAs, right? For a full free sim. If you free sim on Germany, you're gonna win FFA. But it's also a complete garbage in 4 versus 4 because it's too slow. Why not combine Hansa and commercial hub into one district and give no bonus district slot? How is it gonna work? I mean, the whole identity is commercial hubs plus Hansa, because Hansa is supposed to be a trading district. Capturing the city reduces population to 3 and you're fully loyal as Germany. What? Always war game mode. What? Just make them more expensive. You know, one thing, so in my opinion, Germany should be played as a tall civ, right? It should be played like maybe, at best, like 7-8 city civ. I would really like maybe unlock their Hanse earlier, but maybe introduce some kind of the penalty. You know, so they're kind of forced to go 7 cities, artificial penalty. Like, let's say starting your, like, you get a free district slot, but you're like, let's say starting your third slot is like a lot more expensive. Like, make it sort of forced to go tall, right? By making the extra expanse not viable. But I have no idea. It's like, it's artificially, and it's just like, it doesn't make sense, right? But I feel like there is no way you can give it so much production, because early in the game, it's just gonna be spamming cities and going 15 cities, and then like with a commercial Hansa just auto winning the game. But it also needs to have it. Can Germany use their bonus with city state extra military slot to do a bit more early game and still get Hansas early enough? I mean, the problem for it to get Hansas enough, it needs to go campus. If it go campus, it has no slot for commercials and Hansa, right? But if you move how people propose an extra district slot earlier, you just end up with Germany having absurd amount of production while having commercials, and it just like snowballs out of control. So the problem with Germany is it's either too slow or it snowballs out of control, and we can't find a middle ground here. Give them a Dido project for extra district slot. Ooh. Oh. Wait. That's actually, this is a good idea. I like this. I like this idea. Look at this. Extra project for... So, it slows down their mid game, right? because they have to do a project and make it scale as well, right? Like make it kind of scale a bit more than a normal project, but like something quite expensive, so you cannot do it in expanse, right? And then the guy goes and does it. If he does it early, it's gonna be cheap, and then he can build a Hansa, and it forces him to go tall. I don't know. I mean, something along those lines could be good. So he's like forced to do something, not just spam district. Because like I said, if you let the guy build campus, commercial, Hansa, and he has like 40 production cities, he's just gonna spam cities. Hansa military district, major adjacency bonus for adjacency districts. Hansa military. That's not true. You know what Hansa is? Hansa was basically a trading district in Germany. It doesn't make sense. It was like sort of a guild or something along those lines. And I mean I don't know, but something like something could be done to like basically again idea. You need to slow down the mid game of Germany, right? So it doesn't auto win the game, but you need to speed up it early game. Because if you only speed up early game, it's just gonna auto win in the mid game. Buffing it mid game doesn't make sense because it already has no problem there. I have proposed at some point to make an extra district slot when the governor is established. This way we can limit the amount of extra district slots in Germany while giving it an ability to build 2 early campuses, right? But apparently that is not codable. Yeah, that's basically not codable. Will you play any today? I will be casting in like 1 hour, 45 minutes. How is a medieval German word for guild or association derived from a Gothic word with troop or company? It's codable. I don't know, you say that, but Eldrin told me it's not codable. So, I don't know, it's like something could be done. Something definitely could be done, but I don't know. I don't know. I would really like Germany to see play because it's a cool civ, but it just doesn't really work. I don't know. Hammer would make more sense if it was a commercial or harbor district. Yeah, but like, but the problem, like again, I said if you put it earlier, Germany is gonna have too much production. So if you have too much production, it's just gonna be spamming settlers, and it's gonna have like extremely fast settlers, and it's just gonna have ridiculous. It needs some kind of, you know, it basically needs to be forced to use, like, you can give it an extra district slot, but it has to somewhere use its absurd production, like forced to stay tall. Okay, let's see, maybe making it so Hansa Grand Gold for each tile when they bid in trading by cities with a trading post established. It would be a real interesting interaction between certain civ like Mongolia and the Hansa. We're making so Hansa Grand Gold for each tile when they bid in trading by cities with a trading post established. It's gonna be too much gold, no? I mean, I guess you can reduce it to amount of tiles, but I mean, do we want Germany to be a gold civ? I don't think so. There is a lot of gold civs. Maybe making it so Hansa's Grand Gold. Don't really like it. 1-1v1. I don't know. What about giving tier 1 building for free to first district in every city? That's giga broken. I would just like people would just play it for this. They would just open commercial, get a free market, and run internal with Magnus. This is literally, you know how Hungary has one of the fastest internal setup because of 50% towards buildings and districts. This is even faster in the early game. This is like absolutely broken. The thing you always want to go talk is Germany, but then when your Hansa setup is done, you can get 1-2 turns settlers everywhere and build another Hansa setup with campuses everywhere. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. You give them so much production, they're gonna spam settlers and gonna have twice more cities than anyone else. What the fuck is Chandra doing in Wake? You son of a bitch. Because it's a dogshit civ turret. And it's gonna be. in my tier list. And you know what? There is nothing you can do about it. You're just gonna watch and accept it. When it okay, I think we already read this. Combined. People want to give it gold. I don't really like giving gold. I just wanted some kind of utility, but I cannot even imagine what could it be. Capturing the city reduces. I think I read all of that. Maybe reduce commercial adjacency to +1 for Hansa and extra district in city with governor. But it's just gonna consume it more gold. This is gonna be a massive gold drain. You know, I had a proposal to make free inquiry stronger by giving commercials free adjacencies on river, which got kind of downvoted, right? I wanted to make commercial free inquiry more viable, and I think commercial free inquiry being viable was the way to make Germany viable. However, the BBG specialists disagreed with me, right? So my idea was you spam commercials, you get science, you rush Hansa, right? And then you don't have campus. You don't have campuses to get there. And then instead of going campus as a third district, you go theater and you compensate your culture by spamming theaters to get to guilds. But I don't know. Could give commercial +1 next to city center. It's not really gonna work for Hansa setup because you don't really wanna. You're not gonna have commercials next to districts, next to city center. Can you even say retarded on Twitch? Of course you can. Player tier list. Yeah, I don't wanna do player tier list. Jack not realizing any Hansa Montgomery. Did I understand that people keep memeing it, but like whatever. If Mapuche OP, now why you never play them? I literally played them 2 days ago, man. What about that? I got you not even 2 days, 1 day ago. I literally played it 1 day ago. Nice argument, dude. What is it? I never played Japan, so what is not supposed to be got here? I come back on Teddy Boomer's subject now. I told you, Lish, I think he's only good on the Highlands. And arguably on Inland Sea if you dodge coast, but everything else is shit. How can you make a tier list when you only play 3 civs? How can you judge my tier list when you only play Tamar and only ask me to play Tamar? If I play 3 civs and you only play Tamar, you know, it means I at least have 3 times more knowledge. Player tier list meme version would be content. You know, I was thinking about it, Grismac, and I feel like there is just not that many, you know, interesting playstyles we can talk about. Like, what am I gonna do? Oh, you know, I put Jar at the top. Oh, Magnus and Joyer. You know, who is gonna be next? Falcon, Magnus and Joyer. French, Germans, Magnus and Joyers. Like, how many times can I make a Magnus and Joyer? How many times can I spin the exact same Magnus and Joyer joke to be it, you know, unique? I don't know. How many interesting playstyles are there? Like, think about it. How many are there? Dude, like, half of the civ community is just a Magnus internal swan trick or like a monumentality giga chat. You know, there's just so many holy man jokes and the Magnus jokes. And I don't know. Like I said, there's just like not enough to talk about a lot of players. Like, and then a lot of players just don't have a unique playstyle at all. Like there is no way to spin it funny in a funny way to make, you know, like I mean there is like, you know, like we can make fun of Falcon, we can make fun of like Carrier or like or a few other players, but like a lot of players just kind of play extremely generic way, and there is not much to talk about. It's gonna be like at best like maybe 6 or 7 people tier list. Everyone just like tries to play safe, you know, Rome, Colosseum, meta slave. That's all. There is obviously Giga Chas who play Basil, you know, the real man, truly. Probably have the biggest cocks on CPL and just like the entire Civ community. And then I mean, we can make fun of Leash going preserves, and that's about it. Just make fun of GR Canada. I mean, like I said, there's just like not enough interesting playstyles to actually make fun of it, because everyone just like kinda play the same way. Will you upload to YouTube? Yes, I will, dude. Kabashok playstyle. Yeah, Kabashok is interesting playstyle. Leash has a cool Teddy Bullmoose playstyle. You know, we can make fun of me always being negative GPT, you know. We can make fun of Falcon always doing a mid-game all-in and picking flop playing Pantheon. We can make fun of Carrier playing with the feet and dying to one Legion, right? But the rest is just gonna be a Magnus Enjoyer, right? It's gonna be Magnus Enjoyer, you know, Colosseum Rusher Meta Slave, a Monumentality, you know, a typical Monumentality abuser who only plays 5 saves. Who else is there? That's about it, dude. Project for traders, no matter the saves. Yeah. Neji and Monumentality war saves. Dude, I mean, okay, Neji is like a Giga Chat who only plays Mastodon. Yeah. But, I mean, you know, it's just gonna be a repeating of the same thing most of the time, no? Okay, why so dark? Dude, you know why? Because the sun is shining on our side of the earth now. Okay, guys, so the current plan, right, is I guess we are done with a tier list. I don't really see anyone saying anything anymore. So the plan is, I will save it. I will make a command for it so you can save the picture, right? And I will probably post it on my Discord if anyone just want to save the picture, or they can do it from a chat later. I will upload this to YouTube. Yeah, that's the plan. And in case you don't know, in 30 minutes, I will be casting a CVC game between Civ Joe and QT Imperial. So I need to figure out how to get the logo and make sure I'm not screwing up any rules. And yeah, so, and I want to eat something. So in 30 minutes, 34 minutes, sorry, 34 minutes, and not a single later, we're gonna start. There's probably not gonna be relobbies. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's the plan. Okay, I'm gonna go eat and figure out these problems as well as get the logo, and I will be back in 34 minutes. I will see you then. We will see who is gonna screw up, or we're gonna see who watched, you know, did their homework and picked the right civ from a tier list and did not just end up picking some shit thinking it's wrong. Leave the stream on. No. I wanna go to shower, eat, and then get the logo, and then I will be back. Okay, so I will be back. Bye. But not for long.